Hello and welcome to the election night special here on Politics Social. I'm Graham Hughes. You are awesome. Hello, Elle and Lost Missionary and Vendetta. Miss Elby in the chat. We've got SG in the chat as well, and One Angry Pagan and others. Welcome. Russ is in there. If you'd like to join in with the chat, we're going to be keeping you up all through the night. So it's a bit late getting started there. I was just trying to get a few things sorted out. Just hit the subscribe button and you can join the chat. Got to wait a minute. You can join the chat. So we're gonna take it over. Who should we get the feed from? Should we get the feed from CNN? Should we go to CNN? So you get the feed from there. I don't know if I can. I'm looking now. Live. Let's go to live. No, streamed 7 months ago. Okay, so CNN's not playing ball. Any ideas who we can watch to stream? I was trying to find someone on YouTube that we could watch. If shit gets really shit, we can always, we can always take a look at the BBC, Sky News. Sky News. Let's have a look. New Yorkers head to the polls. I don't want to be subscribed because I'll end up with just loads of Mornings with Frost. Watch Sky News live. Okay, this is watching. Stream started 10th of December 2024, so I'm guessing this has been going for some time now on Sky News. I'm getting an advert at the moment, so I'm sparing you the adverts. I'm sparing you the cutter. Yeah, okay, all right. We've got some news on Sky News, but the news is currently of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Okay, that's no good. I don't want that. I want like CNN. I want CNN. I want like American news, NBC News. Here we go. Let's have a look here. Cuomo needs Republicans. I don't want this. I want live. I want live news. NBC. Let's see if we can get NBC Live. This is fun for you, isn't it? Watching me Googling shit. Live. Oh, here we go. Okay, right. We've got the Konaki cam. And we've got someone called Mr. Konaki. I don't know who this is. Maybe he's a Jedi Master or something. Jedi Master Konaki. But here we go. We're getting some music. Would you like some music? Come on, here you go. You want some good old-fashioned music? Yeah. A bell. There's a bell. There's a bell. That's nice, isn't it? Check out the bell. Yeah. There we go. This guy, he's moving back and forth. Some music. There's some music. I'm just turning the music down now. Doesn't seem to be anything happening there. It's just playing music at me. My life is very strange. CNBC are streaming, says Simon. Yeah, might have to go there. David Pakman is live, yes, but he's doing the same thing as me because he's commentating on what's going on for his audience. And I think it would be a bit rude if I restreamed David Pakman because he's a fellow YouTuber, isn't he? So I think it's less rude to just restream this nonsense. Anyway, so they're just playing music at the moment. Might have to find somebody else. This Cormac cam isn't as great as it could be. We've got something called Spectrum News. I don't really want that. That sounds like it sucks. ABC live election night news. Okay, this seems to actually have something happening going on here. Finally, there we go. Someone else's chat there that I don't care about. Here we go. They're talking. She speaks
In
to
Virginia,
thousands and
voters are
thousands
poised
of
to
New
elect the state's
Jerseyans.
first woman governor.
Happy Election Day, everybody.
Oh,
Pre-election
God,
day polls
she's
giving
like a
former
super
Democratic
centralist.
Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger an edge
She
over
put
Republican
is she the one who
Lieutenant
put out the
Governor
thing to
Winsome
say
Earl
that
Sears.
everyone shouldn't use
In
the word
California
socialist?
tonight, a high-stakes ballot initiative asking voters to approve a new congressional map, which could help Democrats win as many as 5 House seats in the midterm elections. California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom championing the measure with support from former President Obama as a response to Republican efforts to redraw congressional maps in Texas, Missouri,
Steve Konecki is
Ohio,
great.
and
Keep
North
with him.
Carolina to
Says
boost
this poll
Republicans.
the problem is that there was nothing happening
And
on Steve
joins us now live
Konecki.
from Zohran
It was just
Mamdani's
music.
watch party in Brooklyn.
So
and Aaron,
at least here we
understand
get an
that
interview with
the
this
turnout for this
person,
race
whoever it is.
higher than the last
I normally have popcorn
New York
for
City
these
mayoral
things.
races. How is the Mamdani campaign
I'm trying to lose
tonight?
weight, so I've got some.
There has been such energy in this race. A lot of it for Zohran Mamdani, some of it against him, but whatever it is, it's drawn New Yorkers to polling places all over the city. The early voting numbers set a record, and already the turnout is the largest for a mayoral election in at least a quarter century, and it's probably going to surpass the second highest turnout ever. That was back in 1993. And Mamdani said today that he's feeling good, that he's met New Yorkers
really
where
good
they
news.
are, and if the early exit polls are an indication, he may have succeeded. They're talking to our exit pollsters about their finances, about affordability, and that's the message that Zohran Mamdani has been trying to bring to New Yorkers. Andrew Cuomo says it's a brand of democratic socialism that does not fit in the heart of American capitalism.
We'll see ultimately how New York City's decide. Aaron Katersky will be coming back to you.
Tie
as well.
4596.
From
Come
our
on,
partner station,
Mickey
WABC.
Chevy.
She's live at
As a
Andrew
recent
Cuomo's
New York,
headquarters here in
New
Manhattan.
Jersey resident,
So, Lauren, President Trump
I'm
backed
praying to
Cuomo's
every
campaign this
deity
weekend. How is that impact?
she wins and helps to protect all my friends who are still there. Oh, that's nice. Thanks, Ty.
Correct. That is, of course, because this is certainly not a Trump-loving city, so he doesn't want to be connected directly with President Trump. He was saying that a vote essentially for Curtis Sliwa, who is the Republican candidate,
if Cuomo
would be a
wins,
vote for
I'm just going to
Mamdani,
stop
and
the
that would not be
stream
good
and
for
just
New
go
York
and
City. So in that, he
walk
agrees
into the
with
sea
President
forever,
Trump.
I
But I
think.
can tell you that Andrew Cuomo
stop the stream. I'll stop the
voted
channel.
today on the east side with his daughter Michaela, and he joked. He was in good spirits. He said he has voted many times before, but this is the first time that he received a round of applause at a polling site. He said that he feels the momentum of the city behind him, but in truth, he has been trailing, according to all the polls, behind the front runner, the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani, and in some of those polls, he's been behind by double digits. So in the last several weeks, he's been increasing his canvassing, pressing the flesh, getting connected with the voters. He's trying to tap into Republicans, moderates, Jewish voters, and black voters. This afternoon, he was in Harlem trying to make ground in these last few days behind a very popular Zohran Mamdani. Lindsay.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. And now we want to send it over to Sefon Kim from our partner station WABC. He's at Curtis Sliwa's watch party in Manhattan. Sefon, Sliwa's critics have called him a spoiler in this race, splitting the anti-Mamdani vote with Cuomo. What has he said about that?
Well, Lindsay, you said it. He says he's in this race to win it, of course, but the conventional wisdom is he is running in a city where there are 6 times as many registered Democratic voters and Republicans, so that is probably an unlikely outcome. That doesn't mean, though, they'll be looking closely at how these numbers break out tonight. The big question, as you mentioned, is will he be a spoiler candidate or a stronger than expected candidate, or perhaps a little bit of both? He's been under immense pressure to step out of this campaign, to drop out. As my colleague Lauren mentioned, even President Trump has endorsed Andrew Cuomo to prevent a Mamdani majority. The conventional wisdom, of course, is that his candidacy splits that anti-Mamdani vote. But Curtis Sliwa has been running hard in this campaign until the very end. Lindsay?
Hard running.
All right, Sefon, thanks so much. And we are going to head over
Wasn't that like
to
an
our
80s film, Hard
Command
Running?
Center right now, really the central nervous system in here. We have Avery Harper and Rick Klein. Avery, let's start with
they're
you.
walking
Just
around
as
the
far
studio.
as what the most
wide
important
angle
issues were
lens.
for voters tonight?
Right, we're getting from our preliminary exit poll numbers an insight into how voters are making their decisions at the ballot box. So when you look at the most important issues facing voters in Virginia, we see that 47%
Virginia.
say it was the economy. No surprise there. We saw Abigail Spanberger really focus on affordability, lowering things like energy costs and healthcare costs as a part of her platform. We also saw Winsome Earl Sears talk a lot about tax cuts and budget cuts as a way to create some affordability in that state. Healthcare came in as number 2. What was really surprising to me is that immigration and education came in so low for some of those voters in Virginia. Education in particular has been a focus of Winsome Earl Sears' campaign, particularly cultural issues around what's taught in the classroom. And then take a look at this. We will look at the effect of the federal government cuts on family finances in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Virginia, one of the states that is uniquely impacted by the ongoing government shutdown and some of those
So the
federal
polls
budget cuts that
in
we saw
Virginia
earlier this
closed
year,
at
the firings and the
midnight.
layoffs.
So this is why they've got the
58%
exit
of voters
poll for
in
Virginia
these preliminary exit
already.
poll data saying that they were affected, their family finances were affected, and 39% saying that they were not affected at all. That has also been a focus of Abigail Spanberger's campaign. So perhaps we're seeing something there for her that she and her team could feel good about this evening. And then in terms of feelings on the direction of the country in Virginia, we're also seeing that folks seem to be dissatisfied and angry. 63% of voters seem to be dissatisfied and angry in comparison to 34% who say they are enthusiastic and satisfied. And I'll tell you, I mean, Democrats are hoping to be able to harness some of that discontent that's out there in the country in hopes to turn them into victories tonight.
And New Jersey, it seems like more of the same as well, with Cheryl and Chiarelli both saying
New Jersey closes at 1
Cheryl
o'clock.
even saying,
Okay,
look, I
our
will
time.
try to freeze utility bills.
New York closes
Across
at 2
all
o'clock
of the
our
races that
time.
we're looking at
California,
tonight,
4
affordability
o'clock
has
our
been
time.
front and center.
All right.
We're gonna
Rick,
be here
let's
all the way
take
for
a
the
look at what
night.
you have. Virginia polls
Till
have
5
already
o'clock.
closed at this hour.
Yeah, just to give a sense of how the night's going to play out, we're getting our first results out of Virginia. Nothing significant yet, not enough to really say much meaningful about it. But then we're going to see every hour after that, essentially some big races starting to come into focus. We talked about New Jersey. Obviously, that's a very tight race. It's probably the best opportunity that Republicans have for having a big night tonight.
Just add
New York
5
and the mayor's
to
race,
all of
and then
those numbers.
closing out the night
Okay,
at
add
11
5
o'clock
hours
Eastern,
to
we're
those
gonna have
times.
the first results coming out of California with their big redistricting.
It's funny that I just read out the times.
And
just
I want to
as
focus on this
they
a little
did
bit from our latest post with the Washington Post and Ipsos. It's the president's approval rating is critical in understanding how midterm elections work. Almost always, it's a referendum on the president. President came into office about a month in. His approval rating was 45%. It's now down to 41%. To give a sense of perspective, it was 37% at this time in his first term, and we remember how that worked out. We talked about how this is races today that are playing out mostly in blue states. I want to highlight this.
So many
This
Americans
is the
are still
nationwide
like, yeah,
map
this
of
is
how
great.
votes shifted between 2020 and 2024. Almost every state and almost every county in every state actually moved to Donald Trump.
Even New York and New Jersey.
Exactly right. Even New York.
'cause
You
it
see
was a
this
big
in even New York
fix.
City. How much
Yeah,
more
'cause it
deep
was a
red there is
big
there. It doesn't mean they
fix.
voted for Trump. It means they were shifting.
was a
Same
big
thing in
fix.
Virginia. We're focusing on tonight.
Oh,
Same thing in New
1%,
Jersey. So and
1%
even in
votes is
California,
in.
where the redistricting battle is happening. So that's the
We
kind
have
of
to adjust this.
backdrop for all of this. Is that in each of these states we've seen this rightward shift. Now, does it carry over when Donald Trump's not on the ballot this year and then again next year? That's where we start to get our first clues.
Can we get a sense of Virginia? I know it's still early, but typically Virginia, whoever wins the White House, that person does not win in Richmond.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I want to focus for a second on how things work in Virginia, because this is going to be an absolutely critical state to watch tonight. So we've got almost no vote in right now, but this is how things worked for Glenn Youngkin 4 years ago. It was only 1 year into the Biden presidency, and people were talking about that kind of moderate Democrat thing. Does it work? That was a resounding no. Glenn Youngkin's win was a resounding no. As we just start to see our first votes coming in Virginia today, we know as this rolls in, this is the backdrop that you normally see, because bottom line is this is what Virginia does. They usually go against the party in the White House. This is the last 25 years, right? President Bush wins, Democrats are in office. President Obama wins, Republicans, with this one exception in 2012 and 2013. But Trump, Democrat. 2020, Biden, Republican. So the expectation would be that the Democrats would do very well. That's what's been borne out so far in the little vote we've gotten, and what's been borne out in the pre-election polls.
What are you watching for as far as potential surprises tonight?
I think the biggest potential surprise is in the state of New Jersey, and I can talk a little bit about why that is. New Jersey is a state that obviously is relatively Democratic. We're pretty blue these days, but it is also shifting and shifting fast. Jack Ciattarelli lost this race by only 3 points 4 years ago. And then take a look at this. Kamala Harris comes in and she wins by 6. That looks like a lot. Well, actually, Biden won by 16. So this 10-point shift that happened in the course of a very small amount of time is absolutely fascinating. The question is, can those Republicans stay in the polls? Can you build something together even in a bluish state?
All right, thanks so much. I want to just come and take a look.
In ballots,
so far,
they can't cheat them
very
as
early,
like they can with the
but quite a
machines.
handsome lead for Abigail Spanberger in the governor's race in Virginia. For more on that, as those votes start to trickle in,
is she the
we'll
one
send it over to
who's
Jay O'Brien
like
for us.
anti-Mamdani?
Yeah, Lindsay, I've been talking to Spanberger campaign sources as a cheer goes up in the room behind me here, and they say they are cautiously optimistic about their chances tonight. They like what they've seen already in some of those Northern Virginia counties.
The Republican candidate is
around
called
Washington,
Winsome
DC,
L.
to thousands
Sears.
of federal workers, and they really like what they've seen.
Shut up. Is that the most American name ever? Winsome L. Shears. Oh my God.
A majority of them, about 6 in 10, that the federal firings have impacted their
Ooh,
families.
up late, says John.
Into this idea that she can provide stability in the
watch
state of
party.
Virginia, whereas she says Donald Trump is causing chaos in the White House and really has tried to use this election to draw contrast between her and the Trump presidency, and try to paint her opponent, Winsome Earl Sears, as being for the president's policies that have impacted Virginia to such an extreme degree. And in particular, those federal firings. I've talked to a Spanberger campaign source who believes that when Elon Musk walked out on the stage with that chainsaw amid the Doge cuts in the federal government, that is when they believe gas was really poured in the tank of their campaign that really wasn't in full gear at that point, because they could use these federal firings as a cudgel against Winsome Earl Sears. And one more point here that John made earlier, Winsome Earl Sears has not been endorsed by President Trump, so she's not getting that MAGA bump that she could have gotten if there was a full-throated support from the president.
All right, Jay, thanks so much. Mary, I want to come back to you because Avery really talked about a point
do you
that
really
Trump's
want a MAGA
policies
bump?
hit a little differently actually in the state of Virginia.
Do you
They
really
hit
want a
extremely
MAGA
close to home,
bump?
and it's one of the things that is being tested tonight, as both Jay and Avery were saying. The Doge cuts to federal workers, Trump's efforts to completely slash and overhaul the federal workforce hit extremely differently in a state like Virginia, where you do have so many federal workers. And right now, as we are now in what is tied for the second longest shutdown ever, so many of those federal workers that are furloughed, that may be concerned about when their next paycheck is coming, whether they're going to be able to keep their job long term. So many of those federal workers live in Virginia, and it is something that you have seen.
I hope no letters fall from your sign.
And it is interesting, you know, when it plays into her broader playbook here. She is running an old familiar playbook
I'm a child.
going after Trump. This is an anti-Trump campaign. And it's something that not only, obviously, the Trump folks are watching very closely, but also the Democratic Party and the Democratic establishment as they look to tonight's races to see what tea leaves can they
they look to tonight's races.
Tackle the midterm
You heard
elections.
it here.
Do they need a different strategy, or does running against Trump, like Spanberger is, like Mikey Sherrill is, does that still work? Or will it only work in a state, you know, that has a unique set of circumstances?
You're going to look to the
like
racists,
Virginia.
then
And with
you probably want
Spanberger,
the
it'll be
people who are on
really
Trump's
interesting
side.
to see what happens in Virginia, because she has tried to tie her opposition to Donald Trump.
Completely, and Donald Trump is well aware of that, which is why he's really put some distance between himself. He hasn't officially endorsed her, not by name. In fact, he didn't even mention her last night when he did a telephone rally, a teletown
Hi, Graham
hall,
Price.
trying to
How
get
you doing,
out
mate?
Republican
Enjoy your
voters,
editing.
but not actually mentioning the candidate by name.
And as we said before with John, it
Chairman
was
of
just
the
a mention
DNC
of
has
a
endorsed
strong
Mamdani.
Yeah, that's not exactly a
Mamdani.
endorsement.
Yeah, about time.
Thank you. And we are also following breaking
About
news
bloody
tonight.
time.
A plane crash in Louisville, Kentucky. Emergency crews are on the scene of a UPS plane crash in Louisville. The images are now coming in showing huge plumes of smoke. The FAA says the plane crashed just after takeoff. The Louisville airport is currently closed. There are reports of multiple injuries. ABC's Matt Rivers joins us now live. Matt, what's the latest?
Is this Trump's fault?
Lindsay, still very much a developing situation out there in Louisville.
Told you there'll be a plane crash. I predicted this last
UPS
week. I said on Friday there will be a plane crash, and the fucking was.
Local time. The flight, according to UPS, was on its way to Honolulu. It had 3 crew members on board. Their fates remain unknown at this point. But you can imagine just how much jet fuel was on board that plane for such a long flight.
Honolulu,
Again, 3
that's
crew members
Hawaii.
on board, an unknown amount of injuries on the ground. But it does appear that this plane only got off about 175 feet off the ground before impacting buildings in that area. We know emergency crews are on the scene. We know the passenger terminal there at the Louisville airport is closed. The UPS facility is called the World Port Facility. It is the heart of UPS air transportation network. We're talking thousands of packages processed there every 17 seconds or so. It is at a very busy place, a very important air hub, the most important air hub for one of the busiest package companies all around the world. So we're very much waiting to see what more details comes out about this. We know the FAA, Lindsay, and the NTSB are investigating at this point, but still very much a developing situation.
And we imagine, Matt, that flights are being diverted to local airports that were trying to fly into Louisville?
Yeah, no question that flights that were going in there being diverted, flights that were going out also now canceled. We expect that to be impacted in that area for a while now because we know emergency services need to be able to access those areas as swiftly as they can. And we also know that investigators need to get access to those runways to figure out exactly what happened here. Sources telling us that there appears to be an engine issue on that MD-11 aircraft that was involved here.
It is connected with safety issues.
You know, investigators are going to take some time to figure out exactly what happened here, but just a stunning crash, and the videos
making sure that these planes are okay. Being paid by the government to some extent.
Matt Rivers, our thanks to you. Please keep us updated. Coming up, our ABC contributors, former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, and former head of the DNC, Donna Brazile, join us as we are less than 1 hour away from polls closing in New Jersey. Stay with us. The night is just beginning.
Right, so I don't know.
Live coverage, Election Night 2025, continues after this.
Okay, after nothing, I'm not hanging around to watch your adverts, mate. You can go away. Your adverts for, Jesus, I don't know what this is an advert for. It's an advert for something. Hey, I'm back in the room. Hey, how you doing, everyone? That's shocking footage. I hadn't seen that. I'm a little bit of a, you know, behind the scenes. I know you don't want to know how the sausage is made, but I did have a kip between setting up this stream and actually starting it. I did have a kip for an hour, so I missed that happening. I'm looking now, and the updates are on the BBC website, and they started just before 11 o'clock UK time. We got the breaking news that a plane crash was reported at Louisville into Kentucky. Bloody hell, that is horrific. That is fucking crazy. Isn't Hawaii an underwater volcano whose peak forms the islands? Yeah. Well, it's not an underwater volcano, is it? Because it's over the water. But yeah, it's produced by, I don't know, magma. A bit like isn't Iceland formed by magma? But yeah, it looks like turns out air traffic control is playing an important. It didn't look like it was an air traffic control situation though, because it's not like it hit another plane. But I'm thinking it's the people like who have to make sure that the plane is, you know, safe to fly, do all the safety checks. I'm guessing that they're, you know, not. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. It's really grim though. It's really fucking grim. So while we're waiting for Hulu, I don't know why they're showing me Hulu shit. We're going to go across to AAP, which stands for the Associated Press. And oh my God, there's so much stuff coming up on the. I'm so glad that we have like a really nice moderated feed here, because I'm looking at the chat coming up for the Associated Press feed, and it's just people writing in capitals. Yeah, let's just close that. So we go back to the feed here. We can hear the voice
you guys are getting your audio set.
of someone getting their audio set up. There you go. All right. Okay, I'm just going to turn that down. So this is the feed that we're getting from AP at the moment. I'll check back in here throughout the evening as things happen. But obviously there you got the Mamdani campaign rally there. You got the Cuomo campaign rally in the bottom right. I mean, come on. Seriously, lads, are you going for it? Yeah. Who's going to be at the Cuomo thing? Like, if he wins, it's a fix. There's no way. There is no way, is there, that he can win? I mean, Mamdani's like 47, 48% in the polls. He's around, I don't know, 33, 34. I mean, come on. Bad Bones 777 says, the thing is, though, even if it was due to the shutdown, Trump would want to get rid of the safety regulators, even if it weren't. True. Sorry, I thought it was really important that you get a nice close-up of me while I sneeze then. But at least I turned the microphone off so I didn't sneeze into the microphone. Fully fueled by the looks, Paula. Yeah, that's what they said. This plane was flying from Kentucky, which is over to the east of America. You know, I know they call it the Midwest, but Kentucky's fairly over to the east, all the way to the Hawaiian Islands, which are in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I mean, that is a long journey. That plane would have been full, would have been absolutely full of fuel. Bless you, says Al Keno 79. Thank you. I always like being blessed. Nice bit of blessings going on there. We're going to head back to the ABC coverage now because the adverts have finished. I was going to go over, but I realised that I've muted that. I've muted that, so I need to unmute it. Unmute. Right, here we go. We don't need an investigation.
Is a racist, anti-queer, and major threat to public safety.
Yes.
We need what we need is to defund the NYPD. That's what he said in 2020 amidst all of the George Floyd protest.
Yeah.
Now, in an extraordinary moment in this campaign, he went on Fox News and did a lengthy interview, and he apologized to the NYPD for those comments. He's made it clear he no longer favors defunding the police, but he's had controversial views on Israel. He has said Israel does not have the right to exist as a Jewish state. He has suggested that if
has he said that,
Netanyahu
though?
were to come to
has he said he's got the right to exist?
Arrested because he's been,
yes,
convicted
because
of
the
war
wanted
crimes
war
by
crime.
the International Criminal Court.
Wanted war criminal.
He has said things that make him radioactive to many national Democrats, and it's extraordinary today that Chuck Schumer, who is both the senator from New York, a former New York City council member, a man from Queens, voted, and he wouldn't even say who he voted for. Right. So not only did he not endorse the Democratic nominee for mayor, he wouldn't even say if he voted for him. So,
and Hakeem Jeffries, I mean, he endorsed late in the game, and when he was just asked over the weekend if he felt that Mamdani should really be the face of the Democratic Party, no.
We looked this up. So the Democratic primary happens. Mamdani wins overwhelmingly, and it's 122 days later that Hakeem Jeffries comes around to endorsing him, and as you allude to, a rather lukewarm endorsement. So look, Democrats are worried that what Republicans will do, Mamdani wins in New York, they will try to paint the whole party as the Democratic nationalist, socialist party of Zohran Mamdani is now the Democratic Party. But, he is a star and he has electrified young voters. I spoke recently, you mentioned, to Gavin Newsom, clearly a major figure for the Democrats nationally. And I asked him about this and about the prospect of Zohran Mamdani becoming a national figure for the Democratic Party. His response was quite interesting. Take a listen.
But I can say this about Mamdani: success leaves clues. The power of emulation. Democratic Party should learn about how to communicate in this new world. They should learn how to build.
Why does Gavin Newsom always seem like he's got invisible handcuffs on?
To connect with issues and to people in a very profound way. My hope is for all of us that when he wins, and it appears he will win, that he's as effective governing the city as he was campaigning.
And what he goes on to say there is that he hopes that Mamdani governs after he wins. He's confident he's going to win. as a pragmatist. There's no democratic socialist way to fix the roads, to make sure that the mass transit system is working effectively, to go and solve people's problems and not be overly ideological about it.
And what's so interesting when we talk about Donald Trump, the president, is from New York City. The top two leaders, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, all from New York City. A lot at stake. Of course, New York City has a larger population than 38 states. And many people have talked about...
I'm just going to turn that down for a sec. I can't find anything online that says Mamdani ever said that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. I think that guy was just fucking lying there. If someone can find it, let me know. Let me know what to type into Google to find it. And I don't mean like any kind of outlet that is obviously going to be slanted one way or the other.
An opportunity to...
But yeah, it just seems a bit odd.
Going forward, as John was saying, as Democratic
Newsom's
socialists,
a twat, though,
he
says Vendetta.
falsely characterizes Mamdani as a communist. But the president is looking for something he can dig his teeth into, and he sees Mamdani as a good opportunity there. But it also crystallizes the real challenge and test for Democrats tonight as well, because it is a test for the divisions of the party and how the party can best win going forward. Is it going to be a far-left progressive candidate like Mamdani, who is also really taking on the party establishment? I mean, he in many ways is running against the establishment of the party and the way in which Democrats have sort of traditionally done things. I mean, he's running against...
Okay, I'm just going to turn that down. Not particularly interesting. Sorry, I will go back to it in a moment. But just want to explain, there's four big elections going on, or polls going on today. The first one is New York, where Mamdani is facing off against Andrew Cuomo to be the next mayor of New York. So you got the mayor of the city, and then you've got the governor of the state, which is a bit of a higher office. And that's New York City is quite a bit more fabulous than a lot of other places in America or the world. So then you've got the gubernatorium or something, it's a crazy word. The election of governors for both New Jersey and Virginia. Virginia is going to get its first woman governor either way, whoever wins. And it's, like I said, it's Abigail Spanberger. What a great name. I mean, that's a great American name as well. It's Spanberger. Hello, I'm Abigail Spanberger. And Republican Winsome L. Sears. Winsome. As in a winsome smile. And this will be a real bellwether test for the Trump-era electorate. Virginia has swung left and right before in the past. It does look like the Democrat is ahead in this race. And this could be the first sort of, domino to fall in the whole house of cards. Sorry, I'm mixing me game metaphors here, aren't I? In the American system and on the Trump side, on the first domino to fall in the Trump regime. And then we've got the New Jersey governor, which is going to be a close race. Apparently, you've got the Democrat Mickey Sherrill and the Republican Jack Ciattarelli. I think it's pronounced Jack Ciattarelli. There's been bomb threats today in multiple counties in polling stations. The FBI, the Department of Justice, have been involved in investigating these. This is seen as an intimidation effort by the MAGA lunatics. So that's not great. And then we have California, where they have what they call Proposition 50 or Prop 50, which would be a plane with 50 props on it. That's a lot of props on a plane. And the idea is that they're going to redraw districts, voting districts mid-decade, which is unusual, but this is a response to what happened in Texas earlier this year, where they redrew the boundaries for the House of Representatives, and it meant that through gerrymandering, they will get, in the next election, they will get 5 more Republicans than they otherwise would have sent to the House. And so in response, Gavin Newsom and the Democrats in California have said, fuck you, Trump. We're going to redraw our districts so we get 5 more seats for the Democrats. But they are putting it to the public vote. And so this is, Gavin Newsom versus the GOP versus Trump. And Trump is saying that he's saying that the mail-in ballots for this vote are under criminal review. This is Trump rhetoric 101, isn't it? Anyway, I'm going to just jump into your chat. I was going to say twat then, because I was just reading Vendetta's Newsom's a twat though again. Gavin Newsom is throwing punches. Yes, he is. On my twatometer, Newsom scored an 85. Well, you better get used to impersonator because he's probably going to run for president in 2028. So you're going to see a lot of him. Great Price. This is what they try. This is what they do in America on the news. They just decide what might convince their viewers to agree with them and say it, whether it's true or not. Well, I don't think we're too different over here in the UK. Newsom reminds me of Max Headroom on coke. Gubernatorial. Thank you very much, Stephen, for the. Do you know where I first heard the word? Saw the word gubernatorial. I think that it was in Monkey Island or Monkey Island 2. There was a gubernatorial election. Yeah. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Because we don't really have governors, do we, in the UK? Except it down in London, where everyone's a governor, especially when you get into a black Hackney cab and they say, where do you want to go, governor? Governor. Oh, governor. For people who were born within the peel of the bow bells or the bow bells, then we have no idea what it means. So we do not have gubernatorial elections over here. We have mayoral elections though. So there you go. Hello from California, the Toyota Corolla. Thank you very much, Toyota Corolla 9416. Thank you very much for the super chat. That is very kind of you. My whole family and I just voted yes on Prop 50. Let's get these Christo-fascists out of here. Oh, I love the sentiments. I love the energy. I love it. It's all awesome. Thank you so much, Toyota Corolla. Thank you. Yes. And TY for your support, as Lost Ministry says. So what else have we got? We've got, we've got a little thing there. We'll get rid of that. That's better. Okay, let's clean that up a little bit. Sorry. Haven't used this for a little while. There are a few things underneath. You don't notice, do you? You don't notice when there's things underneath. Anyway, don't remind me of that purple fucking dinosaur, says Sarky Bugger. Are you talking about Barney? Beautiful Barney. Right, I'm going to go back over to the feed now. We're going to hear from the former chair of the DNC. And this is Donna Brazil.
Indicate that young people are voting in Virginia. I'm also seeing that the black vote, 9 out of 10 voters, are leaning toward the Democratic candidate. Once again, Donald Trump made inroads in both Virginia and New Jersey in 2024. But it looks like the Democrats are getting their groove again. And that is good news going into 2026.
Groovy.
And what do you feel that the Democrats' strategy is today?
Affordability, talking about issues that matter to voters. Both Abigail as well as Mikey leaned into their national security experience, but pivoted toward affordability, the rise in utility costs, the rise in grocery prices, the rise in insurance premiums. They, in many ways, they ran against their own Washington experience to position themselves as everyday moms who understood what was happening at the kitchen table. I think both of them ran a terrific campaign.
Which races are you watching in particular tonight?
Well, of course, I'm watching everything. I mean, there are over 20,000 races in 31 states, but I'm also looking at Pennsylvania, those judicial races. You know, we talk about the New York mayoral races, but if he wins tonight, Mr. Zohran will join other cities and elected millennials, Boston, Cleveland. I'm looking at the potential of having a new mayor in Motown, a black woman, Ms. Sheffield, who is dynamic. This is going to be a great night across America because so many many municipal elections that will also give us a peek preview of what's going on, not just in the suburbs, but also our urban centers.
All right, Donna, thank you so much. And let's go out live to the field now. Anthony Johnson from our partner station in New York, WABC, is at Mikey Sherrill's headquarters in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Anthony, give us a sense of how Sherrill supporters are feeling tonight.
Well, we've been talking to them all along, and they're feeling pretty good about tonight, especially when you heard the former governor, Chris Christie, talking about the turnout, the big numbers in this state. Of course, when a lot of people vote, it usually tends to be more on the Democratic side. As a matter of fact, when it came into the mail-in and the early voting, the numbers were extremely high. So I'm not really surprised about what we're hearing about voting today. That's what is making these people feel pretty good about what's going to take place. But of course, this is going to be a very tight race. At first, it looked like Mikey Sherrill was going to take this race without a lot of problems, but it got tighter and tighter as we got closer and closer to Election Day. Both of the candidates have been very energized. They've been crisscrossing this entire state. There's 21 counties here in the state of New Jersey. They've been to all of these counties, each one of them pushing their message. Once again, as we've been saying, affordability is the big issue, but also in the state of New Jersey, you have to look at things like property taxes. So there are many issues on the table tonight. These folks hope by the end of the night that Mikey Sherrill will become the 57th governor of New Jersey.
And of course, both candidates really seizing on that idea of affordability. Anthony, thanks so much. I want to bring in Annie McCormick from WPVI, our partner station from Philadelphia. She's at Jack Ciattarelli's headquarters in Bridgewater, New Jersey. So Annie, what's the feeling like there?
No wonder I couldn't say his name. Ciattarelli. Jesus
Everybody
Christ,
out here, Lindsay,
it's
is
been
really
unfortunate.
excited. In fact, a short time ago, we talked to Jack Ciattarelli's brother, who's out here helping. He says that his brother continues to bring the hustle up until the very last minute, and their family is hoping that the third time is the charm. This is the third time that he is running for the seat of governor. If you remember back in 2021, he lost by only 3 percentage points to Governor Phil Murphy, who, of course, is term limited, so he is not running again. So he has been hungry for this for 3 years. And like everyone has been saying, affordability is the name of this campaign. Jack Ciattarelli really focusing on taxes. You heard Anthony just mention about property taxes. He's been focusing on personal and corporate tax structures, but also he's been talking about expanding a property tax freeze for seniors. He voted on Friday early in person. He was one of the 1.3 million New Jerseyans who decided to vote that way. Now, those early voting numbers that came in showed about 300,000 lead for Democratic voters, something that the Sherrill campaign was excited about, but the Ciattarelli campaign says that they're not putting much stock
New Jersey Devils top. It looks like a fucking spanner.
Trump, including with that
what a ridiculous fucking logo.
Recently, and also he is hoping to ride that red wave that has come through New Jersey and has flipped so many counties to red. He's hoping that that's going to work for him, and those unaffiliated voters come out for him as well. Lindsay.
Annie, thanks so much. Now we want to take a look at the Election Command Center, where we find ABC News Bureau
Election
Chief
Command
Rick
Center.
Klein. And Rick, I know we have some numbers coming in for, let's see, for governor in Virginia. Spanberger really,
she's out ahead.
My math is not
It's a
worked out
quarter of the votes
so,
in,
but she's got more
and
than
she is miles
100,000
ahead.
votes more than Earl Sears.
100,000 more votes.
But still early, only 24% of the expected vote in.
Yeah, about a quarter of the expected vote. Democrats have to be happy with what they've seen so far. This is where the vote is still outstanding. These bigger blue dots, those are more Democratic areas that have a large number of votes left. The bigger red dots are the places where we're waiting on expected Republican votes. But I want to highlight a couple of things here, Lindsay, because we've talked a lot about how voters shift over the years. I want to focus right now on Loudoun County. This is the Washington exurbs, the suburbs of the exurbs. This is outside of Washington, D.C. You're talking about federal workers, federal contractors. This county is loaded with them. As you can see, Terry McAuliffe actually did pretty well in this county. It's a lighter shade of blue, though. He won by about 11 points, even though he lost the entire state.
Shade of blue.
Forward, just into the next election, well, Donald Trump, he actually fell back a little bit on it. And you can see as the shifts here, we saw this rightward shift. This county has been trending a little bit more to Republicans, even though it's heavily Democratic. Tonight, those numbers, plus 30 for Abigail Spanberger. So Spanberger is blowing her out right there. One smaller Republican county, just to mention, Westmoreland County, a more rural county. That's a place where Glenn Youngkin 4 years ago won by 21
That would be,
points.
if it wasn't
Tonight,
two women
Winsome
running,
Earl
you
Seals is
wouldn't be
only
able to
up by
say
8.
that.
So you're just not seeing the same kind of turnout that we did in the last time for a Republican to be successful. And I want to focus also on Virginia Beach. This is a heavily military-heavy part of the state. It is a lighter shade of blue, and it's an area where, frankly, a Democrat needs to start winning back. This is what happened in that county over the last couple elections. Joe Biden wins by about 5 points. Glenn Youngkin flips it all the way and wins by 8. Harris gets it back in the blue column. So far tonight, it's looking like it is in the column of Democrats in the neighborhood of 2 or 3 points. So that's Democrats righting the ship so far in a state that has trended blue in the last couple decades, Lindsay.
All right, Rick, really interesting, those areas that you point out. Thanks so much. I want to bring back in ABC News political director Avery Harper. Avery, what are you able to glean from the independent voters in Virginia?
Right, we're getting a look at what some independent voters have responded to our poll. A third of the voters that we are looking
this is just
at
independent
who
voters.
responded
This
to our
isn't
poll
all
identify
voters.
as independent. 56% of them say that they voted for Abigail Spanberger at the ballot box today, versus 41% who say they voted for Winsome Earl Sears, the Republican in this race. And for comparison, if we look back at 2021, for Glenn Youngkin, we saw independents support at a rate of 54%. So essentially, Abigail Spanberger doing as well as Glenn Youngkin did with independents back in 2021. As far as some of the most important issues that are facing the Commonwealth of Virginia, we do see that the economy ranks #1 by far. And that has been at the center of the emphasis of the election and the campaigns that we've seen from both of these candidates. For Abigail Spanberger, she's talked a lot about lowering the cost of healthcare. Healthcare also an issue that's very important. The lower
have been
issues
better as a
that
pie
people
chart.
cared about were immigration and education.
Although my partner,
and
who's a
education, of course,
statistician,
an
hates
emphasis
pie
for
charts,
Winsome
by the
Earl
way.
Sears.
All
The only
right,
pie
Avery
charts
Harper,
she
thanks
likes are
so
the
much.
ones that
We
are
are
actual
continuing
pies.
to track Virginia results tonight as they come in. Stay with us.
Shut it, Alan. I want you to stop. Right, they've gone to adverts. So we'll head over to see how things are going at the election campaign rallies. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what's happening. There's a feed there from Houston. There's the Mamdani campaign. There's a couple of people there. Cuomo. And then we've got the L. Sears campaign rally in Virginia. So I don't know what Houston's doing. I didn't even know Houston was voting. What's Houston voting for? They're not on my list. Can someone tell me what Houston's voting for? Mamdani there, probably going to win. Cuomo probably going to lose. And L. Sears, by the looks of things, probably going to lose. We've got some bad sound coming through. They're doing sound tests here. This is the Press Association feed. Sorry, the AP. Sorry, Associated Press feed. Woo! Got that mixed up, didn't I? I'll get thrown out the Associated Press. This is boring. I'm going to turn this off. Yeah. That looks pretty good, says Graham Price. Yeah, it does. People might be a bit dumb, but they know when their groceries cost more. Doomsday Donny is not good for the poorly educated. No, he's not. But they love him. He loves the poorly educated. He loves the poorly educated, apparently. That's who he loves. He said that he loves them. Oh, sorry, I was a bit behind there on my AP feed. I'm a bit more up to date now, so we'll go back. There's a few more people milling about. This is exciting. So there you go. We've got the Spanberger campaign rally. That's the Virginia race up there in the top left. And then we've got the Mamdani rally. We've got the Chivel campaign rally there. That's the Democrat Mickey Chivel, who is running in for the New Jersey governor. And then we've got L. Sears above me, who are running for Virginia. So we've got Spanberger top left, and LG is bottom right. That's both for the results coming in from Virginia. And it does look like Spanberger might already, I don't want to jinx it, but might already be doing all right. Let's just say she's doing all right at the moment. She's just doing all right. Whether she actually gets it, I don't know, but she's doing all right at the moment. SG saying at least 3 dead, 11 injured in plane crash. That'll be the crew on board. Do you know what, though? I mean, it's fucking horrific. It's absolutely horrific. But I'm so glad it wasn't a passenger jet. I mean, you know, any kind of plane crash is horrific. But if that had been a passenger jet, that wouldn't be 3 people. That'd be 300 people. I would not be flying anywhere in America right now. Not with this government shutdown. Not with these air traffic controllers not being paid and working double shifts and just the fucking madness of it all. Just no way. No way would I be going anywhere near America with a fucking shitty stick right now. Really, really grim. Really grim tidings what are going on over in Yankville. Anyway, we're going to go back over to ABC now. They've finished their adverts. And this guy is getting very excited.
Which is in the Attorney General's race. Democrat Jay Jones, remember, had that October surprise in his campaign. Text from some years ago where he mused about violence against the Virginia Speaker of the House, a Republican. Those texts have come back to become an issue in Abigail Spanberger's campaign as well. Republicans have made repeated mention of them. And while Jay Jones is performing well tonight as well, he is running about 5 points in some cases in these early numbers behind Abigail Spanberger. Democrats I talked to keenly aware that if he wins tonight, it will be on Abigail Spanberger's coattails. They are cautious about the Jones campaign, but very optimistic, as you can hear behind me, about the Spanberger campaign.
Spanberger's
All right,
looking
Jay
good.
O'Brien,
Morning,
thank
Graham.
you. I
Just
wanna bring
awake.
that
How's
to
it
you as far as
looking?
those
It's looking
down
good, mate.
races. If
It's
Spanberger
looking good.
wins, we know there was that
Thank you for the super
controversy
chat.
with,
Thank you.
the
Thank you,
Democrat
all the way
who's
from
running
Hong
for
Kong.
Attorney General.
Yeah, and there's a lot of
This is really cool. We've got
Spanberger does
got
well,
viewers
and,
from Hong
the
Kong.
numbers certainly
I'm in
do
Britain,
appear to
and we're
be in
talking
her
about what's
favor.
happening
How
in
much of a
America.
factor,
Truly
how
global.
much of an impact would that have on these other races, especially what may actually be sort of the most
What
intense
may actually
contest
be?
in the state, which is the race for Attorney General, of course, which has
Shut it, Alan. I want you to
surprise,
stop.
As Jay put it, the Democratic nominee Jay Jones, his campaign was rocked by this disclosure of old private text messages in which he wished political violence against his political enemies. Of course, his opponent has seized on that, as has the candidate for governor as well. So lots of questions about just the impact and how broad Spanberger's appeal will go.
All right, thank you so much, Mary. Coming up, we are minutes away from the polls closing in New Jersey in that heated governor's race. We'll be right back.
What? Hang on, you just had an advert. What are you even doing right now? What is even happening? Why are you doing this to me? Why? Oh, for God's sake. Hulu fucking originals. Piss off. Jeez, they had an advert break. I just literally went somewhere else while they were having the bloody advert break. Right. I mean, maybe we'll find another feed. What do you reckon? Should we go and find another feed? I don't want to watch a little girl dancing with flags. It's not very fun. Let's see if we can find another feed. Let's go to Cornat Cam. No, it's just music. It's just music. We can go over here. He's just looking at his. I'll put some music. You enjoying the music? Everyone enjoying the music? Yeah. And there's the scores coming in there. Looks like it's getting flipped. Well, that happened. Prince William Co. Houston vote is a by-election. Texas 18. Ooh, thank you very much for the info, Mr. Paula Thomas. I did not know that. It's good info, that. Good info. Right. This guy's like walking around, he's not doing anything. I don't understand. What is this? What are we actually watching here? Why is no one taking control of this young man? He seems to just be wantonly walking around, willy-nilly, like, you know, without any rhyme or reason. I'm not liking this. This is very strange. It's not being strange. The music playing. The music's too loud. I'm going to turn the music off. It's annoying me. Miss Paula Thomas, thank you very much for that super chat. And thanks for the info. A little by-election. That guy's still doing the same thing he was an hour ago. Yeah, I know. It's just kind of weird. Anyway, back to me. Maybe they've finished the adverts now on the on the other thing. I had to juggle adverts. But luckily, there's going to be someone who's not showing adverts, I'm sure. No, they're showing an advert. Oh, it's the Golden Girls. They're literally showing the... I'm not taking the piss. They're showing the Golden Girls. But there you go. Oh, there's B. Arthur there. Oh, no, she's gone. Thank you for being a friend. Yay, I knew it was going to say that because that was the tune to the Golden Girls. There you go. 40 years of laughter and friendship. They're all bloody dead, aren't they? All right. There you go. And then there's an advert for Predator Badlands. So go and see that at the cinema. The Ultimate Hunt. I thought Jeremy Hunt was the Ultimate Hunt. He's such a hunt, that guy. Stop the sound, bro. We can't hear you, lol. Sorry, I was playing that music pretty loud. Sorry, it was like someone going mad with a violin. I don't know why. Winston must be Nigerian. Konaki is allowed to do whatever he wants. He's the stat god on the telly. Betty White saying fuck. Yeah, nothing beats Betty White saying fuck. Gotta say. The US Lib debate channels I watch, I share your channels to the Brits, says Brett Wall. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the lads are good. The lads are good. The lads are good. Anyway, so we're back to the footage now. They've got violins going. Look,
I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. The polls are about to close in the state of New Jersey, but first, ABC News does have a projection in the state of Virginia. Let's go right to Rick Klein with the latest. Rick.
Come on, Democrat. It's got to be.
ABC News is projecting that Abigail Spanberger is going to be
first
the
win of the
winner based on
night.
the analysis of the expected vote we've seen in so far. We've got a good amount of vote that is still outstanding right now, but Spanberger has a lead of about 100,000 votes, and it looks like, according to our decision desk, it's going to be impossible to overcome.
Oh no, my animation
didn't work. As the numbers flow in, we're going to
get to say
a
delivering.
big margin right now.
Delivering.
Likelihood for Abigail Spanberger. I want to focus on one county in particular because I think it tells a really important part of the story. I want to look at Chesterfield County. This is the suburbs of Richmond. It's light pink. It's a lighter shade of red because Glenn Youngkin was able to carry that in his surprise victory from 4 years ago. That's the suburbs. That's the kind of place that a Republican has to win in a state like Virginia. One analyst said absolutely must win for a Republican. Right now, we are tracking that as being a plus 14 Spanberger win.
Nigerian first names are all adjective, like tall or handsome. No,
it was a bit of surprise.
They're not all. They're not all
Chesterfield County
adjectives.
Coming back to their column.
Some of them
they
are.
have to feel at least a little bit better
about
their
prospects. Spanberger. I was having Spanberger.
Bleeding away a little bit. That is part of what's powering this very likely victory for Spanberger tonight.
And of course, this is somebody who touts herself as the most bipartisan member of Congress from Virginia, a mom of three, former CIA agent who actually, when she ran for Congress, had to get her service record declassified in order to run. Want to bring back in ABC News Capitol Hill correspondent Jay O'Brien in Richmond, Virginia, at Democratic candidate Abigail Spanberger's headquarters. Jay, I imagine that the people there expected this outcome.
We've just done. I've just done a goal, and it's just one super chat. So someone wants to drop in a super chat, any amount, and we'll get confetti in the chat. We will get confetti. The things we do on a Tuesday night, says Toad Meister. Toad, you are an absolute legend. Thank you for joining us this evening.
This early, and still cheers up in the room behind me. There were chants of Abby when the result was declared out here in this room, and the state was called for Abigail Spanberger. This is history, Lindsay. Abigail Spanberger will be Virginia's first ever female governor in the state's entire history, one of the oldest states in this country, one of the original 13 colonies. And the campaign is chalking that up to her aggressive strategy to talk about the economy.
It's amazing that a place called Virginia hasn't had a woman in charge for so long. I mean, Virginia, place called
trying to project stability. We expect Abigail Spanberger to take the
stage. Hey, Toad Meister, thank you. Woo, confetti.
Thanks so much.
Confetti.
We'll have Pierre Thomas join us with this historically significant win. Hi again, Pierre.
First time you've had a woman win
that a
the
mustache?
Governorship in the state of Virginia.
What the fuck is going on with that mustache, lad?
Is the
Pierre.
degree to which the Democrats
what
put
the
a lot
fuck?
of emphasis on this particular
Do you have a
state.
partner?
I mean,
Did your partner let you go out like that?
More
Mate.
progressive in recent years.
Mate,
The
I can't stop
last
looking at your
5
moustache.
presidential elections have gone the
thank
way
God
of
they changed the
Democrats
picture.
in the particular state. And
What's
I think
going on with the
fact that
moustache?
the state is powered by Northern Virginia, Richmond, and Tidewater in terms of very suburban communities. a lot of people were putting a lot of emphasis on how Spanberger would do in terms of the margin.
Is she very tall? Is she exceptionally tall? Why are all the pictures taken from below? Why is everyone kneeling down in front of
the notion of affordability and made Donald Trump
I wouldn't have released these pictures.
And one of the more humorous parts of his speech, he talked about, I told you so, in terms of the layoffs and the effect on federal workers in the state, Lindsay.
All right, Pierre Thomas, thanks so much. I want to bring in Elizabeth Schulze. And Elizabeth, I know you had a chance to sit down with
posh
a
Hitler.
single mom of 3 there.
The coiffured Hitler.
Kind of give us a sense of her story, living there at this time, and her plans as far as voting this election.
And you know, Lindsay, we've
You've
been
got
talking
very
so
shiny
much
lips.
about this
Sorry, I'm being
issue
very
of
critical of everyone on the
affordability,
telly
and
tonight.
this really kind of illustrated exactly why this is such an issue.
Why your
for
lips
so many
are so
families.
shiny.
We sat down with
Did
Julie
it-
Lusaney. She's
did
a
it do
single
that?
mom of 3. She walked us through her budget, especially after a recent trip to the grocery store, Lindsay.
She had nothing
showed
left
us
for
how when she
lip
pays
shiner.
for groceries, everything is twice as much as it was before. This is reflected in a lot of the official data too. Prices.
One angry pagan, you missed that. Virginia has been called.
After Julie had paid
Virginia has
for
been
rent
called
and
for the
bills,
Democrats.
She simply said she did not
So
have money left over.
Spanberger,
What she was looking for. This is a
Abigail
Virginia voter. She said,
Spanberger
the number
has
one
won
thing I care about
Virginia.
in this election
So that's
is
1 of
someone who will
4.
help bring those
1 of 4 has
prices
gone to
down.
the good guys.
She talked a lot
1
about
of 4.
utility bills, and by the way, that's something that Abigail Spanberger made central to her campaign. Electricity costs have been spiking over the past year. Put it all together.
This is
Lindsay,
not the
typical
channel
household is
for
spending about $200 more than they were at
refuckers.
this time last
It's
year,
not
and
the
that's
channel
really
for
a message that we saw Spanberger hone in on.
refuckers. Because we
What
don't
can
like
be
the
done from the
refuckers.
policy
They
point of
don't
view
like
to
us.
actually bring down those costs, pitting the blame on President Trump for rising
AP calls
prices
it a
because
win
of his
for
tariffs, which is
Abigail
where we've seen some of those prices go up. The Fed chair told
Did I
me
miss
recently
anything?
he
Yes,
expects-
Abigail
he
won.
expects
Abigail
prices
won
will
in
continue
Virginia.
to go up in the coming months because of
The
those
Democrats
tariffs.
won
And when
in
you hear from
Virginia.
voters, they say, when will those prices come down? The issue of affordability ultimately coming down to inflation. In New Jersey's governor's race, we've also had that be a key issue on around utility prices and electricity bills. Property taxes, another place we've heard Jack Ciattarelli, the campaign there, focus on bringing those bills down. So we'll have to see in that race, Lindsay, how much that affordability message gets through, especially when
Looks like a
it's a
resting
little
moth.
bit tighter. When you get some of those kind of
So you
big
talking about that
costs
guy's
when it comes to
moustache?
What really households are looking for in their budgets.
What the fuck was going on with that
Cheryl has
moustache?
talked about freezing those utility bills.
Spam and
And we've
eggs,
heard,
spam and
Ciattarelli
beans,
talk a
spam
lot
and
about,
eggs and beans.
New Jersey
Spam,
taxes, Elizabeth
spam,
Schulze,
spam and
everything. So we
spam.
want to take a
Says
look
person impersonator,
at what we're
possibly
seeing
in
so
that
far
voice.
on the boards in New Jersey with the governor's race. If we can pull those up.
Don't forget to watch for California
Here we go.
Prop
Oh, okay.
50,
Actually, we're gonna
says
go over to
Rainer,
you.
in
We're
California,
pulling
eh?
up New Jersey.
Hopefully we're going to
first bit
stay
of
up
vote,
till we
about
get
6% of the
that
expected
vote
vote
as
in.
well.
We think this is really early vote that's being
Brenner.
reported
Good to have
pretty
you with
quickly
us.
here. A 9-point edge in the very early
9-point
early
edging.
for Mikey Sherrill. And I want to take a look at part of the map in New Jersey that we're going to be focused on as the night goes on.
Looks
because
like New
there's
Jersey's
few
gotta
states
go,
in the country
Democrats as well.
that have had more dramatic shifts in vote share than New Jersey over the last couple of election cycles.
Yes, we're winning, Sarah.
Jack
One of
Ciattarelli,
one
who's
of
running
4
tonight,
we've won.
Lost this state by only 3 points 4 years
We are
ago.
winning.
It was one of the
And
real
the polls are
surprises
looking
of the
good
election
everywhere
from 4
else.
years ago. And even though
Don't know
Kamala
about
Harris
California Prop
won
50
what
yet.
looks like pretty
We
handily,
will see.
that 6-point edge that she had, it was actually 16 points when Joe Biden ran 4 years before that. And a lot of this was, this shows you how each county, all these counties, shifted to the right between 2020 and 2024. A lot of this is centered in Northeast Jersey. Some of it is the New York suburbs. Some of it is a little bit west of there. But these are some of the places, Passaic
Bloody
County, is one that we're going to have
Vikings.
our eye
Yeah,
on
exactly.
right there, because you can see how dramatic that shift was over that 4-year span. And if you look at Passaic County, this is what happened in that county. Joe Biden wins it by 16.5 points. Murphy only wins by 3.5. Donald Trump actually flips it to Republican hands. We don't have anything yet out of Passaic County, but we are seeing some of the first numbers here right outside New York City. And what we're seeing so far is that some of those Latino-heavy districts, parts of the state that typically are very Democratic,
The polls
are staying
just
Democratic.
closed
So the
in
very
New
early
Jersey.
going,
They
Mikey Sherrill and the
closed
Democrats
at
are probably
1
feeling good
o'clock
about the
our
numbers, but
time,
we
so
had a
7
lot of
minutes
vote left in
ago.
New
The
Jersey.
polls
And we'll be
closed.
so curious to find out if some of those first-time low-rate voters, as well as Latinos who showed up for Donald Trump at the polls for his election, if they will show up now.
Latinos
He's
for
not
Trump.
on the ballot.
You
Thanks so much,
fucking
Rick.
idiot.
Selena Wang joins us now
Turkeys
from the
for
White House.
Christmas.
Give us a sense how close
Dickheads.
Donald Trump and the administration is watching
What the
these
fuck does
races tonight.
gubernatorial mean?
Yeah, well, Lindsay,
it
actually,
means
sources tell
an
us
election
that Trump's
of a
political
governor.
operation, they actually were investing
governor.
millions into voter turnout in
It's a
both
very funny
Virginia
word.
and New Jersey.
Oh, God,
they
no.
know that these were going to be tough races,
sorry.
that Democrats were
Sorry.
leading, but really the president's eye is looking
Jesus.
ahead to the
Stop
midterms,
it.
as is his
Stop
political
it.
operation, to
Stop
see
it.
what kind of
Get rid of his
campaign
face.
tactics are
Stop
working,
it.
what
I
aren't
don't want to
working.
see his
They're really
face.
looking
It's
at
so
this
ugly.
as more of a testing ground, especially considering that these are blue-leaning states. Now, also, Republicans are more
God, it's
broadly
just
going to be
dreadful.
looking at
Oh, just
did
take it
Trump's
away.
gains with those
Oh, no, I can
critical
still see his
young
neck.
voters
Oh,
and
that's
those
actually quite good,
minority
actually. That
voters,
works.
have they
That
continued
totally
to
works.
solve
Look at that.
breaking this down to the minutia? The Republican operation is, of course, looking at that to see if the president's gains from the 2024 election, whether or not they have held up.
Didn't need to
As
see
there
that.
has been this question within the party about whether or not President Trump should have been more hands-on, or if his support would have backfired, given, again, that these are blue-leaning states. And if you look at a state like Virginia, the president, the shutdown, his policies, all of that has been looming especially large, as we've been discussing, the very large population of federal workers who've been furloughed, all of these pocketbook issues really hitting home in that state. But also in New Jersey, we have seen Mikey Sherrill capitalize on President Trump
books in their pockets.
to
They write
withhold
down the
billions
issues
of
in them.
dollars in infrastructure
an American
spending,
thing.
threatening to shut down that critical
Oh,
gateway
you mean
project that
wallets?
would be helping New Jersey commuters. But what we've seen both of those races do on the
Sadists for
Democratic side
Trump.
is, yes,
Yeah.
this is an anti-Trump message, but yes, they're also very much leaning into economic issues, as we've been talking about. And Lindsay, our new ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll finds that 6 in 10 Americans disapprove of how President Trump is handling tariffs and the economy.
All right, Selena, thanks so much. For more now, let's bring in our Trump campaign senior advisor, Danielle Alvarez. And so, Danielle, let's start with the results that we see in Virginia with Spanberger winning there. She, of course, was very anti-Trump. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that
Well,
the
I think
reality
everyone
is
hates
the
Trump.
fact that we are talking about the way that Republicans are fighting in these very blue states is a testament to the way that the political landscape has changed. In New Jersey, for example, where they do voter registration based on party affiliation, we know based on data from August 2025 that Democrats have a voter registration advantage of about 160,000. Of course, we don't have that same data in Virginia, who doesn't do voter registration based on party advantage. But when we do comparisons, for example, what would be fair would be a comparison to 2017. We can see, that it makes sense that Abigail Spanberger performed very well. Of course, when we look at ABC's exit polling, we see that the economy was the #1 issue. Abigail Spanberger spent a lot of time talking about the economy. We did, however, see in the ABC exit polling that they did not support, about half of voters did not support transgenderism. That was Winsome Sears' focus. Of course, that fell short.
Affordability is certainly a huge
That's
concern
because.
for many
That's
Americans.
because.
How do you think that is
That's
impacting
because
results so far?
nobody votes for the transphobes.
I am not
People
sure
vote
that
against them.
these off-year
Take
elections
note,
are going
Labour,
to
you
be
daft
indicative of the
twats.
upcoming midterms. It is certainly an effort for
Not wrong with being a
Republicans to
nerd.
test tactics.
I've been reading
both in
about
Virginia
deep
and
sea
in New Jersey. But again,
gigantism
these are
and
very
watching stuff about
blue
Antarctic
states.
sea
We have a
creatures a lot
year
lately.
leading up to the midterms, and so
What are they
I
called?
wouldn't put too
Extremaderms,
much
are they?
on the way that the results of these races impact how we should look ahead towards the midterm
12% of votes counted.
Former Trump
Mickey
campaign
Sherrill
senior
ahead by
advisor
55%.
Danielle Alvarez,
according
thanks
to
so much for your time and insight. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Mary Bruce, want to bring you back in. With regard to seeing Spanberger win in Virginia, of course, we've talked about how a number of federal workers have been impacted by the shutdown there. Does this, and it's early still, but does this give Republicans more
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to mute that
Well,
there.
certainly, I think that's what Democrats are hoping, and Democratic leaders. There's been a lot of talk about whether the results tonight and what you see in Virginia, what you see in New Jersey, may sort of force the hand of Republicans in Washington to finally be willing to come to the table and discuss health care before they reopen the government, which is, of course, what the stalemate has been over all of these 35 days now. And, of course, Virginia is such a unique situation, as we've been discussing. This hits home really intimately. This is something they are living through. So many Virginia residents dealing with not only the DOGE cuts over the last several months, the overhauling of the federal workforce, but now so many who are furloughed and wondering, where their next paycheck is going to come. And that is something that Abigail Spanberger made a real central issue. I mean, she went after Trump, especially when he was threatening to fire federal workers, not just furlough them, but fire them, arguing that that was necessary in this shutdown. But as we've been mentioning, Spanberger also acutely aware of the importance of the cost of living, which she also made central. I mean, she called it her Affordable Virginia plan, really honing in on energy costs,
so
healthcare,
just
bringing down
also, I'm
the
just
price
checking
of
on
pharmaceutical drugs.
MS.
So she's
NBC,
trying to straddle both strategies there, but in a lot of ways, when you, I think, look big picture at the race that she ran, it was really propelled in the same way that, on issues that propelled her first House race back in 2018, which is just going hard against Donald Trump, and that certainly appeared to be a winning strategy tonight. The question, I think, when you look to the shutdown is, will Republicans see that and say, okay, it's time to deal?
And John, do you think if Democrats run the board tonight, and again, it's still very early, but does that put Republicans in a harder position to keep the government shut down?
Well, you're going to hear from a lot of Republicans what you heard from Danielle Alvarez say, look, this is not about the national trends. These are local races, as we discussed at the very beginning here, that are fought on Democratic ground. Virginia went for Kamala Harris. New Jersey went for Kamala Harris. Obviously, New York did as well. But look at the exit polls and look at the concerns that voters have. In Virginia, very clear that they had economic concerns, very clear that they had felt personally hurt, most voters personally hurt by what's happened to federal employees who have lost jobs through DOGE, federal employees who have been locked out of work, locked out of paychecks right now because of the government shutdown.
And aren't even sure if they're going to be able to get their back.
And not sure if they're going to get back. And we've heard a real campaign against federal employees coming from the Trump administration. You see a lot of that same anger in New Jersey, but what's different in New Jersey, you see anger and concern about the state of the economy, about high taxes, about high utility bills, especially electric bills, which have gone up skyrocket over the past year in New Jersey, cost of groceries, which have continued to go up. Those would all be things that would reflect potentially badly on the man in charge and the party in charge in Washington. But in New Jersey, you also have the party that's in charge in Trenton. And Democrats have been in charge in New Jersey for a long time. And a lot of that anger may be directed at the current Democratic governor, Phil Murphy, and his choice for a successor, Mikey Sherrill.
And of course, as you say, there may be many Republicans who say, hey, nothing to see here. This doesn't mean anything downstream. But when you look at the areas like Loudoun County that Rick pointed out, does that signal something to you?
I mean, it's certainly, if you are seeing Republicans tonight in both New Jersey and in Virginia lose ground dramatically in the suburbs, lose ground in places that, although Trump lost those states, did significantly better than he had done 4 or 8 years earlier. If that gain is reversed, that is a major concern for Republicans, whatever the spin is.
All right, John, thank you. I want to bring back in former head of the DNC, ABC News contributor Donna Brazile. Donna, just give us a sense of your reaction to what we're seeing in Virginia.
Well, I've been texting with former governor and now United States Senator Tim Kaine. Tim is also a former chair of the DNC, and I say, I'm looking at these numbers. Congratulations on Abigail, but what about the other down ballot candidates and, of course, the state assembly? He believes that the lieutenant governor is well positioned to win. The lieutenant governor, who will become the first Muslim American to become lieutenant governor. And also, he believes the Democrats will be picking up seats in the 100 House of Delegates. So overall, things are looking good. However, they're still concerned that the Attorney General candidate, Jay Jones, who, as you well know, made an appalling, not just comment, but texting, he is still in there. It's a tight race right now for the state AG's position.
Are you getting a sense or any clues tonight as far as how Americans feel about the Trump administration and the Democratic Party going forward?
Well, first of all, I think on the Trump administration, it's very clear the American people are feeling the effects of not just his tariffs, but the terrible economic policies. And for a president on the day of the election, especially in Virginia, to announce that he may not pay the furloughed workers And also his position on the social safety net, the SNAP benefits. I mean, I think that hurt him in Northern Virginia. The turnout there, according to my friends and a couple of my students who went out and voted today, they're like, the lines were very, very long. People who worked in 2024 said, you know, it was hard knocking on the door and getting people to go out to vote. Today in Virginia, they said it was really easy. One phone call, people say, I'm on my way.
All right, Donna Brazile, thanks so much. I want to take a look at the boards now in the race for governor of New Jersey. If we could show those.
Oh, wow.
64% for Mikey Sherrill.
Look at that.
Jack Ciattarelli with
Bloody
36%.
hell.
I want to head back over.
That is a super majority.
Election night command.
That is a super majority. I know they get the results in from urban centres before rural centres, and the rural centres will vote red. But
let's dive in on
that
preliminary
that is
exit
pretty
poll data
fucking
that we are
devastating.
getting out of the state
If I was
of
the
New
Republican,
Jersey.
I'd be going home.
No surprise here.
Get a taxi.
The economy ranking among one of the most important issues facing New Jersey residents.
I still think there should be a
property
pie chart.
taxes. 36%
sorry, not gonna
of New
change my
Jersey
mind on
voters
that.
saying that property taxes were the most important issue facing New Jersey. It's important to remember here that taxes
radical
were,
left Muslim.
New Jersey was
Yes.
the only place where we asked about
Nice.
property taxes. Notoriously, some of the highest property taxes in the country. And then in terms of electricity costs, 87% say that it is a major or a minor problem in the state of New Jersey. 12% saying it's not a problem at all. That is really important because in Mikey Sherrill's campaign, she has talked about declaring a state of emergency if she's elected to freeze utility costs. And then in New Jersey, we also asked about property tax rates here. 90%. I mean, that is a staggering number for so many New Jersey residents saying that property taxes are a major or a minor problem, not a problem at all. Only 8% of folks in New Jersey saying that. And that is important for Jack Ciattarelli. He has talked a lot about the property tax rates in the state of New Jersey throughout this campaign. He has talked about finding ways to give seniors property tax relief as well. And so I know that that would be a number that would be a really good number for the Ciattarelli campaign. So we'll continue to watch what's happening in New Jersey.
Yeah, he, of course, has said that he will cut the tax burden there in New Jersey, and she has said her priority will be to make the state more affordable. I want to send this back over to Rick Klein. Rick, what kind of trends are you seeing there in New Jersey?
Yeah, we're back with these bubbles, which show how much of the vote is still outstanding. With Sherrill up in it, with a decent lead early on, we are seeing a lot of vote that's left in these bluer areas. Those are Democratic areas as well as Republican areas. Those are the big red dots. So it's hard to get a complete picture because in most of the places so far, we don't have all of the vote in, and there's a mixture of vote types. And I want to just remind people about the swings in this state and why it makes a projection particularly perilous this early in the night. Phil Murphy only won this state by 3 points in his re-election bid, and Jack Ciattarelli came very, very close. And Donald Trump also came relatively close, but in a much different way. He was able to shift significant points of the state to the right. Early indications so far seem to be that there's a little bit more going back to the Democrats. And
Yes.
Mikey Sherrill, with the lead she has right now, has
She's
to be
got
a
a
little bit
massive lead.
optimistic about the
She's
numbers
got a
she's
massive
seeing. But
lead.
it
She's
is relatively
she's got
early
2/3 of the
vis-a-vis
vote,
what we've
mate.
seen so far. And we still haven't seen anything in
Come
some of
on.
the key counties, including Passaic, outside New York, that I want to see. I want to see a lot more out of there before we say anything meaningful.
Okay, and so just want to take a look back. When we go back to thinking about election night, and New Jersey went 10 points, shifted by 10 points, right? Second only to New York, which shifted even just slightly more than 10 points. Give us a sense of we're seeing that evidence of that shift tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great point because it's so dramatic. I mean, you can look at this and say, oh, well, Kamala Harris wins so easily. Think about that. 16 points down to only 6. And there were places like Passaic County that went incredibly dramatically in different directions here. That Biden wins it by 16 in 2020, and then Kamala Harris loses by 3 points. We don't have numbers yet out of this particular county, but others in the area, including some very heavily Latino parts of northeastern New Jersey, so far are coming in relatively strong for Mikey Sherrill. So it at least suggests to Democrats that they were able to stem the bleeding, but we'll have to see more vote before we can make any final determinations.
All right.
Okay, I'm just going to take the sound off there for a moment. And just acknowledge Miss Paula Thomas. Thank you very much for the super chat. The pie chart was invented by Florence Nightingale. Indeed it was. So there's a few other elections, bits and bobs going on. So there's something going on down in Houston in Texas. And in Virginia, we've had the race for the governor already called, and it's gone to the Democrat. Now, there is also a race for the attorney general, which is quite an important legal position in the state. And there's two people going for it. There's Jason Myers, and there's also Jay Jones. Now, Jay Jones is a Democrat candidate who, up till quite recently, looked like he was quite far ahead in the polls. He was doing quite well. And then on Tuesday, there was last Tuesday, as voters cast their ballots. There was the emergence of violently worded text messages that were sent by Jay Jones, the Democrat, 3 years ago. They were leaked, and these text messages implied that he wanted to, I don't know, off the Speaker of the House, who was a GOP person. You know, it's not like the Republicans use violent rhetoric ever. It's not like they ever say, "Hey, you need to fight like hell," and then send people into the actual, you know, the Capitol building, their Parliament building over there in the States, to fight like hell. It's not like he said that he could shoot someone in the head. You could shoot someone dead on Fifth Avenue and still get away with it. I don't think he said that. Anyway, so this was seen as an October surprise. Or I think that's the term for it, because these elections are always the first Tuesday in November. Well, traditionally the first Tuesday in November. And So it might be a tight race. I don't know. We will see.
I think certainly it's his hometown. Certainly no surprise there. But also, look, I think he likes a foil. Him endorsing Cuomo, I think, said less about Cuomo, but also elevating Mamdani. It is a gift to our party to have someone like Mamdani as mayor of New York and also the media capital of the world. So you're going to be seeing a lot more of Mamdani over the next year or so in Republican commercials and TV ads as we go into the midterm elections. So elevating him, providing a foil for both Trump, but candidly also Mamdani in Trump benefits both of them.
All right, Matt Gorman, thank you so much for your time and insight. Really appreciate it. I want to stay there with Mamdani, with the race for mayor of New York City. Many people have suggested, even when I had a chance to talk with Curtis Lewa, he said that he had been offered $10 million to get out of the race, yet he stayed. A number of people were concerned that he would split the vote and potentially cause Mamdani to win, which is what Donald Trump has said, which is what Andrew Cuomo has said. Is there any there?
I mean, I think there really is. And I think that Matt put something that we should all be watching. Does Mamdani get to over 50% of the vote? If he's below 50% of the vote, you know, first of all, it will be harder for him to claim the mandate. He needs not just to bring the city council along, he needs the governor, he needs the state legislature, because, you know, New York City depends a lot on what happens in Albany. So that's a big factor. And then the other thing, just in terms of Mamdani as this national figure and this leader for the Democratic Party, you have to think 50% is one marker. Does he get to more than 50%? The other marker, which he's clearly not going to get to, is 68%. 68% is the percentage of votes that Kamala Harris got in New York last year, in a campaign where she lost decisively in the presidential election. So, you know, you'll hear a lot from moderate Democrats, establishment Democrats, to push back a little bit on the idea that the party is now Mamdani's party, that that's the direction they have to go. They'll say, wait a minute, this guy ran in New York City, he won, great campaign, but he didn't even do anywhere near as well as Kamala Harris did. He didn't even do as well as Eric Adams did when he won in 2021. He got, I think it was 66% of the vote. Now, obviously, it's a three-person race. It's harder to get to that level. But I think that the overall turnout in the city will be a big measure, and the margin of victory, if he wins, for Mamdani.
And to that point, I mean, it would be a huge win for the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, obviously, but depending on how big that margin is, there are lots of questions about how it translates from New York City to, say, suburban areas of other political battlegrounds when you look ahead to the midterms, right? Just how far can you take any lessons that are learned here? And yes, so much of that depends on the margin. And to John's point, if Mamdani wins, in order to get his agenda passed, a lot of it does rely on raising taxes in order to pay for things like, free childcare and other things like that. You're going to need to have Albany on board and a governor on board in order to do that.
And we've heard Donald Trump threaten that if Mamdani wins, he would pull federal funding to the tune of about $7 billion from New York City.
Yeah, and he has made very clear that if Mamdani wins, he is going to cut off a lot of the cash, the federal cash flow to the city.
All right, Mary Bruce, thanks so much. Coming up, more on the New York City mayoral race, and we're waiting to hear from Abigail Spanberger's camp. Stay with us.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
Oh,
When
dear.
the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
Jesus. Okay, let's leave that now because we're getting whatever. Okay, so how are we doing over at the Spanberger campaign over here? Looks like something is happening at the Spanberger campaign. So let's have a look. Yeah, there's people out on the stage. There's some music playing. Okay, let's dance to the music. Should we do the Trump music? Trump dance. Trump dance. Night Fever at the Bee Gees. So there's Spanberger from Virginia down in the bottom left. They keep moving the squares around. So I'm guessing those people are waiting for her to come and make an announcement. So just turn the music down. You don't really need that. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Hey, Brenner, says Lost Missionary, who's drinking far too much coffee. Mickey romped all over, says 12. Yes, 12 Big Red. Thank you. Used to make it for my ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend. Ex-before bed and my son. They never complained. My son always wanted marshmallows too. What was that, Brett? Was that crack cocaine? Was it? Was that what you made? Did you make some crack cocaine, sir? That almost sounds like a squeaky tank. It does. Talking my missus' language there, Brett. I was turning the music off completely. You don't need to I don't need to get a copyright strike for playing the Bee Gees. Belgium, Brussels, and Liège airports closed after drone sightings. Well, that's no good, is it? I have chocolate coffee, but instead of using milk, I use chocolate milkshake. Ooh, that sounds cool. My first coffee is around 10 a.m. My last around 4 a.m., says person impersonator. I think you need more sleep and less coffee, person impersonator. But who am I? Who am I to tell you how to live your life? Laura says, evening, all you lovely politics nerds. So I'm not surprised. It looks like the Democrats are cleaning up. The Republicans haven't got Musk hanging around to mess with the numbers this time. Good point.
Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. Of course, we have just projected her victory as the next governor of Virginia. But we've been talking a lot about Jay Jones and potentially a split vote there. Rick Klein is back to talk about that with us. Hey, Rick.
Yeah, Lindsay, this race got upended just a couple of weeks ago.
There you go.
It's
Sorry.
very rare that you have different person win at the top of the ticket than the Attorney General's race. Usually the Attorney General's
turn
race
my
is
mic
not
back on
nearly
now.
as
It's
interesting.
okay.
But this became a lot different when a scandal erupted
chocolate,
where
hot
some of the
chocolate.
private text messages that Jay Jones had sent to some friends emerged.
I don't know
They
why I
expressed
pressed the mute
violent,
button. Must have been doing
often
something.
just deplorable wishes towards some of his political opponents, including saying out loud that he wishes some of his political opponents would get shot. That changed
Okay,
the
I'm saying it
trajectory of the
first.
race, and
Big
it changed
dumps,
the way
lol.
that Republicans were
Thank you, 12
campaigning
Big Red.
against him and against Abigail Spanberger. And if you look at the numbers so far, you're seeing something pretty unusual, which is she is Abigail Spanberger for governor. We've already projected that race. We're really nowhere clear or nowhere close on projecting that race when it comes to the attorney general's race. We have a lot of vote that's still outstanding. Right now, Jay Jones is up very, very narrowly over Jason Miyares, who's the incumbent attorney general, the Republican looking for a re-election bid. He has been openly campaigning for ticket splitters. Again, that's rare to happen these days in politics, and it's so party line. So the margins will matter because as the votes come in for Abigail Spanberger, if she's continuing to open up a bigger lead, it becomes harder to see how Jay Jones loses. But right now, it is close. And just to give you a sense in some of the counties, because we've been focused a lot on those Washington, D.C. suburbs, they went pretty bluish for Terry McAuliffe in that narrow loss that he had to Glenn Youngkin. They are going overwhelmingly blue right now. Loudoun and Fairfax counties, those are the immediate D.C. suburbs right up here in this part of the state. Spanberger right now, we lead in Fairfax County by 47 points. Loudoun County, 30 points. Absolute blowout territory. The numbers are pretty good for Jay Jones as well, but compare that 30 points in Loudoun, 20 points for Jay Jones. Fairfax County, 47 points for Spanberger. It's down to 40 for Jay Jones. And way down in Virginia Beach, because we're going to be watching that all night. We've talked again about some of the crazy swings that have happened there where Joe Biden was able to win by 5 points. Glenn Youngkin wins by 8. Harris wins by a slightly narrower margin. Right now, it's Spanberger +3, and it's Miyares, the Republican, up 9. So we're seeing a large number of ticket splitters, and it may be enough to deliver this kind of split verdict where you'll have an attorney general who's a Republican at the same time the Democrat wins the governor's office.
All right, Rick, thank you so much. And we do have new information that we can call coming out of the state of Virginia with the lieutenant governor's race. If we can take a look at the board.
Woo! Yes!
Projected to be the
Another
next
Dem.
lieutenant governor
Another
of
Dem.
Virginia. Former
Yes!
state senator and professor. She served in the Virginia Senate since 2015. She becomes the first Muslim and South Asian American to be elected.
Okay,
to
let's get a super
Senate.
chat in and you'll
She
get
was
confetti
initially, but of
in the
course now
chat. There
she
you
is
go.
Lieutenant Governor.
She
Want to send
has
it over
won
to Joe
by
O'Brien.
50. She's not won by 53.
Yeah,
She's
Lindsay,
on 53.
as we await Abigail Spanberger here, and actually, I
She
think
has
she's coming
won.
out on the stage now, Lindsay.
Here we go. Okay. Alan, I want you to stop.
So Abigail Spanberger walking out on the stage. I don't know if you still have me. Forgive me for taking that pause. But as Abigail Spanberger comes out on the stage here, remember, Spanberger's campaign says that this is a
terrible camera
underpinning of her
work.
campaign
Someone
strategy.
buy
This
them
is
a
result
tripod.
of her leaning in to trying to draw
Jesus.
contrast with President
Someone
Donald Trump.
buy them a
Made her
decent
as
man
the
photo
stable
tripod.
choice up against and in contrast to what they say is chaos coming out of the Trump administration.
Do you know what
So
is
while they
chaos?
spoke
That's Zoom.
issues
Come
that
on, let's have a
resonated
smooth
with
Zoom.
Virginians, like the economy, like
Oh
those
my
that were
word.
virans, they also did try to fire up the base.
This is terrible
drawing
camera
that
work.
contrast with President
I'll be
Trump,
sacking
and
the
it has
camera
worked
person.
for them tonight.
Is that bad?
All right, Jay, thank you.
Fun
and
fact,
As you see,
the Raptor.
quite an energetic
Excellent,
and
thank you.
excited
Well, thank you, Pagan.
crowd, rather electric for now Governor
Democrat Aftab Purville was re-elected as mayor of Cincinnati, beating back a challenge from Republican Corey Bowman, the half brother of Vice President J.D. Vance. Woohoo!
Of course,
That's great news.
Republicans
SG.
were hoping for a different outcome, but it
L,
felt like
sorry
this
your
race
message didn't get
early
through there,
on,
but it's there now.
Spanberger, it was hers to lose.
The underpants
absolutely. And clearly the impact of federal workers. I mean, think about how many
Burger
federal
full of sand.
workers live in the state of Virginia, not just the D.C. area.
Don't know why you'd want
It's a
sand
big
in your burger.
military, state.
There you go.
She is, certainly a
I'm sorry about the
star
quality
now
of the
in
picture. It's
Democratic
not.
Party,
It's not
really
very good.
big.
I'm just going to try and do something about
Let's
that.
listen in.
Well, this is a 720 apparently. Apparently, that's what it says. It says it's 720. Ooh, they're playing Dog Days Are Over by Florence and the Machine. Great song, that. I had that as my end of year one compilation track for the Odyssey Expedition. 16 years ago, my friends. 16 years ago. Don't thank me. Thank Batman. There's a guy with a sign saying vagina. Oh, sorry, Virginia. Sorry.
My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth. A message to our neighbors and our fellow
Neighbors.
across
Everybody needs good neighbors. Big Marvinsky. I'm not in a silly mood.
to the whole world
I am, actually.
that in 2025,
Spamberger.
Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship.
Virginia chose a spam burger.
We chose our Commonwealth over chaos.
You're a chaotic one.
You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most. Lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you.
Yeah, she's the Dem. She's a Democrat. She is the Democrat. The Democrats have won in Virginia. Yeah. Also, spam, egg chips and spam.
That you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor.
75th and first woman. One of the original 13 colonies. That's why there's 13 stripes on the American flag, even though they're very funny about the number 13.
I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race. The Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well.
But also, fuck you lost! Sorry, she can't say that, I can. Loser!
I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians.
All the virgins. All the virgins I know are minging. That is why they is virgins.
And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans
And divide us.
than divides us.
Hey, I knew she was going to say that. I could be I could be one of these writers. Writing things
And I
for
know,
people to say.
I know in my heart
Out
that
of
we
their
can
faces.
unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united.
And there we have Spanberger introducing herself to her fans there, to her voter people.
Introducing
who voted for
herself.
her
I
and
think
got
her
her
fans
over
know
the
who they
line
are,
to
who she
become
is.
The next governor of Virginia, saying tonight we sent a message to every corner
Late night with
of the
Graham should be a
Commonwealth.
thing.
Want to bring back in former head of the DNC, ABC News contributor.
I never
Donna
sleep.
Brazile. Donna, are we looking at a new star of the Democratic Party?
Late night with the devil.
You know, Abigail is the
Just me with little
daughter
devil
of
horns.
a very great activist
Hello, everybody.
in the state of Virginia, Eileen Davis.
I'll be spending
who's
most of the
a
evening
former
sniggering
nurse,
at
her
the
father, a
name
police officer.
Virginia.
She's been a rising star for several years in the Congress.
Virginia
That's because
Bottomley.
She's a centrist, a blue dog, a old-fashioned Democrat. But here's why I think it's important. She's 46.
I'm 46.
The type of campaign she ran is, I think, a good example of what Democrats should do next year, which is stay focused on the issues, campaign on the ground relentlessly, and don't rely on outside consultants to tell your story. She was able to tell her own story, and that's why I believe not just Democrats, but independents and a few Republicans came her way. And it looks like she has coattails with the lieutenant governor and possibly
Graham's
that
coming for
controversial
you.
AG candidate.
And we are certainly going to be watching to see if there ends up being a split ticket there. Donna Brazile, thanks so much. Coming up, polls are closing shortly here in New York City on the heated mayoral race.
Anyway, so there you go. Advert for Hulu again. There was a doctor, a loving husband. Oh my God, shut up. I'll be up for a late night show. Go do Graham and Graham's late night scouse piss take. Graham and Graham's, yeah, I like that. The two spellings of Graham. You can also spell Graham like my way, but with an E at the end, which is a bit weird. And if you ever watched the TV show 24, for some reason, Jack Bauer's evil brother was called Graham, but they spelt it in an even different way to me and Graham Price. There you go. I've got another mate in Liverpool called Graham who spells it your way, Graham. And my dad has the same name as me, you see. So I was named after me dad. So I'm actually Graham Jr. So once we did a quiz with me dad, so Graham Hughes, and there was another lad that I know called Graham Hughes, but he spells it your way. This is a different Graham to Graham Hill, another mate of mine from Liverpool. And basically the three of us had a team and we were all called Graham Hughes. At 3345 Parr Street. Them were the days. Hey, listen, I think I had knocked my microphone off, so you didn't actually hear me say, I assume this is what happened, you didn't actually hear me say that when the announcement came through that the Democrats had just won the AG seat there. Was it the AG? And I said, I've just done a target for one super chat. So if someone puts 50p in the idiot, you'll get confetti. Sorry, I should have told you that, shouldn't I? Again, I think that's what I was saying when my mic wasn't on a minute ago. Anyway, so they've cut away from Spanberger's speech here, but AP are still doing it. So I'm going to be very nice to this lady who is, she's worked hard. She's got the results that she was looking for, and now I think she deserves. I think she deserves to be heard. So I'm going to go back over, and we're going to go and see what she has to say about stuff and shit. Here we go.
We're giving everything to this campaign and this.
Russ's middle name's Graham. Yeah, we're all Grahams here. All my friends are called Graham. She looks so awkward. Oh, her daughter's like, I don't want to be here, Mum.
My partner in everything. I love you with my whole heart.
Aw, isn't that nice?
And it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But
could you imagine Trump saying this to Melania?
Because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to see what the next couple years bring.
Trump would sue them for cutting off his speech. Yes. I don't know why I'm laughing, because that's not even funny. He just would, wouldn't he? No, we don't like Graham. Grahams should be shunned, says Graham Price.
Claire, Charlotte, and Catherine, you inspire me and motivate me every single day.
Okay, I see why they cut away now, because this is kind of boring. I'm just going to turn this down a sec. I've got a question. Right? Which much beloved literary character was called Graham in a certain part of the place he was from? That's what the people called him there. Anyway, back to the watch party. That's the question I've got for you. I don't know, one of her daughters is crying her eyes out there. So there are 3 daughters, I guess. The youngest one looks like it's past her bedtime. She's like...
Sisters, my dearest and earliest friends.
This is turning into a bit of a wedding speech, this. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to knock that off. She's just saying thank you to people now. Yeah, I can see why. Look, no diss to ABC. I see why they moved away. I mean, you got someone down there on the walkie-talkie. It's just like, yeah, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit, man. Should we head back over to the ABC coverage? Okay, let's go back over. We've got multiple channels on at the moment.
New York will preside over the 25th anniversary celebration.
Any news on the big one in NYC? No, not as yet.
That could be a Muslim mayor. Zohran Mamdani's
but
main
soon,
Cuomo,
my pretties, we will get some information.
Attack line. He even laughed with a radio host during the campaign who suggested that Mamdani would have been cheering on the terrorists. It got a bit ugly. But in the closing weeks of the campaign, Lindsay, Mamdani gave an impassioned speech about Muslims living in the shadows in the city. And he says part of the reason that he ran for mayor was so they did not have to live in the shadows anymore.
All right, Aaron Katursky for us. Thanks so much, Aaron. Now I want to bring in ABC News political director Avery Harper. And give us a sense, when we're talking about New York City voters, what are the biggest issues here?
Right.
Just turn that down for a moment, because I just want to say a big thank you to Miss Paula Thomas for the £2 super chat. So it was a bit late for Confetti. But Virginia was named for Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen. Yeah, it was indeed. And Maryland was named after Queen Mary. And Adelaide was named after Princess Adelaide. True story. But yes, we are going to find out in about 11 minutes' time what's going down in NYC, because that's when the polls close in New York. And hopefully it'll be quite evident from the get-go if Mamdani is miles ahead. Okay, so it shouldn't take too long to find that out, but we will see. We will see. In the meantime, let's have a listen to
immigration also
the woman who should have a pie chart but doesn't.
3 issue.
Pie charts were invented by who was that?
At this.
Florence Nightingale invented pie charts.
New Yorkers to describe the economy. Only 32% say that it's excellent or good. 65% say not so good or poor. And again, I think that is really reflective of the fact that there are many folks across the 5 boroughs of New York City struggling to make ends meet. The cost of living, affordability at the center of what motivated them to come out to the polls today.
And Avery, thank you so much. Rick, I want
Florence
to bring
Nightingale
you back
did not
in
invent
here.
the pie chart.
I know you have the
She
polls
invented
leading
a
up to
variation
this
of
election. Give us a sense of
called
that.
Yeah, it's just remarkable,
diagram.
the rise of Zohran Mamdani, because I'm just looking here, this is the polls where they are right now, right going into election day.
Adams
Mamdani
just
leading.
fucking dies.
These are major figures in New York and sometimes nationally. Eric Adams, who started the campaign running, he was running as an incumbent mayor. He's the current mayor of New York. Curtis Sliwa, he's well known in New York as with the Guardian Angels. And Andrew Cuomo, the former governor, the son of the former governor. These are big figures. Who's Zohran Mamdani? Well, he was basically nobody back when the polling that we have on this chart started back in March. He is not even in double digits when this race essentially starts. Then you just see this meteoric rise that rises right through his victory in the Democratic primary.
Careful how you do that, mate. Careful how you do that. Come on.
The race, and there's some thinking, okay, maybe this consolidates all the.
Someone could screen cap that and say you're doing a Roman salute.
Cuomo gets a little bit of a bump, but Curtis Lee, with the Republican, is still there, and Mamdani even gets some bumps along the way. So wherever he lands tonight, if he ends up winning this race, it is going to be a remarkable, remarkable journey from someone who was literally unknown. He ran in the New York City Marathon a year ago, Lindsay, and nobody knew who he was. This time, any street corner he goes to in New York, he's getting thousands and thousands of people, hundreds and thousands of people, and he has become a major overnight sensation.
Well, every corner he's getting 100,000 people. That's a big fucking corner, mate. What corner is it? Madison Square fucking Avenue corner.
That early on, other was actually polling above
Madison
him.
Square Garden.
But now let's take a look at tonight, what we're seeing so far with the early vote.
Yeah, the early vote's really interesting because New York doesn't have a big history of early voting at all. This shattered a record to have more than 700,000 people vote early. Staten Island is the most Republican of the boroughs. Their numbers are smaller there, but it's also a smaller borough overall. But the numbers really stand across the city. And our presumption has been that these are new and first-time voters because so many of them are what powered Mamdani back in his surprise win in the Democratic primary. You had people that maybe never voted before, and you fast forward that through today, where we found out early this evening that the mayoral election is going to set a record, at least for any time here in the 21st century. People have been engaged and excited. Usually, general election nights in New York City are kind of an afterthought. The whole ball game in a heavily Democratic city are in the primary. But this time around, we've had this wild multi-way race, and it started with Mamdani actually beating Cuomo back in that Democratic primary. To ride the momentum all the way through to where he is right now is just nothing short of remarkable.
It really is indeed. All right, Rick, thanks so much. Of course, we're going to continue to check in on
Cuomo
those
must
numbers.
be so pissed.
He
thought he had it in the bag.
Andrew Cuomo's headquarters in Manhattan. Of course, Andrew Cuomo really.
I don't know if your headphones are big enough.
Primaries with great fanfare, and now
the Cybermen want their headphones back.
Really kind of a shock. Curious to see, get a sense of what the mood is like there at headquarters.
It's quiet as fuck.
Lindsay, people just started coming in about 15, 20 minutes ago. The room is not quite packed yet. And I did speak to a number of the supporters
I don't like that microphone.
early. And some of the things they told me are optimistic at large.
Oh, God.
One person said he was feeling tense. Another person said he's definitely going to win it.
I might not be able
to believe in him. So that is a sense of how supporters,
while you put up with this terrible microphone that this woman's using, I'm going to make myself another coffee before the next results come in. So I will be back soon. I'll be back soon. You look after each other. Okay, while I'm gone making coffee.
In the last 24 hours, and that when voters were entering those polling places today, they realized perhaps that experience trumps any sort of idealism that Zohran Mamdani has been projecting. Of course, he has a lot of fanfare, as you mentioned, but also he has captivated the younger voters. Cuomo, in the later stages of his campaign, really in the last several weeks, was trying to impress voters with his experience, saying that that would be best for New York City. Lindsay?
Of course, we've talked about how he did get endorsed by President Trump. He kind of tried to shy away from that, suggesting only that he's saying a vote for Curtis Lee while he's a vote for Mamdani. Give us a sense with regard to getting over the finish line for Andrew Cuomo. At this point, does he really need that Republican vote?
Absolutely, he needs the Republican vote. And if you are a Republican with a big R, you might be voting for Curtis Lee because you vote down the party line. And perhaps Trump was going to change some voters' minds who might have normally voted Republican just with the party, suggesting they vote with Cuomo instead. But Cuomo certainly needs the Republicans to get over the finish line.
Lauren Glassberg for us at Cuomo headquarters. Thanks so much. Coming up, the polls are about to close here in New York City, where all eyes are on the race to become the next mayor of New York. Stay with us.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather, and then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son. Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal under his eye. only on Hulu.
All across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are.
It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we've both never been. Growing up doesn't mean
Good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home. Putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George, how are you?
And the day ahead.
Now you can listen to a podcast version of World News Tonight, available free wherever you listen.
A deadly mystery.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
Forbidden love.
It involved decadent sexual behavior.
And then,
this is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder. Only on Hulu. Tuesday night.
Who wasn't a fan of the Golden Girls?
It's 40 years, but it's day one fresh.
Oh, I love you guys.
Great, now get out.
The jokes still land. It's really funny.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Better than anyone I know.
Hilarious.
Thank you for being. Thank you for being. Thank you for being a friend.
The Golden Girls, 40 years of laughter and friendship. Tuesday night on ABC. And watch The Golden Girls. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Mother gave us this mission. To hunt a powerful creature and exploit them. How does it feel to be hunted?
Badlands. Rated PG-13. Get tickets now.
Reporting from the Washington, D.C. jail as January 6 prisoners are being released. I'm Jay O'Brien. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
So, what do we have for you this year?
Are you ready for
Deals and steals on my favorite things.
Only on
Good Morning, America.
This is an ABC News Live special. Millions of Americans.
Piss off. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I didn't realise I'd left you with adverts. That really sucks. I'm so sorry. Hold on, it's Good Morning Vietnam! I think they sheep dipped first. Yeah. Sorry about that. I didn't. If I had known you were being left with that nonsense, I would have done something about it.
Polls have just
Okay.
closed here
Polls
in New York.
just closed.
And of course, all eyes are on that intense race to become the next
Polls
mayor
have
of
just
New York
closed.
City.
Here we go.
Let's check in on the New Jersey governor's
check in.
race tonight. Well, first you see those there for mayor. Now we see Mikey Sherrill with a pretty commanding lead there, more than roughly 200,000 votes more than Jack Ciattarelli.
really good.
Of course, we're going to continue
got a
keeping an eye
cinnamon
on
bun.
that race
Look.
tonight. Let's
this
get right to our
cinnamon
ABC
swirl.
News
Look
Chief
at that.
White House correspondent
Look at
Mary
that.
Bruce. Mary, let's go back
Can't
to
really see
the
it
New
very
York
well
City
for the lights,
mayoral
but-
race. Of course, a
God,
lot of
that's great,
expectation that
that.
Mamdani is going to be able to pull it out.
Cat
This
made
is someone
this.
who
Cat made this. She's
was
fucking
elected
genius, this one.
to the New York Assembly just in 2020. People have been
gonna eat my cinnamon
concerned that he doesn't have
Cinnamon
enough
swirl, whatever it's
experience to
called.
take on the largest city in
amazing.
this country. Give us a sense of a number of threats, obviously, from President Trump. Not only that he would withhold federal funding to the tune of about $7 billion, but also that he would bring the National Guard into New York City if Mamdani wins.
Yeah, and we've been talking all night long about how President Trump sees Mamdani as a foil, someone who he's really relished going after. He's actually in some ways been more vocally against Mamdani than he has been supportive of some Republican candidates out there in these races
Sorry,
in tonight's
Josh.
elections. And the
I didn't
president
know they
is
were
very
going to put
blunt that
adverts
there will
on.
be consequences, that he will cut federal funding. The White House hasn't wanted to put a number exactly on it today, but it will be a large number that the president has made clear, and threatening to send in the National Guard and things like that. And you have seen, Cuomo seize on that, sort of suggesting that, one of the reasons that you should back him is that a vote for Mamdani would mean that President Trump would essentially cut off the city in a lot of ways. And of course,
I
we've
love
seen,
cinnamon.
Cuomo
Cinnamon.
cozying up to President
I
Trump,
love
also
cinnamon.
trying to walk that fine line because of
Cinnamon's
course he
the
wants
best.
Democratic voters, but also he's supporting Republicans as well. And I think the president is looking to use Mamdani as something that he can label the entire Democratic Party with going forward. He has falsely called him a communist. He's a democratic socialist. But he obviously wants to associate the Democratic Party writ large with these more progressive policies that Mamdani embraces and stands for. A lot tonight, I think, will be made of what margin, if Mamdani does win, how much of a margin does he have? What kind of a mandate does he have? It was interesting today, always expectation setting. When speaking to reporters, he said, when speaking of what kind of mandate he would have, he said, quote, "I believe victory is a mandate in and of itself," but a lot of questions about what it will mean for the Democratic Party, what lessons can be learned for the party heading into the midterms, and, what it means just about the divisions facing the party to have a progressive, if he were to succeed tonight leading a city like this, what it would mean and what kind of lessons you can extrapolate writ large heading into the midterms. But President Trump, he's been silent all night. I'm guessing once the New York race is called, he'll be quick to chime in.
John, what do you make of it, though? Because as much as we've talked about how a lot of Democratic leadership doesn't necessarily want Mamdani to win, that Barack Obama actually called him, had about a 30-minute conversation, didn't endorse him, but said,
awesome,
hey,
Paul
so it's so much excitement around your campaign. Feel free to use me as a sounding board. Really sounding like it's a fait accompli that he will be the next mayor of New York City.
Yeah, and other figures in the Democratic Party, not the leadership of the Democratic Party, but figures that have big national followings, like Bernie Sanders, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from here in New York, have both very enthusiastically endorsed Mamdani. Look, he is an electric figure for Democrats. He is clearly tapped into an energy here. He is not the profile that a lot of the Democratic leadership thinks the party needs to go to win back the White House. In fact, he's going in a different direction. But I'll tell you what I'm astounded by here so far. We don't know a single result yet in New York. And we can talk about what percentage Mamdani is going to get. Is he going to win, first of all? If he's going to win, how big he's going to win? Will he have a mandate? But it's not just the margin of victory. I am astounded here as we sit here waiting for the returns at how many people have turned out in New York. Yeah. There have been more than 1 million voters today, on top of more than 700,000 early voters, adding up to 1.8, possibly 1.9 million turning out. And by the way, the polls are just now closing, so we don't know where it's going to finally go. 4 years ago, only 1.1 million voted in New York. You could potentially reach almost double the turnout that you had 4 years ago.
More people turning out here than they have for the last 6 mayoral races.
Not since Rudy Giuliani won for the first time in 1993, more than 2 decades ago.
Thanks so much, John. Over the last few days, we've spoken with all of the candidates for the mayor of New York City. Let's take a look.
It's a local race that's taking on national significance. Will the outcome of New York City's mayoral race be a bellwether for the political future of our country?
New York is not for sale.
We have to grow New York City, and we have to grow New York City now.
We need to get law and order and policing back on track.
We had a chance to talk with all three candidates in the final days leading up to the election.
Mr. Mamdani,
Hi,
Lindsay
how are you?
Davis, how are you?
State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Hi, Mr. Sliwa.
And Republican Curtis Sliwa, all candidates in a contest of contrasts, fighting for every vote.
I voted for you yesterday.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes.
Yo!
What's going on? Yes, you can take a picture.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, brother.
You're the next.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
What do you say to people who feel that the New York City subway system just isn't safe?
You know, I've heard this from a lot of New Yorkers when I ask them where they feel least safe. And they mentioned the subway system.
Mamdani's campaign initially went viral after a series of videos posted on social media.
I'm freezing. You're wrecked as next mayor of New York City. Let's plunge into the details.
Are there any times that you can walk a street in New York and be a little incognito at this point?
What a dude.
Yeah. Have any of your views on Israel changed?
You know, I have really appreciated those conversations that I've had with rabbis, with Jewish leaders, elected officials across the 5 boroughs. I'm looking forward to being the mayor for every New Yorker, for every Jewish New Yorker, and not just those who actually vote for me, but anyone who calls the city home.
Andrew Cuomo is from a storied political family and is trying to pull off a political comeback after resigning as New York's governor in 2021.
You've described this election as a civil war within the Democratic Party. So what does that mean if you don't win?
That far left movement is basically fighting the quote unquote moderate Democrats, the more mainstream Democrats. They have a more radical.
Shut it, Alan. I want you to stop. I'm shutting Cuomo up there because we've had a super chat, haven't we? We had a super chat from SG saying New York City, 36% of the vote, saying Mamdani at 52%. Yep, which is fantastic. I don't understand why they're not covering that on the on ABC already. That should already be coming up. I don't know why they're not making a big thing of it. But you know, if he's on 52% already, that is pretty much in the bag. That is in the bag. I'm going to call it. I'm calling it. Mamdani's won. Woo!
Sliwa, who founded the Guardian Angels, has made his campaign about getting law and order and policing back on track.
Some members of your own party have said they're not going to vote for you. They've urged you to get out of the race. What's kept you in it?
Look, there have been threats on Zohran Mamdani, serious threats on me. The rhetoric is too high. And
hey, I'm walking here.
Let the people
I'm walking here.
Of all the candidates still make
yeah, but I'm walking, just walking here.
And if we can take a look at the vote so far coming in the New York City mayoral race, you see Zohran Mamdani beating that mark, that benchmark of 50% at this point. Only 36% of the expected vote in, but beating Andrew Cuomo by 12%. And really, Sliwa, at this point, if my math is right, even if he had dropped out and Cuomo got all of those voters, Zohran Mamdani would still have the upper hand.
I mean, still a lot to vote to go. By the way, there are now more than 2 million people that have voted in New York. It's the biggest turnout since 1969.
Whoa!
So huge turnout, and we'll see if he
come on, Mamdani.
In a huge election. That would be massive.
We should know soon. I want to bring in Aaron Katursky back in, who's still live from Zohran Mamdani's watch party in Brooklyn. And Aaron, give us a sense of the shift in the dynamics and the demographics of New York City voters.
Yeah, we're just getting a look at some of the preliminary numbers from the exit polls, Lindsay, and they're showing us that first-time voters, people who have lived in New York for a relatively short time, under 10 years, they went overwhelmingly for Zohran Mamdani. Those who are native to the city, those who own property, they went for Cuomo, but not by as large a margin. And I'm really taken by the religious dynamics here. Zohran Mamdani, according to the exit polls that we've looked at preliminarily, is poised to lose voters who identify as Jewish, who identify as Catholic, and still perhaps capture Gracie Mansion and City Hall and become the next mayor of New York. That's a dynamic that just would not have happened a decade or two ago. And his focus, his relentless focus on making the city affordable, talking about things like free buses and rent freezes, really seem to resonate with voters who overwhelmingly said the economy, their finances, affordability was their #1 issue, Lindsay.
Adding in their free childcare as well, but he has suggested that he would do that by taxing the billionaires, something that Governor Hochul has said that she wouldn't be on board with. Are you getting a sense from not those people in the room there, but just in general with New York politicians and voters, that he is the new face of the Democratic Party, or perhaps he's an outlier?
You know, it's interesting, Lindsay, that he's winning voters who even seem to understand that he is likely not going to be able to accomplish everything that he's set out during the campaign to accomplish. It just seemed, at least according to the exit polls, like people were looking for some kind of a fresh face. Now, he's not going to be a national figure. He can't run for president because he's not from this country.
He was born in Uganda.
That doesn't seem to matter because he's undoubtedly now going to be part of the national conversation for what the Democratic Party is going to look like. You know, New York may occupy a rather unique place in the nation.
It's not been
but,
called yet.
It certainly has to be
12.
a consideration.
I'm calling it.
For the
I'm saying he's
Democratic
winning.
Party,
But,
how Zohran Mamdani was able to surge in this campaign.
He became a U.S. citizen just in 2018 when Trump was serving as president during his first term. Aaron Katersky, thanks so much. Joining us now is John Katko, ABC News political contributor and former New York Republican congressman. Your thoughts on Zohran Mamdani?
Well, I think that when you listen to Andrew Cuomo, for example, a Democrat who is running against him, he expresses concerns about his far left leanings. And that is something that's going to be a big issue for the next year. And when I say the next year, because that's a litmus test for him, how he performs in his first year, because whoever runs against Governor Hochul is going to make that a premier issue in the campaign. And whether it's Elise Stefanik or someone else who decides to run, that is going to be the key issue. And I know one other thing, Lindsay. It's very interesting that the economy and poor economy is what put Trump in office last year, and the poor economy is carrying Democrats in Democratic states right now. And it sounds like it's going to carry Mamdani into the mayor's seat this year. So it's always about the economy, and it will be next year as well, I suspect, with the governor's race.
Do you anticipate that a lot of New York Republicans are actually casting their vote for former Democratic Governor Cuomo?
Well, if they are, I'm sure they're plugging their nose when they're doing it. But yeah, I do think so, and I think that's why Trump weighed in. But I think it's, once he got the nomination, it's very, very difficult for a Republican to win in New York City with the voter registration numbers. And, Cuomo himself is obviously a flawed candidate who was removed from office or left office early as governor. So he has issues as well. The bottom line is Mamdani is going to be the next mayor of New York City unless there's a seismic upset. And it's going to be it's going to be very interesting to see whether he is as far left as people say he is, or if he is someone who is going to moderate somewhat and end up being a good mayor. Time will tell.
You say that he is going to be New York City's mayor. What do you think that he's been able to capitalize on as far as getting so much energy and enthusiasm in his support?
Well, first of all, he's young and he knows how to work the digital age of things, and he is a very good campaigner, number one. Number two, he's tapped into the thing that most New Yorkers are really upset about. They can't afford to live in New York City. I was just talking to some kids today, young professionals who can't afford to live here and having 2-hour commutes to come into New York to go to work. So that is a huge issue, and he's tapped into it, and he's given them a sense of hope. That hope will meet reality after he gets into office, and then we'll see what happens. But right now, I think it's the economy and the affordability issues, and that's permeating a lot of young adults across this nation. And like I said, that's what put Trump in office last year, and it's what's going to put Mamdani in office tonight, I think.
John Katko, thanks so much. I want to bring back an ABC News political director, Avery Harper. Avery, we continue to hear that same theme of affordability, all boiling back down to the economy.
Totally. And of course, when you look here at the most important issues facing New York City, when we ask this on our exit poll, the preliminary data that we're getting says that it is continuing to dominate as the most important issue facing New York City. 55% of voters here saying that cost of living is the very most important issue. And if you're someone who supports Zohran Mamdani, that's no surprise. Affordability was a part of his campaign, the very heart of his campaign when he made his promises, his proposals for things like free childcare, freezing rent in rent-stabilized apartments, free buses, and city-run grocery stores to sort of address the high cost of food throughout the city. Crime, 24% of voters saying that that is the most important issue. That was a part of Curtis Sliwa's campaign. And so many of these issues continuing to resonate for voters across New York City, Lindsay.
And beyond. All right, Avery, thank you. I want to bring in Whip Catherine Clark, House Minority Whip and Democratic Congressman from Massachusetts. Thank you so much for joining us. So far, we've seen a win for Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. You think that that's a good omen for Democrats tonight?
I sure do. And let me tell you, I am so excited for my friend and former colleague, Abigail Spanberger, the story that she told of her daughter saying, "Mom, you're going to be the next governor of Virginia." And that's the first time that any child has ever said that to their mom, because she's the first woman governor of Virginia. We are so proud of her. We're so proud of Mikey Sherrill, who is definitely
Great news,
on the
Andrew.
track
Yes,
to victory.
great news.
And all of this wins across in Georgia at the Public Service Commission. First time in 20 years that Democrats have won those seats. Across the country, we are seeing that the American people are paying attention, and candidates who make them the center of their policies, that are talking about lowering the cost of living, making sure they can afford health care, and having a government that works for them, and getting rid of corruption. Those are the candidates that are going to win, and that is the message of the House Democrats and Democrats here in Congress.
And you talk about the little girl saying to mom that you're going to be the next governor of Virginia. We currently have 12 female governors in our country. So Spanberger makes 13. If Mikey Sherrill pulls it out, that would be 14. That would be a record for this country of governors serving at the same time. Of course, the shutdown is now in day 35. How do you think that could have played a role in how people voted today?
Well, I can tell you, talking from a very empty House of Representatives, as it has been for 5 weeks, when Mike Johnson made a decision not to call us into session, that if I were President Trump, who's having all my congressional Republican colleagues over for breakfast, I would tell them to get to the table. Negotiate about health care, that it is 5 weeks and many months past time that they come and put the American people first. And the results we're seeing tonight should be a warning to Republicans that they ran and won their seats saying they would lower costs on day one. And everything they have done since then has made life harder and more expensive. And when your agenda is to take health care away from the American people, Medicare, Medicaid, the ACA, medical research, veterans benefits, all to provide tax cuts for the very wealthiest Americans, that's an agenda that is going to lose, because it is so against what we need to be doing, which is helping people across this country who are working hard and playing by the rules be able to make it, be able to have a place in this economy.
This is really
and
boring.
See opportunity.
Okay.
And when 60% of American households can't afford the basics, what Republicans are
point,
doing
but
here,
this is
and
kind of
further
a
rigging
little bit
this.
dull. Hey everyone, how you all doing? Just gonna knock that off for a second. See if there's something more exciting happening on another channel. I don't know if there is. We'll have a look on what AP are doing. No. This is AP at the moment. Ready on day one, says Cuomo. Yes. Early results, Mamdani holds lead over Cuomo. That's at the Mamdani campaign. There. And Detroit, Mary Sheffield is going for mayor there. So that looks like fun. So lots of little elections going on all over America. These are the midterm elections. I'll turn the music off before I get done with the copyright strike. Don't want to get done with the copyright strike. Sorry, that other one was just being really boring. So I'll read some of your messages instead. Lost, it was scary to hear someone so young talking gammon box and Nazi bollocks. Like the alt-right has gripped them like the Hitler Youth. Yeah, they have. There's Gen Z, or Generation Z, as I like to call them, have actually broken in two. You got the younger generation of Gen Zs who were stuck at home when the pandemic happened, and they've gone more right-wing. And the people who where older Gen Z, who are in their 20s and living away from their parents, have gone more left-wing. So yes, more than 2 million votes have been cast in New York City. The New York City Board of Elections is celebrating the highest ever voter turnout it has had in more than 5 decades with a firework-filled post on X. We've officially hit 2 million votes for the first time since 1969, the post said. I assume the population was smaller in 1969 as well, so that's kind of crazy. Rimmer is a smee, says L. And Law says, first documented surname is interestingly Irish O'Clarin, maybe. See how Fox is coping tonight, lol. The communists are coming back. There's someone else is now talking. So we're hearing from Trump's political advisors
as some major referendum, some test on how President Trump and his policies are resonating with the country. Instead, they're blaming the Republican candidate in Virginia for being a bad candidate. For instance, Chris Losavito, who's currently a political advisor to the president, posting on social media, quote, "A bad candidate and bad campaign have consequences. The Virginia governor's race is example 1." Now, we do know that the Republican candidate, Winsome Earl Sears, does have a complicated relationship with President Trump. She had been critical of him in the past.
Early votes on US media. Mamdani, 51%, Cuomo, 39%.
Her name directly during the tele-rally that the president held for these races. And we heard from another political advisor for the president posting on social media that candidate quality matters, saying that the lesson from this for the Republican Party is that, quote, running squishy R's who are lukewarm on Trump and MAGA, even in purple states, doesn't work. Your candidate needs to be able to turn out all factions of our party, and they have to do that. They do that by being MAGA all the way. So these are some early takeaways we're hearing from political advisors, but still no word from the president himself.
All right, Selena Wang, we are anxiously awaiting to hear him weigh in ultimately tonight. Thanks so much. And let's go now to the Election Command Center, where we find ABC News' Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein. Rick, first, let's take a look at the
miles ahead. She's 200,000 bloody votes ahead.
There, about a 14-point spread.
That's with 58% of the votes in. He doesn't stand a chance.
Give us a sense of the outstanding.
Call it.
Still, about 42% of the vote not yet in.
Call it.
Exactly. And Chitterelli right now is trailing by about 200,000 votes, which is a hard margin to make up. Here's what he would have to do. We still see some heavily Republican counties that have significant vote out right now. And that includes Sussex County, here in Monmouth and Ocean counties as well. These red dots are where there are Republican votes. But you'll see we got blue dots too, which is Democratic-leaning places. And just to give you a sense of how this margin is going to be difficult to make up, even in a count that is going heavily for the Republican Chitterelli, it isn't quite this kind of margins that he needs. So this was the map that worked for Chitterelli 4 years ago. He came within 3 points of winning, and he was able to do it by getting some pretty good numbers in some of these suburban counties. Right here in Monmouth County, he carried that by 19 points last time, so that's how he came close. Tonight, that is now down to just a +9 margin. So shaving 10 points off of that, if that holds, that is going to be a pretty big storyline that talks about how voters are really making a difference. And we talked earlier in the night about some of the key counties, including Passaic County up here, a place that was able to shift pretty far to the right. Tonight, so far, and it's just early vote, that is +20 for the Democrat, Mikey Sherrill. So those kind of numbers are going to make it difficult to make up any kind
you're
of
not coming back
now. Get opened up by the Democrats.
You're not coming back.
Not coming back from that. Overcome that. All right, Rick, thank you. Joining us now from the Sherrill headquarters in East Brunswick, New Jersey, is Trish Hartman from our partner station, WTVI. Trish, you've got to imagine that the crowd is feeling pretty good there.
And I'm feeling good.
So much energy in tonight.
Oh my God, she's got hypno eyes. Hey Trish. Is she on drugs? Look at those eyes. Jeepers creepers, where did you get those peepers? Okay, Trish, I don't care what you're saying. I'm just hypnotized now.
They have done their job well. If you look at counties like Hunterdon, Gloucester, Cumberland, and Atlantic, they're all leading from Mikey Sherrill right now.
Come on, Mikey Sherrill.
But these are all counties that went for Donald Trump last year, and that they went for Jack Ciattarelli, the opponent, in 2021. So strong numbers for Mikey Sherrill this evening. A big, excited crowd.
The New Jersey United States Curry.
Another speaker here at the podium tonight. So we're
Clear Eyes 2.0.
Mikey Sherrill hoping that the numbers
Is that a filter?
go her way this evening.
All right, and of course she has been making affordability a big.
She just go around hypnotizing people.
Push there.
Is she a Simon?
She is going to make.
Are you a Simon?
Hartman, our thanks
Do you
to
dash young
Avery,
men on the rocks?
Go back to you. What
your
the boards
song,
are telling
your
you
Simon
about New
song.
Jersey.
Yeah, we are getting some more
Come back,
preliminary
Trish,
exit
was
poll
only
data
joking.
about independent voters now in this New
Right,
Jersey
here we go.
Governor's race that we have been watching closely. And these are numbers that are going to be favorable to Sherrill and her campaign. 52% of independent voters saying in our exit poll that they cast ballots for Sherrill versus 45% who say that they cast ballots for Ciattarelli. We know that in this race, Mikey Sherrill and Jack Ciattarelli have both focused on issues of affordability, hoping to turn voters out to the polls for them. And then in terms of how folks are feeling in New Jersey on the direction of the country, 33% say enthusiastic and satisfied versus 64% that say dissatisfied and angry. And we know that Democrats are hoping to turn some of that anti-Trump sentiment into victories tonight. And so that is a really staggering number that we're seeing coming out of New Jersey in our preliminary exit poll.
All right, Avery, thank you so much. And
for you
we
to
are
say.
ready to project
Yes!
that Mikey Sherrill will be the next governor of New
Yes!
Jersey. If we can take a look, I think that, yeah, there she is, a projected winner.
She's the
Mikey
projected
Sherrill.
winner.
Of course, she
Fantastic.
was
If anyone wants to drop a super chat in, you will get confetti in the chat. Just one super chat, you will get confetti.
Pilot, a mother of
Mikey
four,
Sherrill
53
has
years old.
won
Once again, she
in
says
New
that
Jersey.
making New
That's
Jersey
2
affordable
out of
is
4.
her
We've
primary
won
goal.
of the big
Any
races.
surprise here?
The ones that we give a shit about.
Certainly if that margin is anything
Not
approaching the final
looking
margin, that
good
is a
for
huge surprise. If she wins
Ciattarella.
by double digits, you've got to keep in
Sorry,
mind.
Ciattarella.
She really lost by just
Republican
3 points
fucknut.
when he ran 4 years ago.
Piss off, you GOP.
Donald Trump lost by
Fucking
6 points in New
gobshite.
Jersey. If she gets that
Gobshite.
double-digit margin, I'll tell you what this is. This should be a real warning shot to
Ella,
Republicans. Because
Ella,
what Mikey
Ella.
Sherrill did in this race is she made Donald Trump issue number 1, 2, and 3. She cast
that's what I would do.
Jack Ciattarelli saying that he would be the Trump of
Exactly
Trenton.
what I would do.
And there was a key moment in one of the debates they had where they were asked to give Donald Trump a grade. And Ciattarelli said, I'd give him an A. I basically don't think I think everything he has done has been good.
Hey, Lost Missionary, we got our confetti. Woo! Thank you very much, Lost Missionary.
You know, Donald Trump didn't campaign
There we go.
in New Jersey.
Breaking news,
But Donald Trump
Democrat
weighed in
Mickey
much more
Sherrill
heavily in
wins
this
the New
race than he
Jersey
weighed
governor's
in New
race.
Jersey. And even
It has been
today,
called.
even tonight, as before the polls closed, he was talking up the turnout for Jack Ciattarelli. If this turns out to be not just a victory for Mikey Sherrill, but a big, potentially double-digit victory for Mikey Sherrill,
it's looking that way.
That's a real warning sign for Republicans
And
about the
of
Trump
course,
factor.
because
when Ciattarelli ran for governor the last time of New Jersey, he came pretty close, just losing by 3 points.
3 points. So if he goes, you know, and again,
What would you
in a
give
race
Trump?
where it wasn't
Fucking
just
kick up the arse into
you
the
know,
sun.
Trump was out there. This was a central issue for Mikey Sherrill. Some Democrats were worried that she was making too much of an issue out of Donald Trump and that she needed, you know, to focus, you know, more directly and fully on her plans, which she did in her campaign. But she talked over and over again about Donald Trump, and apparently it looks like it was effective.
Yeah, Mary, you have to wonder what the Trump administration is thinking here, because as we have heard from some of the Republicans blowing this off as just, oh, these are blue states, they were likely to win.
There's 4
that may
big
not
votes tonight,
exactly
Al,
be
and
the
we've won
answer.
2
and
of
so
them.
far, the messaging coming from
Last
the
2.
Republican side has been, well, it's poor candidates. Well, that doesn't really apply
New
here
York,
when it's someone who the president
Chicago,
offered such a full-throated
California.
endorsement of. I mean, he's called Ciattarelli, you know, a great guy, a good friend. He was very vocal in his support of him. unlike what we saw in Virginia, where I think it's much easier for Republicans, someone that President Trump didn't even mention her name. It's a lot easier for them to distance themselves. But John is absolutely right. I mean, the margin here, if that's, on track where we're headed, that is, alarm bells ringing for Republicans, because they're looking at this state and wondering, what can be gleaned about whether the gains that Trump made can continue, whether they can grow off of, and sustain the gains that Trump made in 2024. And in a state like New Jersey, where Trump sort of famously made those inroads, what does it mean when all of a sudden you have, Cheryl coming out with this kind of a margin? And I think it would also raise some questions about whether Trump can continue to have strong showings in certain suburban areas in the country. So when you're looking at these races and trying to make some sort of guess about what it might mean for the midterms, there's a lot you can read here, I think, for both parties about what strategies may work going forward. And the through line here, I mean, yes, both Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill are moderate Democrats. They actually were roommates in Washington. They very much have a similar career. They lean into their bipartisanship. They both ran very anti-Trump campaigns, very different from say Mamdani, who's running as this far left progressive Democratic socialist. Unlike these moderate Democrats, the through line is affordability. The through line is the cost of living, and hammering that. In addition to being anti-Trump, it's all about bringing down costs, and that is also, I think, what Democrats, as you heard earlier from Catherine Clark, are hoping that Republicans are paying attention to, especially when it comes to this shutdown fight. And just lastly, it is notable and interesting. The first thing on the president's schedule tomorrow morning is an 8:30 a.m. breakfast with Senate Republicans. Now, we don't know what they're discussing, but certainly it would be hard to imagine that on day 36 and after races like this that you're not discussing the shutdown and whether it's time to
Trump doesn't give a fuck about the shutdown. He doesn't care.
Just
He
remind
doesn't
what
care.
Trump said just yesterday about New Jersey.
Supercalifornication.
Jack Ciattarelli was a great guy, a friend of mine, a great guy, a very successful man who wants to put all of his efforts now into really saving New Jersey and making it great again. And then he added, and he's going to do it. He's going to be able to do it. The polls are looking really good. Well, apparently the polls are not looking. The actual polls, when voters vote, are not looking very good for Ciattarelli.
And of course, President Obama was out there campaigning with both Spanberger and Sherrill. And as we talked about before, history is made tonight. This is now the first time you're going to have 14 females who are serving as governor at the same time in this country. I want to bring in former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, who's on the phone now. First, just your reaction here.
Well, I
what
have
did you
to
expect?
say the truth. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and you will say that.
Surprised
This is a Republican, but he hates Trump.
Jack Ciattarelli decided to run a campaign where he embraced Donald Trump 100%, a guy who's 15 points underwater in New Jersey. What it shows you tonight is he drove away independent, unaffiliated voters. And in the state where there's 850,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans, you cannot win if you drive away.
Big Marvinsky hates Chris
voters.
Christie.
Lindsay, give you one
Yeah,
example.
but he hates Trump as well, so, the hater of me
He is
hater
gonna
is
lose
80 something.
Essex County and Hudson County by a combined 175,000
15% up.
It is unthinkable.
That's crazy.
Ocean County and Monmouth County, he's only going to win probably by a combined 80 or 90,000 votes. I mean, it is, as it looks right now, a drubbing. And I think that I know that we've lost Republicans in the legislature. District 21, we lost 2 Republican incumbents, and we may lose more. This is going to turn out to be an absolute disaster for the Republican Party. And it was a strategic, conscious decision by the Republican candidate to embrace Donald Trump and to walk away from unaffiliated voters in New Jersey.
Get in there,
When
Mamdani.
you do that,
Yeah.
you lose.
Come on,
by as much as
Mamdani.
Jack Ciattarelli's losing right
You
now.
can do it, baby.
You said that this is a disaster for the Republican Party. Do you see this as a referendum on Donald Trump? Because at the same time, as John pointed out earlier tonight, when you have Jim Murphy, who's a Democrat, running the state of New Jersey, and the #1 issue is affordability, it seems like some could have pointed to, hey, this is the party that's in control here in New Jersey, and look how we're struggling.
Well, look, think about this. Think about what a failed campaign this was for my party. In New Jersey, in a state where the budget has increased 72%, 72% in 8 years, that we lost the tax issue to a Democratic congresswoman who supported everything Phil Murphy did. How could you possibly lose the tax issue after a 72% government increase over 8 years? It's 9% a year, Lindsay, every year for 8 years. Just to give you a comparison, in my 8 years, the budget went up 15.5%, 72% in the next 8 years. And we lost the tax issue to Mikey Sherrill. This is a moment where everyone has to, in the Republican Party in New Jersey, examine the last 8 years of Jack Ciattarelli, who's led our party for the last 8 years as our nominee, and has now joined a club that is the smallest club in New Jersey, people who have lost for governor 3 times. There's now only 2 members, Jack Ciattarelli and the late former governor Jim Florio. And Governor Florio at least won once while losing 3 times. So we need to go through a real self-examination here as a party in my state, because all along the Ciattarelli campaign was
launch
telling us
yourselves
he was
into the
gonna win
sun,
this thing
Republicans.
and pick up seats in the legislature.
Go on,
He
into
is
the sun.
losing seats in the legislature,
Into
and
the
he's
sun.
going to lose this race perhaps
Into
by
the sun.
double digits.
Former Governor of New Jersey,
Enter
Chris
the
Christie,
sun!
thank you so much, as always. Coming up, we are still awaiting the results from the New York City in that hotly contested mayoral race.
Oh, sorry. Just got to turn that off because it's got to go to adverts, innit? Same advert for Hulu Originals. Sorry to everyone who had to endure those adverts before. I fucking hate adverts. But yeah. So two from 4. This is good. This time last year tomorrow last year we were waiting up all night to get the presidential results, and they didn't go so well. So this is good now. Mamdani for the win, says one angry beggar. I couldn't agree more, mate. I'm really looking forward to Trump's little fucking paddy, his little fucking meltdown that he is no doubt going to have, because that's what Trump does. He has his big meltdown. He has a big cry about all the bad thing that's happening. And it looks like this is the absolutely immense turnout in New York for Mamdani. And that is because he has energized people who aren't usually interested in politics. He has invigorated the voters who are like, yeah, I would like to know more about this. This does sound really interesting. But it's here we are. I'm just having a look at the Kornacki cam. I really don't sort of get this. Can someone explain it to me? It's this, and they play this music, right? I'll play you a little bit of the music. Hang on, let me just play this music. It's like music. It's like, oh my god, these things are happening. That's crazy. I'm going to turn that off now. It's kind of annoying me. But yeah, and there's a guy, and he's just walking around. Look, see, he's just there. He's kind of. There's another guy's come to have a look. All right, mate. Oh yeah, what's happening? Oh, mate, it's cold in here. Yeah, put your nips away, mate. Jesus Christ, you're on telly. You know, what's happening? Are we waiting for the bus? I think we're waiting for the bus, mate. Okay. Anyway, Spanberger projected winner there in Virginia and also in New Jersey. They're also projected to win. God, he's cold, isn't he? He must be freezing in that studio. Although Kanicki's there with he's got a shirt. He's got a shirt rolled up. He knows what he's doing. Anyway, this is just a little advert break because the main thing is doing adverts at the moment, and I can't be dealing with that. Can't be dealing with your goddamn adverts.
There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos.
Sorry. I just realised there was sound coming through then for you of adverts. Okay, flicking forward now. Still adverts. Maybe he's getting the sandwich orders. I don't know. He seems to be pretty cold though. Hi, Kat. Yay! Hey, Kat's there saying he's in. Hello, Kat. How you doing? It's all looking good for Mamdani at the moment. Those early polls come out. I'm feeling quite happy about
Mary
it.
Bruce here with
Let's
our
get back
experts.
over
And
to
Rick
the election night
Klein, our
coverage
Washington
from
bureau chief, talk us through what we are seeing in New York right now, because of course all
Stands for
eyes
the
are on
Australian
what appears to
Broadcasting
be a pretty
Corporation.
remarkable
Possibly.
night for
I don't
Zohran Mamdani.
Yeah, and we saw it through the early vote, and we saw it in the explosion of voting today, setting records for turnout and running up huge numbers across all of the major boroughs, with the exception of Staten Island, the Republican enclave. These are the results from last
Staten
time.
Island.
This was a blowout. This was, though, a three-way race this time around, and that has to change the way you look at this. We saw in the early votes, those numbers we were saying all along, they're probably Mamdani voters. Turns out that was correct. Mamdani in just commanding position with the results that have rolled in so far.
And there's been so much question, not just whether he would pull out a victory, but the margin by which he might win and what that would signal.
Yeah, and look, we don't know the exact numbers now, but it's possible that he's flirting with 50%, an outright majority. Whether or not he gets there, it is going to be a resounding victory. Again, looking at the numbers from last time around, it is a similar kind of map for him tonight, and the darker areas of Manhattan into the Bronx, really across the board, we're seeing
he's back in the room.
Resounding what appears to be a likely victory.
And it now seems we can say that is not just, it appears to be a victory, but we do have a projection to make now, Rick.
That's right. Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York City. It is a remarkable, really coming from just about nowhere in this race.
Excellent.
Down in the low single digits, all the way through against some of the biggest names that exist in New York City politics.
So that's
Zohran Mamdani,
it's been called.
Just 34 years
They've called
old,
it.
will become the next mayor of New York.
I've called it.
100,000.
If someone wants to throw a super chat in, we will get confetti.
A member of New York Democratic royalty in Andrew Cuomo.
50% of the vote.
It is a remarkable upset, one that a year ago would have seemed truly impossible. Just 34 years old, Democratic socialist, now the mayor of the nation's largest city. As you mentioned, it is truly remarkable when you also consider who he was up against here. Let's go to our Aaron Katersky, who is at the Zohran Mamdani headquarters. Aaron, I can imagine it is quite a scene there.
It is a boisterous room here in downtown Brooklyn.
So they got the most boring man in the world to report.
It's a very exciting party that's happening here.
34-year-old
3 from 4 friends. 3 from 4.
With little political
3 out of 4 ain't bad.
is now the new face of New York, and a religious barrier has fallen in the city. A quarter century after the 9/11 attacks, New York has elected its first Muslim American mayor.
Muslim communists, socialists,
ridden a campaign
right shopping lists
to make New York more affordable to a projected victory over an establishment candidate in Andrew Cuomo, whose family has loomed large over New York politics for decades. That appears to be over now, as Zohran Mamdani is projected to be the next mayor, the 111th mayor of New York. Mary?
It is just a remarkable, improbable run that has now ended in this resounding victory. Aaron, thank you. And Avery, talk us through the breakdown of some of the vote here, because the turnout really astounding.
Right, and age has really been a big factor in this race. There's a generational divide that is on display within the Democratic Party. But when you look at our preliminary exit poll data and we look at Mamdani voters, what we find is that 17% of those Mamdani voters were 18 to 29, 32% were 30 to 44, 29% 45 to 64, and then only 22% were 65 plus. And these two numbers in the middle kind of stand out to me. And part of it is because of some of Mamdani's proposals, particularly guaranteeing free childcare was one of the tenets of his campaign. That was something that was particularly interesting. If you want to look toward the issue of Israel, let's go and look at the age of some of the Cuomo voters. On the other hand, we know that
you want to be able to control the screen.
As those voters got older,
only the men get to control the screen.
Got a larger share of Cuomo's votes. So 41% of those voters who were 65 plus started to vote for Cuomo, and it went down there. And then you look at their position on Israel, and Israel being a factor in this race. And this could cut both ways, because there were folks for whom allegiance and sort of an idea and being a part of the issue on Israel and being a favor of Israel was a big deal. There's also people for whom being in favor of Gaza was a big deal.
67%
say it was a factor in their vote, and 29% that say it was
Thank you for pointing that out, One Angry Pagan.
It's really remarkable. When you go back and look at the age especially, you have to wonder about the way in which Mamdani ran this campaign, really leaning into social media. It's what got him on the map. It's what fueled so many. And when you look at how many young voters came out to him, it's hard to imagine, or not to imagine, that many of them may have been getting acquainted to this campaign on their phones, and so many lessons for Democrats and the Democratic Party going forward about maybe how to reach out to some critical voters ahead of
social media fluency, but also non-traditional methods and venues of campaigning. I mean, over the weekend, Mamdani was at nightclubs all over Brooklyn, right? And talking to people, not just there to party, but asking for their vote and asking for those folks to come out and canvass.
Yeah, and Aaron Katersky, you've been out talking with some of these voters as well, and the sort of non-traditional way that Mamdani was reaching out.
It's really remarkable, and it really reflects, I think, the changing demographics of the city. Zohran Mamdani appealed to people who haven't lived in New York very long, 10 years or younger, where native New Yorkers went for Andrew Cuomo, but not by a very wide margin. Zohran Mamdani also appealed by a vast majority.
Yes, there are still lefty Lord of the Rings fans. Absolutely, One Angry Pagan.
Sided with Andrew Cuomo, and I'm really struck by.
I just want to say, not all who Tolkien are fash.
Exit polls losing voters who identify as Jewish, voters who identify as Catholic, and still is now the projected winner to be the next mayor.
Why is he at the party? Is it the least likely person to be be at the party? We need someone to report from the party. Okay, should we get that guy who looks like an accountant? We'll get the accountant guy. We'll get him. Guy with the ears. Get the guy with the ears. Go on.
Who came out in overwhelming numbers for him.
Hey, listen, if anyone wants to drop a single super chat in for like the least amount of money, you will get confetti. You've only got a couple of more minutes to drop it. So if anyone wants to drop a small, tiny, a wafer thin super chat, we'll get you confetti for Mamdani's win. We deserve that, don't you? I think we deserve that.
It certainly did pay off, Aaron, and of course, so many of those younger voters he was able to reach now, propelling him to this.
He's a bit
what
mug.
was not that long ago a really improbable victory.
I want
Aaron,
to
thank
know
you.
I'm having a very good
Danielle
time.
Alvarez, former Trump campaign advisor. The president has really gone after Mamdani. He has made him a target, especially on social media. He has said that if Mamdani won, that he would slash federal funding to this city, said that the city had zero chance of succeeding if Mamdani were to be in charge. What do you make of this victory tonight?
I think that what you're going to see is Zohran Mamdani and his socialist policies going to be front and center in these midterm elections. One of the things that Republicans have been talking about is that
there you go. Hey, what's confetti?
What you're seeing is the rise of Zohran Mamdani.
Try harder.
Hakeem Jeffries and others have endorsed, of course, kind of giving Mamdani a sideways hug because they are all fighting again for that leadership slot. We have just seen again that rise of Zohran Mamdani in New York City and among the Democrat Party. And so what you will find is Republicans using that conversation as we head into the midterms regarding how far left the Democrat Party has moved.
To the left,
and,
to the left.
You mentioned that Mamdani now,
to the left,
in
to
your
the left.
opinion, is going to be sort of
say that Trump,
says
Martin Harrow.
Do you think that we are going to continue to see President Trump and Republicans
also, someone
trying
give that
to
report of
elevate
event
him
as
we head into the midterms?
Thank you so much for the super chats, guys.
I do.
Really
I think that he has done a great job of elevating himself. I think one of the things that we've seen in the 9 months since President Trump was elected is a leaderless Democrat Party. We have seen shouting matches on the Senate floor.
You've seen your own president kill your own people.
You have seen CNN town halls with AOC and Bernie Sanders. You have seen Gavin Newsom upping his social media.
The longest government shutdown
what we are seeing
ever.
Tonight
Tariff
with
barriers,
Zohran
trade
Mamdani
wars, made all the fruit and veg
Democrats
go more expensive,
probably
fucked over
want.
all the farmers.
I venture to guess
What
that
else
they
has
did
he
not
done?
anticipate
You mad Barbie
that Zohran
fucker.
Mamdani would rise the way that he did. And you will see Democrats' message and make
Oh
him
my
a
God, I
centerpiece.
can't even bother listening to this woman anymore. She's just talking absolute bollocks. I love Donald Trump because he's a good man. He lives in Berlin. If he was not so far away, I will visit him. Oh, we're back to the guy.
James, General,
like
you
this
were
guy
one
now.
of Zohran Mamdani's earliest
better than that
supporters as an
bloody
elected
Republican
official.
they
Other
just had on.
Democrats were reluctant. Why did you decide to endorse early? What did you see
Trump
in
has
him?
killed facial expressions in reporters.
Zohran after the primary, and I endorsed him because I saw on the streets of New York City, and particularly in the borough of Brooklyn where I live, countless number of individuals who have been left out of the body politic, who were inspired by his message, individuals who never received a knock on their door from a Democrat or a Republican, but individuals who struggled each and every day with child care, with housing costs, with the cost of food. And those individuals came out in record number. The people who probably were in an Uber today, who served you coffee today, whose names you do not know, but their voices were heard loudly today.
What about some of your colleagues in the Democratic Party? Are they going to get on board with Mamdani, or are they going to be like House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, who didn't really answer whether he's the new face of the party?
At the end of the day, I think more and more individuals, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, will work with Zohran Mamdani. Why? Because he is singularly focused on the issue of affordability in the city of New York and beyond. And I think that message needs to resonate. Let's remember that this is the same message that President Trump ran on. And unfortunately, he hasn't delivered. But I have confidence that Zohran Mamdani is going to deliver.
President Trump did weigh in, urging New Yorkers to vote for Andrew Cuomo. You know a thing or two about taking on President Trump. Is Mamdani going to be able to do it if Trump follows through on some of his threats to withhold federal funds from New York?
I don't subscribe to the politics of fear and division. And two, as the Attorney General of the state of New York, I've joined with other Democratic Attorneys General dealing with these unlawful, unconstitutional executive orders. And we have been winning. In fact, we're almost at 50 executive orders that we have beat back. And at the end of the day, I will work with Zohran Mamdani and his corporation counsel, and we will work together to protect the interest of New Yorkers. So these threats mean nothing to New Yorkers. In fact, New Yorkers, New Yorkers didn't respond. In fact, they came out in record numbers, and they elected Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of the city of New York.
General, thanks very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
New York Attorney General Letitia James.
Oh, sorry, I was listening to the music.
Mamdani.
Hi, Letitia James.
All right, Aaron, I'll take it back here. And while we're waiting to still hear from President Trump to weigh in on the election results, so far we have just heard a post on X from President Obama who said, "Congratulations to all the Democratic candidates who won tonight. It's a reminder that when we come together around strong, forward-looking leaders who care about the issues that matter, we can win. We've still got plenty of work to do, but the future looks a little bit brighter." Rick Klein, I want to go back over to you. Give us a breakdown of the boroughs. It looks like Brooklyn really voted overwhelmingly for Mamdani.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to end up being his strongest numbers. Right now, in what we're seeing is a Brooklyn Mamdani by 22 points. Just an astounding margin. Manhattan plus 10 points for Mamdani. Up in the Bronx, plus 11 points for Mamdani. In Queens, plus 5 points. Staten Island, that's where a lot more of the Republicans live. That is a minus 33. That is Cuomo's stronghold. Staten Island is the whole city. Cuomo wins in a landslide. It isn't. Everywhere else, it is Zohran Mamdani. And it's just so interesting, too, Lindsay, because he went around so many of these boroughs and campaigned and did videos and just showed up almost everywhere that he could throughout this campaign, taking a perch from the state assembly to just broaden his appeal, multi-ethnic, multicultural, multiracial, and multi-generational. And he is going to be a big, big star in this Democratic Party, whether the Democrats want him to be or not. And it's in part because he was able to stitch together this victory in these unlikely circumstances, up against these huge names, knowing that you're running against people with enormous followings, like someone named Cuomo, like the incumbent Mayor Adams, like Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani,
I mean, this is a bit of a foregone conclusion, but I'm so made up that he got his 50%
tonight, Lindsay.
And Rick, I just want to bring this back over to John, because we've been talking about this really magnetic attraction that Mamdani has been able to attract, not just with regard to not just young voters. And when we're looking at Queens in particular, Andrew Cuomo always talks about himself being a Queens boy. He wasn't even able to win his own borough tonight. Staten Island, I think that was pretty much expected, right? I mean, that's pretty much a Republican
part of New York City. Going back to Guy Molinari, who used to be the bureau president there. But look, Brooklyn, 22%. We were talking about, Chuck Schumer, and I slandered the great borough of Queens by saying that, Chuck Schumer is a proud Brooklynite, and he wouldn't even say if he voted for Zohran Mamdani. He didn't endorse him and wouldn't even say how he voted. And now his backyard, the place where he got his political start, the place that he grew up, voted for Mamdani by 22%. Astounding. And again, I have to come back to not just what seems to be the margin of victory.
You'd love to see it.
80-some% of the vote counted.
Cuomo,
and he's
you
over
dirty
50%.
bastard.
We'll see if he holds
No
on
one
to
likes
that.
you.
But that's bigger than expected, bigger than most of the most recent polls said. But it's the overall turnout. 2 million plus New Yorkers voting in a mayoral election. We haven't seen that since 1969. And, you think about the percentage. Yeah. Mayor Adams won with 66% of the vote 4 years ago. And already now, Mamdani has significantly more votes than Adams won at 50%, because so many more people voted.
So much enthusiasm. John, we'll come back more on this exciting election night. Stay with us.
No. I gotta show adverts. Oh, mate, why do they have to do the adverts? Why? I don't know. Right, should we have a look at what's happening down on the other screen? Oh, getting adverts. Getting adverts now. Plane crash in Kentucky says 12. Yeah, I know. 3 people dead. And quite a few people injured as well. Went into a lot of bloody buildings. Okay. All right, we're going to head over to
base of voters
AP.
that, frankly, I think his populist messaging around affordability was very similar
look at
to
the
President
Cuomo
Trump's.
campaign. You look a bit sad.
President Trump said, "I'm going to lower the cost of goods." So did Mamdani. The populist message seems to be ringing true on both sides, and that's why when I hear Republicans giddy, excited about Zohran Mamdani being their new foil, their new boogeyman, I think to myself, you listen to his messaging, there's overlap with Trump. In the same way that there was always an overlap between the Bernie voter and the Trump voter, populism can have different labels. Socialism, MAGA, but
Make Americans grovel again.
People know what they want, and they want affordability right now.
The Trump silence is deafening. Fucking awesome,
Well,
says
we'll have
Brett.
plenty more to digest when it comes to the
mandate
results,
to fulfill his agenda.
of this mayoral election here in New York City, but
So
also
many
the
people
results
voted
from
for him.
the
So many
governor's
people
races
turned out to
in
vote.
Virginia and in New Jersey. Tara
Absolutely
Palmieri
amazing.
from the Tara Palmieri Show on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll be talking again a little bit later. What we're expecting now, of course, is the next logical step. That is the presence of Zohran Mamdani, still the 34-year-old member of the New York City Assembly, who has just been elected mayor of New York City. He is, of course, now expected to take the stage that you can see behind me. His supporters now here present in their, well, at least hundreds, possibly a few thousand. We expect them to listen to his victory speech pretty soon indeed, and we'll, of course, bring that to you live.
Thank you, Philip, for those updates from the ground there at Zohran Mamdani's election night rally. We will certainly be keeping our eye on the video. And for those of you following along with us, as soon as Mamdani takes the stage to make his remarks, we will be bringing those to you live. So make sure to keep an eye
It's
on
official.
the 4 boxes
He's clinched
that you
it.
see on your
He has
screen.
got it.
Mamdani. And then also, we were awaiting comments from Mikey Sherrill, recently declared the winner of the New Jersey governor's race.
This is fantastic
so
news.
we will
Absolutely
also bring you those
fantastic.
comments if we see them, but also Mamdani, awaiting him, expecting him to speak to supporters relatively soon.
Cool.
On your screen, you will also, we'll be leaving you with images coming into us from Denver, where votes in that state of Colorado are being counted this evening.
What are they voting
We
for?
will bring you any news.
What are they voting for?
Race calls as we get them. But for now, we will return you to these live images. Thank you. See you soon.
Okay. I might just leave that for a moment and see if we can get any kind of news from the election night on ABC. Yeah, here we go.
Jersey. We've been talking. You can see the enthusiasm even at our own desk when we're talking about the New York
Mikey
City
Sherrill,
mayoral race. We talked earlier
Sherrill
about
even.
that 50% threshold, Mamdani was able to do it. What do you make of that?
It's a significant win because, first of all, he's doing better than he was expected to win, but he's beating expectations, winning with 50% in a three-person field.
Beating the polls.
And
there's only 46,
I think now there's going to be a lot of attention
of
of what does he do. And he's got a bit more of a mandate. He can go to Albany. He can make the case for what he needs Albany to approve. But let's remember what his agenda was, affordability. And there were key pillars of this. One, free buses for everybody in New York. Universal free child care. The opening up of city-owned grocery stores to cut into the profits of private grocery stores. A $30 minimum wage by 2030. A $30 minimum wage. And freezing rent in all rent-stabilized units. These are big things that'll be very hard to do, and at least some on that list, very expensive, which means he's also going to need to significantly raise taxes on the wealthy and on corporations. That he's going to need some sign-off from Albany. And it's going to be a big question, can New York survive as a magnet of world commerce with policies like that?
All right, John, we'll come back to this race in a moment. But now we do hear that Mikey Sherrill is at the podium there in New Jersey. Let's listen in.
Ooh.
And people around the country have heard
Hello.
you.
Hello. What have you heard? Tell me.
I hear you too.
What have they heard? What have you heard about me?
And this is a tough state. But I know you, New Jersey.
New
And I
Jersey.
love you.
It's a New Jersey thing. It's a Jersey thing. New Jersey.
I fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor.
Totally stoked, dudes.
When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Ciattarelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up.
Ciattarelli. Boo.
And all of you know, I love our history. And our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity. I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get that known by all. But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year, because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating gateway,
Boo, down with this
we
sort of
here in
thing.
New
Careful
Jersey
now.
are bound to fight for a different future for our children.
Yeah, different future.
We see how clear
Ciattarelli.
important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the
Ciattarelli,
Constitution.
capisci?
But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job.
A very good night for the
this
Democrats
country,
so far.
That shouldn't be too much to ask.
3 out of 4.
But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more.
Wow. New York's going to have a Muslim mayor. Liverpool, London has a Muslim mayor. Fucking brilliant.
And I've heard from thousands of you about liberty.
And there you have
all the
Mikey
racists
Sherrill,
are going
now
to just
the next
cry
governor of New
themselves to
Jersey.
sleep tonight. I'm so happy that, like, you know, I'm glad that Mamdani won. He's really good. He's a breath of fresh air. But also, I'm so glad that all these gams are going to be going fucking nuts. All the MAGA lot are going to cry themselves to death.
And you know, she did better than normal. He's a better speaker. They were tough on each other. It was this was a nasty thing between both of them. I thought it'd be a little closer. I was wondering what you guys think about this, because I think we're all in the same situation here. This is about Mr. Trump. Mm-hmm. And so what did Jack do here? They said, well, wait a minute. Do I want to have Trump in this, or do I not want to? Don't forget, 8 years ago, he said Mr. Trump should not be a president.
Distanced himself.
No, totally. And so he was always in this confused position. You know, he would have liked not to do it, but he had to do it. So then it's a qualified formula, I think, and he lost this on this. And Trump is going to make a big battle out of New Jersey, and when we talk about it, most importantly to New York. That's going to be right in this city.
And it's really interesting, as you would know, both of you in Washington, D.C., Trump has been eerily quiet. We haven't heard any truth
silence
posts
is
for the last
deafening.
4 hours.
And it's glorious.
But
It's fucking glorious.
Race. This is just last month in October, you had more than 1,000 rabbis actually sign a letter saying that they were concerned that Mamdani, if he wins in New York, would be a threat to the Jewish residents here. And yet we see this overwhelming victory tonight.
Many of those young people and some of the older people are Jewish as well. 30%, they saying, at least 30% of Jews. We'll see that.
Which Donald Trump said anyone who votes for Mamdani
is stupid.
Who's Jewish is stupid.
He said that today. Was kind of surprising, I think, to me. You guys know him better. You know better than most people about what he does.
He sometimes says things that are a little over the top.
Sometimes he's been known to say that. But more importantly, or not equally importantly, what he's done so far is cut money. Billions of dollars of money from New York and New Jersey already. He's already thinking now that if he got elected, the young man who's now going to be the 111th guy to run the biggest city in the country, he would take the money away, start to take it away. So what's going to happen now? For New York, this is a big deal. The people who ran against him, some of them, are they going to help him when they try to fix this? Because
sorry, point of order. He's not going to be the 111th person to be mayor, because some people had split offices, so they were mayor on more than one occasion, and they were given the title of the 47th and the 49th mayor, and therefore the number of people who have been mayor is lower. Just thought I'll point that out. Same with presidents, because you've got 2 presidents now who served split terms. Grover Cleveland was the 20th and 22nd president, and now Trump was the 45th and 47th president.
To fulfill.
Can he do it?
So the question is, can he improve life for people in New York who feel that life is not affordable in this city?
And what do you say about that? What do you say to the young people who are saying, because that's really the bigger issue here, that people say, I can't afford to be here. This is something very interesting. The current people who are running this city say that by the time of 2030, 4 years from now, there are going to be people above the age of 60, be 25% of the population. Half of them will not be able to afford to live in New York. What do you do with that? This is the city. When's the last time we heard them say, start spreading the news? This is not what New York's about right now. And this is a big deal.
And Mary, just as we said it, of course, Trump has
Trump was listening. We were worried if his phone was broken, but the president has responded here, and he is saying that there are 2 reasons that Republicans lost elections tonight. He says Trump wasn't on the ballot and the shutdown. Now, the president is citing that to pollsters, but the reality is that President Trump's policies were definitely
he is still
on the ballot.
11th
what is he talking about? The shutdown. He's told us that Democrats are to blame for the shutdown.
I was getting there, John.
Yeah. What? I mean, I'm confused.
Well, exactly. And the point is, voters sent a clear message about President Trump's policies. Certainly, all the Democrats that won tonight were running against the president. Now, to varying degrees, you have Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, who certainly were running very anti-Trump campaigns. Here in New York, you could argue that Mamdani, while running against Trump, was also certainly running against the
Orange Gorilla.
By putting affordability, the economy, the cost of living front and center, they are sending the president a very clear message. And number two, on the shutdown, the president has argued for 35 days now that this is the Democrats' shutdown, so I'm not sure how you can argue that Democrats would be winning because of that. Certainly, Democrats in Washington are hoping that Republican leaders in Congress and the president are looking at these races and seeing that health care, the affordability of health care, are a central critical issue for voters, and that they're going to be willing to come to the table. And again, the president, first thing tomorrow morning, meeting with Senate Republicans at the White House. A lot of questions about whether this is going to be the thing that finally forces them to make a deal.
Bill, I want to bring you back in here with regard
Mike
to...
Johnson has called Mamdani a true extremist and Marxist.
Can I ask Mary a question? Do you mind?
Uh-oh.
So let's go have lunch.
No, because he said it's the shutdown, and it's also because Trump is not on the ballot.
Yeah.
When is Trump going to be on the ballot again?
I believe, you got a while. And never, because he can't run again.
So what does that mean for the future of the Republican Party in this Trump worldview?
I'm glad you asked, because the other thing that you're hearing from Republicans close to Trump, when Trump was silent, when his thumbs were getting ready earlier in the night, some of his aides were working overtime on Twitter and X, and they're saying the reason that Democrats were losing tonight is because, candidate quality, the candidates weren't strong enough, and also that if you don't have really MAGA candidates out there, that they won't drive, that without them you won't drive enough voters to the polls. The problem is, as we were discussing during the commercial break, everything changes when Trump isn't at the top of the ticket. And when he isn't truly on the ballot, you see a completely different landscape. And Trump is not on the ballot. His policies are, and that's going to be true next November, and it's going to be true during the next presidential race.
So he's a socialist, a Marxist, a communist?
No.
Right.
Good question.
Former president not saying a word about a two-term vice president.
And many Republican leaders haven't as well, because they're looking to the White House for cues on that one, too.
25 years ago tonight, the election that actually made him vice president.
Big difference.
But Bill, we just want to go back on Mamdani here for a second, because as we've been discussing and has been discussed for months now in this mayoral race, can he actually
revenge
do
monkey.
his promises that he has said? But does that matter? Because people still overwhelmingly voted for him, knowing
He's a
that
communist.
he's going to have to sign off
He's an
on these
anti-Semite.
taxes for billionaires. It's going to get us
mate.
the free childcare and the free buses
just
and
a
the
guy.
freeze on rent. But if he can't do it, is it just that he stands for change and stands for affordability?
And I think he's going to try to do things for people. If he can
he's
get
gonna
some
try
of
and
this
get stuff
stuff that
through.
he said,
He's got the mandate.
I think he has a better shot at it. But he won't. Let's just say he won't be able to do that. He can't really get free buses because he doesn't control the bus money. He can't do a lot of things because he doesn't control it. He can't say the minimum wage because the state does that. He did it when he was in the assembly. So I think that's an issue. But I think he's a very smart guy. He has said I'm sorry to so many people in this city,
Including the police.
Including the police. He went to them, talked personally to them, talked quietly to them, talked publicly to them. Again, when you were 24, did you say something kind of different? Sure. I know I did. So in that way, maybe you should have waited until he was 40.
Much of a thing when I was 24.
He's a very smart guy. I think he will take criticism, and he will be able to take real things that say, "Hey, I can help you, kid."
I think one of the key moments in this race, maybe this is from a national perspective, but it said something about the kind of candidate he is, the kind of politician he is, was making the decision to go on Fox News. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't just to go on Fox News, it was a total, interview without time limits.
Looking into the camera, talking to people.
Giving a message to Donald Trump, doing it all. And he is now going to face not just all the problems in New York and not the practicality of what he can actually get done, but also being the primary focus of national Republicans. Just take a listen to Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, his statement on this race. And I'll just read in part.
True
Democrats in New York
and
City
Marxist.
have chosen a true extremist and Marxist, and the consequences will be felt across our entire nation. Zohran Mamdani's election cements the Democratic Party's transformation to a radical, big government, socialist party. And he goes on for 3 more paragraphs.
And goes on to talk about defunding the police, seizing private property, and massive tax increases. But you were going to say.
Well, I say, in addition to being the subject of so much ire from Republicans and having to sort of be the face of the Democratic Party in many ways, because that's what Republicans are going to force Mamdani to be, he is going to be the primary foil for President Trump. And so how do you go about doing all of these, this lofty to-do list, which is a lot to get done, while also, constantly being attacked and poked by President Trump, who at the same time is cutting, billions of dollars in federal funding.
Huge challenge,
it's
right?
a lot.
It is, and it's up to New Yorkers to finally say, in a place that is setting the table for how we're supposed to deal with all these different ethnics that are there, right? How many people are here from different countries, right? How many are here? And he's going to have to lean on them. They're going to have to say, we're here to help you. We are not here to divide you. And I think that it's going to give a big test to New Yorkers. I really do.
I want to bring Donna Brazile into this conversation. And Donna, earlier tonight, we were talking about how Hakeem Jeffries, when asked, is he the face, Mamdani, the face of the Democratic Party, he quickly said no. We've heard that from several, again, as we've mentioned earlier, that Chuck Schumer wouldn't even say who he voted for, let alone
Chuck Schumer's a gobshite. Get rid of him. Get rid of that
Zohran
dinosaur.
Mamdani an outlier
Everyone
here,
hates
or
him.
is he the face potentially of, or one of the faces of the Democratic Party?
Well, New York is a large city with a great personality, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't become someone that we all get to know. But on the other hand, we tonight elected 2 great American women who leaned into their patriotism, of course, leaned into reaching out to independent swing voters, as well as
recognizing extremists as
voters
12.
who did not turn out in 2024.
Yeah.
So you got a Democratic Party that's getting its mojo back. And before we start identifying who's the next leader of the Democratic Party, maybe tonight we can just look around the country and say Democrats did well in New York, did well in New Jersey, well in Virginia, but also in Georgia, Pennsylvania. It looks like Democrats are trying to figure it out so that we can prepare ahead for the midterms in 364 days.
And really, it's quite interesting as we're seeing all of these images of him in the subway, certainly being crowded. As we were walking city streets with him, he was really received the reception of a rock star. And we see this real split screen where you had Eric Adams and Governor Cuomo sitting courtside at the Knicks games. Zohran Mamdani would attend and be in the nosebleed section. And so really something that ultimately did resonate with New York City voters. What's still outstanding tonight, Donna, that you're still looking for race-wise?
Well, there's no question. We're all now waiting on California. There are a lot of other mayoral races across the country. Detroit, as I mentioned earlier tonight, now Diana Ross in Motown has a female governor. I'm very happy about Detroit. But I'm also looking overall at turnout because, as you well know, Democrats have had an enthusiasm problem. We've had a problem reaching,
Yeah, because you've got Chuck Schumer on your team.
It looks like we're picking up ground. We've got a lot of homework to do, but at least tonight feels like we got some things right from 2024, and we still got to find ways to improve. The other thing is we're having a generational fight within the Democratic Party. That's good news.
Yeah, because you got some old fucking dinosaur who needs to fuck off.
Being turned on to government and politics because they see people their own age willing to go out there and say government can work for the majority of the American people. Look, if I was President Trump tonight, I would read the polls and see what's happening across the country and say, you know what, it's time to get back to work and bring Washington, D.C. back, turn the lights back on at the Capitol, turn the lights back on across the country. I think the ball tomorrow will be in the deal-maker-in-chief hands. Hopefully he will learn from tonight's races.
Racists?
What? This is Bill Ritter at the local news division here. I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
You know, you have experience with all this. What can New Yorkers do? What's New York going to need to do to help this new 111th member of a guy who runs the biggest city in the country?
Well, let's start from the beginning. He has a clean slate. He's after winning the primary, he started going to the middle. He's trying to build bridges. He's trying to open up new doors, and he knows he's going to have to govern with a coalition. Mm-hmm. So I think he's going to reach out, continue to reach out to the business community, continue to reach out to perhaps voters that were not so inclined to vote for a newcomer. But I do believe he has an opportunity to have a really good start and to deliver on the promises he made to New Yorkers.
Can Mr. Cuomo play a part in this? Is that possible even?
He said he was going to go live in Florida if Mamdani won.
Well, look, I hope so. But more importantly, he needs the governor. He also needs the state legislature. I mean, he's made a lot of promises. And the last time I checked, you can't deliver on that without having the support of the governor and also the state assembly.
Okay, well, he got endorsement from her. He did not say during one of the debates, by the way, that he was going to okay her when she runs next year. He didn't go and say that. And it's interesting because she gave him an endorsement to her. So that was kind of interesting. Well, you know what? Maybe he's going to listen to this and we'll get him a copy of it. And maybe you'll give him some ideas there, Donna.
Donna Brazil, Bill Ritter, we thank you both so much.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate you joining us. Our election night coverage continues right after this. Stay with us.
No, don't do it. I don't want to watch your fucking adverts. Piss off. Ah! Okay, hello. Let's see what else is happening on the screens. We can have a look at the Kornaski cam here. This is with 85% of New Jersey in. So we'll head over to the feed over here. We see that Mickey Shrill is on 56.2%, and Jack Shitavetti is on 43.2%, which means that she is in double digits there. She's in a double-digit lead over this jackass. And then, meanwhile, the projected winner there, obviously, Jay Jones. Jay Jones, projected winner for the AG slot for Virginia. That's with 90.5% of the vote in. So that's interesting. So Jones is now the projected winner with 52.4% of the vote. So he won despite the fact that text messages came out saying that he wanted to do bad things to the, not sexy bad things, just bad things. And then the lieutenant governor in Virginia, projected winner is Ghazala Hashmi. This was announced quite a while ago, I think, actually, but that's with 90.7% in. She's way ahead. She's way ahead there. Unfortunately, we're getting an advert for fucking Sky Sports. Football. Did I say about the football? Don't forget about the football. There's going to be some football, and then there'll be some football. And then after the football's finished, there'll be some more football. New York mayor, that 89% of the votes have been counted now. That's quite remarkable for 2 million votes. And the projected winner there, Zohran Mamdani, absolutely annihilating the competition there. I mean, even if Cuomo and Silver, you put those votes together, 41%, 7%, you only get 48, 49%. So Mamdani would have won, even if there was only one candidate that he was up against and all of those voters voted for that one candidate, he still would have won. He has a mandate now of over 50% of the people who voted. And if 2 million people voted, he has the mandate because he was voted for by over 1 million new residents of New York, which is really, really impressive. New York City, not New York State, just the 5 boroughs of New York, everywhere. But Staten Island, apparently, who can go F themselves to oblivion as far as we're concerned. Because whatever. Ooh, football. Liverpool beat Madrid tonight. Woohoo! That's nice, isn't it? And then Virginia there with the projected winner, Spanberger, which is the first result that came in tonight. Again, double-digit lead in Virginia, in New Jersey. And it's not a double-digit lead for Zohran. It's nearly, though, because his closest rival is at 41. He's on 50. So it's nearly a double-digit lead, but it's enough. It's enough for them to. There they go. Over 1 million people voted for Mamdani. That is very impressive. That is very impressive, and that's very, very good news going forward. And like I say, if you add up the other fuckers, they still don't get up to 1 million. And by the way, just to mention about the whole anti-Semitism thing, because the right and the knobheads, they like to portray Mamdani as an anti-Semite because he doesn't agree with what the government of Israel is doing. And the reality is that he has actually been very outspoken about the shit that Israel's done, but also he has been very much about reaching out across the community to the Jewish community. 30% of Jews polled in New York were saying they're going to vote for him. It's a good third of the population there. And even though Trump put out a tweet saying any Jew who votes for Mamdani is a fucking idiot or something stupid, right? Mamdani is planning to increase the amount that is spent on tackling hate crime towards Jews and towards Muslims and towards transgender people and towards all minority groups. He's thinking he's pledged to increase that by over 600%. So that's pretty good. So 6 times what's being spent at the moment, might be even more than that. I think the Warriors were from Staten Island. No, they were from Coney Island, mate. Not Staten Island, it's Coney Island. The Coney Island Warriors trying to get back to Coney Island on the subway, but they had to fight the baseball Furies. That's a retelling of the Odyssey, you know. The Warriors, just like Oh Brother Where Art Thou. True story. Anyway, so I'm going to just leave this for the moment. Apparently the cost of living was a big thing in this election, and obviously Trump has not helped with that by any stretch of the imagination, because he's a gobshite. Okay, so we're going over to California now to talk about California. So here we go.
President Obama, Elizabeth Warren, they have been featuring the biggest names in the Democratic Party. Politico actually crunched the numbers, Lindsay, when it comes to where all of this fundraising dollars were coming from. 52% from outside of California. A big boost to Gavin Newsom's fundraising profile nationally, of course, ahead of a possible 2028 presidential run.
And of course, this sounds like California would net potentially as many as 5 seats, really to counter those 5 seats in Texas.
Yeah, and I think another thing that's been successful for Democrats here is that they've really tried to sell this as this is about the future of democracy. I mean, Gavin Newsom has said over and over again he believes that if Democrats in California did not do Prop 50, that he fears there would never be an election again. And I think that really broke through to voters, saying that this is about high stakes, it's about a lot more than redistricting and drawing lines, and that if you don't like the Trump presidency, you should support this proposition. And so polls are still open here in California. They close very shortly. We don't know exactly if we'll hear from the governor tonight. We may, but we're here with a bunch of surrogates definitely feeling confident and proud of themselves for running such an aggressive, high-dollar campaign in such a short amount of time.
Josh Haskell, longtime ABC family member and friend. Thanks so much, Josh.
Just a bit of an update about the crash in Kentucky. 7 people have just been reported have been killed in this, and with the number expected to rise further. This is a cargo plane that crashed in Kentucky, and it hit buildings. It crashed just after takeoff. By the looks of things, it was full of fuel because it was flying all the way to Hawaii from Kentucky at a really grim. And do you know what? Absolutely 100% preventable. There was no need for this to happen. I guarantee this is because of the cutbacks. The fact that the government's not in operation at the moment. People aren't being paid to maintain the standards, to make sure that these things are safe. Just bit of advice for anyone watching this: please do not fly to America until they fucking sort this shit out. Please don't do it. Anyway, More blood on Trump's hands, yeah, and his tiny little blood-soaked hands. That's what we should call his biography, shouldn't we? Trump, his tiny little blood-soaked hands. Anyway, there's another pundit on the ABC. Let's have a listen.
Already been redrawn so much that, yeah, they might be able to redraw them again to maybe eke out 1 or 2 extra seats, but the margins there are really, really strong. You're seeing a lot more wiggle room for Republicans in Missouri, in North Carolina. One other place that we're looking at that could potentially look at redrawing maps, you see there, Virginia, Maryland is another one. But again, whenever you look at the totality of what's playing out, Republicans have a lot more room here, especially whenever you consider states like Louisiana, Florida, Kansas, Indiana, who are just now starting to consider these conversations of retaliating and redrawing their lines in favor of Republicans. It's really kind of kicked off a national debate over redistricting, something that's going to certainly play out ahead of the midterms.
And in the long game, it seems like Republicans really could have the advantage here?
Yeah, what's interesting about this is during the midterms, the president's party is usually punished. But the way that Republicans have played this out, they could actually beat the odds here. That is, Lindsay, unless this somehow backfires for them.
All right, Alex Prochet for us. Thanks so much, Alex. And want to take a live look now at Mamdani's headquarters in Brooklyn. We're expecting him to take
this has so far been a clean sweep for the Democrats.
Not just the 3 main
elections, but also the other elections that I've got on. I don't think the Republicans are anywhere to be seen.
As we wait to hear from Mamdani there, we wanted to bring in Republican Congressman Mike Lawler from New York, who served in Albany with Zohran Mamdani. Thank you so much for joining us. What do you make of this victory tonight?
Oh, well, it's not surprising. He's been consistently polling anywhere from 45
Why doesn't his head move?
49%. So I think
why doesn't your head move?
That out. And I think it speaks volumes to where the Democratic Party has moved.
Why isn't your head moving?
Over the last
is this AI? Is this guy AI? Is this a real person?
And with the ascension of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in 2018, you have seen a wave of Democratic socialists win city council seats, state assembly seats. Zohran came in 2020 in an assembly seat underlaying AOC's congressional seat. So it's not surprising to me that they have made traction, but I think it does not bode well for Democrats in the suburbs of New York and these swing congressional seats.
No straw left unclutched.
Moving forward, I think Zohran Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie Sanders are going to be the face of the Democratic Party. It's part of the reason why Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have been so betwixt and between, and
why is he blinking so much?
Haven't definitively
is he off his
stated
tits
or
on
waited
cocaine?
till the very last minute.
Is this a coke face? Is that coke face going on here? Is that coke face?
Ascendancy.
Are we seeing coke face?
And they're struggling with it because they know if
Mr.
they
Uncanny
disown him,
Valley.
they're
Yeah, I
lose
know.
a primary.
It's like a
from the
Pokemon
left.
animation.
And they know if they embrace him, it's death in a general election in these swing states and seats. So. This is going to be a very interesting dynamic with somebody like Zohran Mamdani, a true believer on these issues, coming forward when he's talking about raising taxes by $9 billion on New Yorkers. That's not going to bode well
$9 billion
in the suburbs and in other parts of the state when he's talking about defunding the police or shutting down prisons.
He's explained that.
Legalizing prostitution.
Cool,
These are policies that he has espoused repeatedly.
Legalize it, make it safe.
Even if he
make
tries
it safe.
to gloss it up now.
Unionize. Women run brothels.
And you said that this is not going to bode well
Panic
for Democrats,
buttons,
but tonight
bouncers.
voters are clearly sending a message about their feelings when it comes to affordability and the economy. Does that ultimately not bode well for Republicans and the White House?
No, I think, look, each race is always unique in and to itself. In Virginia, you had a historically terrible candidate in Winsome Sears who did not run a good race, and so much so that Abigail Spanberger was able to drag Jay Jones across the finish line despite his comments that he wanted to kill his opponent and his former colleague's family. But the fact is that when you look at the affordability crisis impacting our country, that is a major issue. And we in the Republican House have passed the largest tax cut in American history. The average New Yorker is going to see a $4,000 tax cut next year when they go to file. And so I think the economy is going to move in the right direction. But obviously, voters are very frustrated. We saw record inflation under Joe Biden. We continue to see housing costs be too high. Healthcare costs obviously are a challenge. So we have to
healthcare costs are a challenge. They're going to double. They're going to double. Thanks to Trump, your man Trump.
Administration,
you coked up twat.
As well.
President Trump posted tonight on Truth Social, attributing it to pollsters, saying that Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down the two reasons that Republicans lost elections.
Get rid of his face.
Oh, what's your response to that?
Christ.
How do Republicans win when Trump is not on the ballot?
Jesus Christ, that was
horrible.
There's
no question. There's a segment.
Can you warn us before your show is big ugly fucking
comes out
mug,
only
please?
when President Trump is on the ballot. So that's something where Republicans across the country are going to have to do a better job of appealing to those voters to turn out. But ultimately, this is going to boil down next year to the issues before us. And the issues before us will be the economy. It'll be jobs. It'll be the cost of living, energy, healthcare, housing, which I believe is a major issue. We're about 8 million units underbuilt nationwide. Obviously, immigration and the border.
They took
so these
our
are the issues that'll
they
be
took
on
our
the ballot next year. And I think we've done a lot in Washington
they took our
to turn the corner and begin to really see positive change. We're down to net zero border crossings. Since President Trump took over, which is a big issue. So
this is actually moving more than your head.
Ahead of us over the next year, and we'll keep working.
It looked like you moved them, but the camera just wobbled.
Will you mull over the results tonight and think, what can we as a party, as Republicans, do differently?
I think Zohran Mamdani spoke directly to the voters and spoke about the issue of affordability.
I love fascists so much.
Number one issue he tackled. That has to be the focus in everything that we do, both in terms of campaigning, but also in terms of the actions being taken in Washington. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what I've been focused on, from taxes to extending the ACA subsidy, which I've been a co-lead on, to ensuring that the government is funded and open, which I voted in favor of, while most of my Democratic colleagues voted no. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. And certainly, each election is unique in and of itself. But I'm focused on my district and my constituents and continuing to serve them and address the issues impacting them.
Congressman Mike Lawler, we thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I want to bring in ABC political contributor Heidi Heitkamp. She joins us now. And Heidi, as a former senator, the Democrats took a gamble on the government shutdown.
Hi, Heidi. Hi. You see what I did there?
May think Republicans in power.
Do you see what I did?
I think they're a reflection that the Democrats have finally begun their focus on bread and butter issues, tabletop issues, which is where they have to be if they're going to be successful.
Tabletop issues?
Lindsay, I do want to comment about
like Dungeons and Dragons.
The
what are you talking about tabletop issues?
This national race in New York.
Do you mean like kitchen?
The mayor's race in New York City. But that race down in Virginia where this woman ran, well, that's not a national race. And I want to make the point about the two women who won their governor's races tonight. They both first cut their teeth in swing districts, in districts where they were not guaranteed a victory, and they learned how to talk to people. They listened to what people were saying, and they reflected those values in these campaigns. And that's where the Republicans are missing the message tonight, because tonight is a referendum on the economic policies of the Republican Party, including those things that are being fought for right now in the shutdown.
That was good.
And guess what? Overwhelmingly lost. And that coalition they thought they were building in New Jersey, where they felt like they had a big bounce coming out of the 2024 campaign, guess what? That dissolved. That dissolved because of the policies of this administration. And they're building redistricting based on those results. And let me tell you, that coalition doesn't exist. I mean, it's just interesting to see how they're unwilling to see the real message of tonight.
And Heidi, I'm just curious before we let you go, does this give you optimism? Do you feel revitalized and charged as a Democrat?
I am so
Heidi
excited
ho.
that we have made affordability the single issue in all of these races.
Heidi tally ho.
Including the Georgia race. I have been arguing for this. I said the identity politics of the old Democratic Party need to find their way out the back door. We need to talk about how we're going to make people's lives better. And that's exactly why the Democratic Party won tonight.
All right. Thank you so much, Heidi Heitkamp. Really appreciate you joining us as always. Want to bring back in ABC News' Elizabeth Schulze, who joins us now from our D.C. bureau. Certainly, we are talking a lot about affordability. Just heard it there in basically each of the races tonight. It is about things are too high. We can't afford them anymore.
It is. And I think it's worth pointing out, Lindsay,
Things
just
are too
how
high.
much this
Everyone's
is
too
backed
high.
up when
Everyone's
you
on
look
drugs.
at the actual cost that people are paying. What people are saying about the economy is also reflected in what the data shows about the economy. I mean, just look at the price of utility gas bills. You know, we've talked a lot about how these candidates in Virginia and New Jersey for governor have talked about lowering bills. Those costs are up 12% over the past year. Electricity prices, this is nationally, over the last year, up 5%. Childcare, a lot of focus on Zohran Mamdani's plan for free childcare, 5% for those daycare costs. Of course, rent, another big one. And then you have grocery prices, 3% in the past year. Worth highlighting just a couple of those places where you're really seeing these gains and why we're seeing these candidates focus on that message. Those staples in your budget, coffee, beef, bananas, canned fruits and vegetables, all of those seeing really significant gains. And when I talk to voters about what they want to hear, that's where this affordability message really comes in. It is about prices. You can talk about inflation getting better. The rate of prices isn't going up as fast, but that doesn't mean that they're going down. And that's really what voters hear about when they're thinking about those day-to-day
Cynthia
costs.
Nixon from Sex and the City.
Of course, we see the stats and we see the numbers, but you actually talked with a number of real people, including Julie, a single mom to 3 kids who has to work overnight shifts at the hospital to try to make ends meet. Give us a sense of what you heard from her.
Yeah, and whenever you sit down and really go through someone's budget like this really resonates about how tight things are right now. Julie talked to us about once she's paid her rent and her bills and her groceries, she has $100 left to buy everything else that her kids need. She only says that she can afford 2 pairs of shoes for her kids every year, and she was emotional, Lindsay, talking to us about right now the reality for families is that costs are so tight. On top of that, we are in the middle of the government shutdown, which is now tied for the longest in history. Julie is one of 42 million Americans who gets SNAP food assistance. She does not know when those benefits will come. When you have the threat from Washington, from under this administration, from the very real reality that these policies are trickling into the lives of people like Julie, she says she wants to see politicians who are working for her, which is why these messages of change obviously clearly resonating here tonight. I just want to highlight one other thing that we are seeing in a lot of this preliminary exit polling data. This isn't just about affordability, Lindsay. It's also about economic inequality. A lot of voters talking about how, yes, prices are high, but this idea that they cannot get ahead. In Virginia, just 1 out of 10 people in those preliminary exit polls said they are getting better off financially. And when we've talked to voters, this idea of the American dream, buying a home, building wealth, that is just not within reach. And clearly that's a message that's been resonating tonight.
And it is a message that we continue to hear in a number of states. Elizabeth Schulze, thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Rick Klein back in here.
Bye.
And Rick, we know that even in states like Virginia, more than half of the voters there said that the economy was their #1 issue.
Yeah, and it's really striking when you look at it across the exit polls and in our latest ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll. Wanted to dive into a couple of the different areas in this poll, starting with the economy, because it is so critical to how people are thinking about it. We asked a number of questions, really weren't political questions directly. It was more, where do you feel like you are, where do you feel like the country is in this moment, starting with personal finances, because perceptions are realities here. 37% of Americans overall say that their own personal finances have gotten worse since the Trump presidency began. Only 18% say it's better. We've heard Donald Trump talk about the economy and talk about us the envy of the world. People have not felt that. People feel like they're either treading water or things are getting actually worse. Then when it comes to their own personal spending, look at this. 71% say they are now spending more on groceries. 59% say they're spending more on utilities, a big issue that we saw play out in New Jersey, in Virginia, in New York. Just affordability. Yeah. Inflation was so much of what drove people's anger.
He's building a fucking ball house for $350 million.
These higher prices, and they still want to do something about it. And then tariffs, the signature policy that Donald Trump is engaged with. It's going to go before the Supreme Court tomorrow. 58% feel like the tariffs are actually hurting the economy, not helping it. So it plays out in the politics, sometimes in indirect ways, because different people are on the ballot at different times. But clearly this dissatisfaction, clearly the even anger that people feel right now over the state of the country as it relates to their own finances and into the policies they're seeing play out is having a real impact in these elections.
All right, Rick, thanks so much. And Mary, I just want to bring you in really quickly as we're about to go back to the former Trump advisor to talk about the new post that Donald Trump just posted.
So the president is posting, thinking about the shutdown clearly, which we know is now tied for the second longest in history. And the president just posting in his signature, all caps, Republicans terminate the filibuster, get back to passing legislation and voter reform. And of course, we've seen the president in recent days urging Republicans to kill the filibuster. He's been warning them, that they will lose in elections going forward if they don't. The filibuster, of course, is that 60 vote threshold that is required for so much legislation, including legislation that would be required to reopen the government. And both parties have toyed with doing away with this in the past, but no one has ever used the nuclear option, as it's known, because of concerns about what it would mean long term for the nation and for Congress going forward. And it's why you've seen Republican leadership hesitant to take this step. Now, of course, as we've been saying, the president is sitting down tomorrow morning at the White House with Senate Republicans. If anyone, including Democrats, are hoping that the president would see the results tonight, would see the fact that so many Americans are clearly concerned about affordability, including the cost of health care, which is at the center of this standoff, and look at that and think, okay, it's time to make a deal. Clearly, the president has every intention of turning the screws and urging and pressuring Republicans to kill the filibuster, to use that to reopen the government and force his agenda through going forward.
And with that point, I want to bring in Danielle Alvarez, former Trump advisor. Your response when we're seeing pretty much Democrats kind of sweeping these elections. I know you mentioned to us earlier that these are blue states, so that was to be expected.
Go on.
But do you think that it's wise at this point to force the issue and say, look, end the filibuster, or do you
learn
a lesson potentially
men who rape women? This woman.
Tonight?
Go on, sister. Tell us what you think.
Acknowledge that these results were expected. Again, as I mentioned earlier, as you just stated, these are
Alvarez.
States. I think that
Are you a fucking idiot, Danielle?
What do you
think they're going to do to you? Your surname is Alvarez.
Election results and figuring
when they turn on you.
Are
you a man? No. Are you a white man? No.
These are elections where Democrats vastly outspent Republicans in order to hold on to, again, these very blue seats. But looking forward,
Republicans talk like this, and they talk like this, and then they say things like this, and this is the way they talk, and Caroline Leavitt has the same fucking cadence.
With the government shutdown and this standoff, and again, that 60 vote threshold, which we just saw him truth about.
This is
he passed
Fox News
successfully
voice.
the one big beautiful bill, but since then the Democrats have shut down the government.
Ugly, stupid
for
bill.
34
fuck off,
days
you
and have
disgusting
impeded the
fucking
great
man.
progress that the
I don't want to
president has
see
made.
your
Of course, he's
god
still
awful
making
fucking
accomplishments
face.
through his
off.
executive branch.
Fuck
but again,
the
Democrats
fuck
have
off.
slowed down that progress.
Get rid of this
in
gobshite off me
Congress.
telly.
And so you see that frustration
Fucking
with the
arsehole.
president's. If you are to believe Secretary Dustin's, the levers that this administration has pulled for our economy should kickstart in the new year. Again, some of the measures in the one big beautiful bill were implemented immediately. Some will be implemented January 1st of 2026. But that's really going to be the conversation headed into these midterms. Are Americans feeling those gains in their pockets? And are we able to resolve those kitchen table issues?
And what would you say at this point to those Americans who said that they voted for President Trump a year ago because he said he was going to get rid of inflation, and yet now, further compounding the inflation issue, they're dealing with tariffs?
Yeah.
Again, I believe that Secretary Besson has predicted that the economy is going to be headed in the right direction.
Is it?
We know that President Trump in his first administration was able to deliver a very strong economy. Of course, this administration and Republicans are messaging that the hole we had to dig out of as a result of President Joe Biden's failures was far greater than anyone expected. But again, pulling those levers of the economy, the wind security, one big beautiful bill will kickstart in the new year. And that's the hope, that we are able to have a strong economy for all Americans, understanding that it is an issue that families and businesses across the country are dealing with, and this administration is tackling it at rapid clip.
Going forward, would you have any advice if you were still working with the Trump administration about lessons learned from tonight?
Go find a cliff and jump off it.
Again, as a party, we need to take a look at the totality of these elections. We need to be able to have, again, vote totals, breakdowns by counties. We don't have that information yet. Of course, at this point, we only have exit polling. But President Trump's team is the best of the best, of course, delivering huge victories for him in the November 2024 election. It is something that Republicans will have to take a look at. Of course, President Trump is not on the ticket. He is a huge driver of turnout. So it will be interesting to see how he does get involved in the upcoming midterms. I think that will be critical to Republican victory.
Danielle Alvarez, former senior Trump advisor, thank you so much for your time and insight. Appreciate it.
Piss off, you fucking idiots.
And our Aaron Katursky once again joins us live from Zohran Mamdani's watch party.
Where are the Epstein files, Danielle? Do you love sex offenders? Yep, she loves the rapists. The rapists who go around shooting people who look like her dead.
The whole crowd,
fucking
as
idiot.
Andrew Cuomo was speaking to his supporters in Midtown Manhattan.
You should be at that party, Aaron. Sorry, no offense,
downtown
mate.
Brooklyn started raising their hands and waving Cuomo goodbye. This does
Here we go, it's
appear
Roger
to be
Irrelevance.
the end.
Hello
of
everybody, it's Roger Irrelevance
in New
here.
York politics.
I just wanted
Ever
to
since
know that
Andrew
I'm having a
Cuomo's
very
father,
nice
Mario
time.
Cuomo, was elected governor in
I'm having a very
1982.
nice
The
time.
family's been a constant presence.
Thank you.
But Zohran Mamdani came from nowhere to defeat Cuomo twice, once in the Democratic primary and now again here in the general election. And he's about to speak to his supporters who cannot wait to hear from him.
You sound like you can't wait to hear from him,
Mayor-elect,
Roger.
and starts out on an ambitious plan to
Wow.
make New York City more affordable.
Let's talk about the Trump of it all, with the potential
The Trump
that
of it
with
all.
this win for Mamdani, he's already threatened that he'll pull federal funding. The talk about bringing the National Guard into New York City, that idea of retribution, if you will.
I asked Zohran Mamdani about that just today, Lindsay, and he said he's not going to shrink from the fight. He said he will use every available option. The courts, he'll take him on politically, and he is going to fight, he said, for every dollar that New York is owed. It's about 10% of New York City's overall budget is from federal money. And we heard a moment ago here from New York Attorney General Letitia James, who pledged to be a partner with Mayor-elect Mamdani in making sure that all legal resources are expended to keep those federal funds in New York City's pocket. He, of course, was facing an opponent, Andrew Cuomo, who said Trump's going to cut through him like a hot knife through butter. But Mamdani says he is up to the challenge.
24 years after September 11th, and now New York City has voted in its first Muslim mayor who will actually preside over the 25th anniversary commemoration. Your thoughts on that, Aaron?
It really does show how far New York City has come. And even in this race, Muslims were vilified. Andrew Cuomo laughed along with a radio host in the closing weeks of the campaign, Lindsay, who suggested that Mamdani would have been cheering on the terrorists on 9/11. And Mamdani then spoke passionately, giving a deeply personal speech toward the end of the campaign, talking about his faith and how Muslims in the city have felt like they needed to live in the shadows. And instead, he says his candidacy has helped them come out and live a more full life as a member of civic society. And the religious barrier that he's broken is not lost in the city with the largest Jewish population outside of the state of Israel. So he does have some inroads to make with members of other faiths, perhaps, but he pledges that he is going to be a mayor for all.
All right, Aaron Katursky, we'll go back to you as soon as we hear that Mamdani has hit the stage there. Thanks so much. Let's go now to Monica Madden from KGO, our partner station in San Francisco.
I can feel it in me
waters.
waters.
Party for Prop 50. Give us a sense of how the crowd is there.
me to go up there and do a mic check?
Do you want me to go up there and do a mic check?
We're at the
Yeah,
California
you go, Tommy. Go do a mic check. Go and do a fucking mic check.
Governor Newsom later once we start to get some of those
Coast.
results when polls close in about 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes
Sorry,
here.
America.
Now, this isn't really a party rather than just the campaign headquarters where a lot of media are gathering just to do our reporting. So not really much that I can share about the vibes, but I will say that a
she's holding a phone.
campaign spokesperson
She's like,
for
fuck
the
it,
Yes on 50
you know?
tells me,
I've got to get me
tells me
streak
that
on
they're feeling very
Duolingo.
confident
So she's
about
just like
this
with her
measure.
phone.
Really important to note that a couple,
like
weeks ago or months ago when we first saw early polling about this
I
measure,
like
it showed voters were
she's doing
pretty
a whole Tommy Cooper thing.
Split on whether
Just
or
like
not
that.
they were going to go for this proposal, about 50% in the beginning, and now recent polling showing more like 60% of voters are confident on voting yes on Prop 50. So this is not just a test for whether or not Californians want to join in this gerrymandering, redistricting arms race, but really is going to be a big test of Governor Newsom's political might, Lindsay.
And certainly polls about to close there. Thank you so much, Cornell Bernard, also from KGO, our partner station in San Francisco, is at the no party for Prop 50. Give us a sense of what the party is like there.
Hey, Lindsay. Just a few minutes before the polls close here in California.
That's the party.
And
the
mood
is
upbeat, I would say, here at Ronald Reagan Republican Center, and lots of people making phone calls, urging voters to get out the vote if they have not voted yet.
That's just not going to be not funny.
Like I said,
that
just
is one of the TV
close.
classics.
Joining me now, Corinne.
So tell us how the party's going.
From
hello, I'm here in this empty room.
Democratic Party here in
I'm here in this empty room. This is the party.
Republican Party.
That's right.
Yeah.
And tell me, what's the mood?
Well, it's busy. It's been, had a lot of energy in here since 7 o'clock this morning.
Come to my party.
Our
Come on.
volunteers have been here all day, making phone calls, reminding people to get out and vote. I
love it. Love it. Love it.
San
Love it.
Diego, there's
Love it.
lines
Love it.
that are up to 30 minutes long for people who are waiting to vote. So there's still a lot of energy.
Right. Corinne, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
And they say it's not over till it's over, and we have just about 5 minutes left here in California before the polls close. They are urging no on Prop 50 here. And Lindsay, back to you now.
All right, Cornell Bernard and Monica Natalie, thank you both. And you just heard it there, polls about to close in California.
That
just
was so
minutes
Partridge.
Away. Our election coverage
That was
continues.
brilliant.
Stay with us.
That was so good. That was my highlight of the night, I think. Look how upset the woman is there. Right. Anyway. No, you don't need to see this. You don't need to see this. That was fucking genius. We're going over now to the no camp, the party. We're going to the party. There's just a woman in an empty room. And she's there going, "Yep, I'm the party, and you're all invited." Just one woman in a room. Oh my god, that was brilliant. I didn't see that coming. That was all kinds of wonderful. Anyway, let's see how we're doing here on the showing adverts. They're showing adverts at the moment on the old ABC. They do have the what's interesting is they're showing adverts, but they do actually have the votes still coming up with the adverts going on behind them. But it's an advert for like an ABC show. Let's see how things are going on the old AP. I'd like to go and check out the AP. See what the feed is there. Oh, here we go. And then we've got this guy talking. Oh. Sorry about this. I'm going to have to go back to me because I didn't knock the sound off that one. Should we go and see what the Kornacki scan is doing, the Kornacki cam? Let's see how he's getting on. He's there. Here's the scoop. Here's the poop scoop. All right, here we go. All right, there we go. Whoop, doop. Okay, so this is it. Statewide, yes, no. Ready for 2 minutes time. 2 minutes time when info about this should be coming out. Sorry, there's no sound on this at the moment. It's just music. It's just terrible music. It's just music forever. But what we're going to do is we're going to, I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means. Oh, are we talking about media test failed, check cable? What? Oh, God, that's not good. You're trying to get a specky to work. I'm going to just go back to ABC now, I think. There's not much happening on the Associated Press. Mamdani still hasn't
certainly not
done
oppressive atmosphere in Manhattan where he was
yet.
during his election night party tonight.
So still waiting for that.
Thank
Minneapolis,
you, Philip, for
something's
those
happening in
continued
Minnie
updates
Mouse.
from there in New York City. We will keep up on our screen images coming to us from Mamdani's election night campaign.
Okay, we've got 1 minute before.
We do expect to see and hear the candidate, but we don't have an exact
polling
time.
closes
as Philip knows,
in
and as I know, having
California.
covered campaigns across the country, there is a
hidden,
lot of waiting,
in the
even
last
when you
hour
expect that
of
there's a
the
victorious
show here.
candidate who's going to be coming out and talking to you. You don't have an exact idea of exactly when that will be.
Okay, right. So we're just going to turn that down. We are going to just leap across now over to, here we go.
Closed in California.
Polls just closed in California.
We are calling here at ABC
Here we go.
News.
Here we go.
Proposition 50 in California has been a yes. California residents have decided to redraw the state's congressional maps. We are going to get more on that in just a little bit.
Yes.
But first, we do want to hand it back over to Aaron Katersky, who is at Mamdani's headquarters, and he is about to take the stage.
Lindsay, any moment, Zohran Mamdani is going to come into this ballroom here in downtown Brooklyn and speak to hundreds of his
Brennan, still watching.
Who waved goodbye to his main
it's a
rival,
yes.
Andrew Cuomo, when his face
It's
came
a
up on
yes.
screen.
Yes,
and
yes, yes,
they
yes,
are
yes.
here to celebrate this historic victory.
Woo!
A 34-year-old Democratic socialist with little political experience is the new voice of New York. Voters saw in
All right,
him
let's get
someone who
let's
could
get
make
some
New York City
celebrations
more
going on
affordable.
here.
That was his
We've got a
promise.
goal.
Free
We've got a goal.
buses,
Shut
free
up, you. Shut it, Alan. I want you to stop. I've just set a thing. I meant to do it for one. Sorry, I've set it for 5 super chats. That was me not paying attention. So if you get 5 super chats, you'll get some confetti, which I'm sure you will want because it's 4th and 4. Democrats have smashed it. Democrats have smashed it tonight.
In Queens and in Brooklyn, Staten Island and the Bronx seem to favor Andrew Cuomo, but Mamdani is now pledging that he will be a mayor for all, even though for many New Yorkers, this is now going to be the time when they get to know him, because his breakout campaign, Lindsay, seemed to come from nowhere.
And Aaron, before we let you go, Mr. Cardamom, that was his name, his rap name, back in about 2010 when he briefly was a rapper. Of course, we saw Mamdani hitting the New York City nightclubs, still stumping for votes over the weekend to the Empire State of Mind song. Give us a sense of that outreach that Mamdani successfully was able to establish today at the polls.
He really was able to lean into his relative youth. He's going to be the youngest mayor in a century here in New York City. And he tried to show a common touch to convince New Yorkers he was more like them than their politicians. He would campaign at nightclubs. He sat in the nosebleeds to watch the Knicks. Andrew Cuomo sat courtside. And you can hear the cheers go up as there are various tweets from Democratic politicians supporting Zohran Mamdani. One there from
Confetti, says Deborah.
With
$2 Canadian. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Focus
very kind
on
of you.
people. Somebody
great news.
Who came from
4th
a
and 4.
background of privilege,
4th
adopted a
and 4, my
worldview that
friends.
would really
4
undercut
from
that
4.
background, focusing on people who are poorer, who were struggling to pay rent, who were struggling with meeting the needs of childcare, and he rode those concerns to a victory here, earning the cheers of a crowd that's now ready to welcome him.
We certainly hear that welcome. All right, Aaron, we'll come back to you in a moment. Let's go now back into the Election Command Center, where we find ABC News'
The Election Command Center.
Rick Klein. Rick, what are you looking at?
It's war.
Well, now that we have the answer on this proposition in California, this is the new map of House districts that will be in place for next year. As you can see, Democrats think they will get 5 additional seats. The Republicans will go their delegation potentially from 9 down to as few as 4. As basically they draw up, they carve up the state in a way that that spreads the Republicans very thin, just off of the coast entirely. That is a remarkable change for California, which has traditionally had some of the closest and most competitive races, particularly since they changed the whole system of redistricting, giving it to a nonpartisan commission. Voters are saying, actually, we'll take it back. We're going to go with Governor Newsom on this, and we're going to take it back for the rest of the decade. The reason why? Look at what's happening across the country, Lindsay. States including Texas, Missouri, Ohio, North Carolina have already carved up their new districts. That's going to give Republicans potentially as many as 8 additional districts. And Mary Bruce, who's with us in the studio right now, even with that win in California, that only takes 5 off the board. It's still advantaged Republicans, but this is a big step and might be the most consequential thing that happens tonight for the midterms in 2028.
And of course, all of this started as an effort to counter what was happening in Texas. But the concern, does this then set off an even bigger, greater sort of redistricting nuclear arms race across the country?
That's 100% right. And there are other states that are watching all of this and thinking about it, including some red states like Kansas, Louisiana, Indiana, some blue states like Virginia, big boost for them today, Maryland, Illinois as well. And here is the real interesting thing, is that this is what the current map looks like in the Deep South. You still have 24 Democrats there. The Supreme Court could take a knife to the Voting Rights Act, and you could see maybe half of that number go away entirely.
That's what they're going to do. They're going to absolutely cheat. We have to cheat harder
before the midterms, but clearly we're already seeing the districts drawn in all these different ways, and it is still advantage Republicans.
And Avery, let's go back to you and take us
Slow
through
the F down, you'll do yourself an injury.
The vote behind this and what we're seeing in these polls.
Right. In our exit poll, our preliminary exit poll data that we're getting out of California, we're looking at the feelings that some of these voters have had on the direction of the country. And so we see a vast majority, 73%, say that they are dissatisfied and angry with the direction of the country versus 27% who say they are enthusiastic and satisfied. Obviously, that bode well for the yes campaign in this race tonight. And then we're going to continue to take a look at what the reason was and what one of the reasons was behind folks' vote in California tonight. 51% say that they voted yes on this ballot initiative to oppose Donald Trump. We know that he has been at the center of the pressure campaign that we've seen in Republican-led states to redraw districts in favor of Republicans. 8% said that they voted in order to support Donald Trump, and 42% said it was not a factor. And then we can take a look at what folks said about, in general, should states' congressional districts be drawn by the party in power? Only 7% say that it should be drawn by the party in power. 92% say a nonpartisan commission should be drawing these congressional districts. Well, voters in California just voted against that. And so even though that is a staggering number, 92%, we see that voters in California are going to allow for that map to go through.
And I think it's worth reminding everyone just how unusual this is, because while President Trump has put redistricting really, front and center in his midterm strategy, this is not how this is normally done, right? Normally, you only would redistrict after a census once a decade. So really, we're in uncharted territory.
Right, once a decade or in response to some sort of court order. And what we have seen across the country is really a partisan redrawing of congressional districts in different places.
And likely to possibly continue. And of course, Rick, if I can take this back to you as well, because this has been, it was a risk by Governor Gavin Newsom to do this. A lot of people thought there's no way this could happen, but it also lets him take center stage as someone who we know has, presidential ambitions. It's a win for him personally as well.
Oh boy, and what a risk it was. I mean, to go forward with this, as Avery just covered, the voters in California said they want this nonpartisan commission. It was a key reform that Governor Schwarzenegger put forward. And Newsom said, you know what, the reform's all fine, but I'm going to fight fire with fire. And he's doing the same thing with Donald Trump every day. Then he did something just a couple of weeks ago that I have never seen in my lifetime of covering politics. He said, stop sending us money. We have enough. We're doing okay. Imagine how bad it would be if he loses after that. But I said a moment ago that this might be the biggest thing for the midterms in 2026. It might also be the biggest thing that happens for the presidential election in 2028, because now Gavin Newsom can say, look, I am not just talking the talk. I am getting something done. I am pushing back at Donald Trump in a way that Democrats want.
Does it really position him as sort of, the leader of the opposition in some ways?
I think this puts him front and center of any conversation around who the leader of the party will be, because he can say, look at all these states out there, and it's nice that you have these Democratic governors in these places or Democratic legislators. Look what I actually did. I was able to muscle through in record time a brand new electoral map that fights fire with fire, that does to Republicans in California what was just done to Democrats in Texas and all these other places.
And again, talk us through some of the other states where we may see similar efforts, if you can.
Yeah, no, happy to do it. So this really started with Texas, which right now is poised. This is the new map that will be placed in Texas. Look what they did. They just took it down to the urban areas. It's just the Dallases and the San Antonios and the El Pasos and the Austins that are going to have any Democratic representation at all. 5 seats. The Democrats now have 13. It's probably going to go down to as few as 8. So that's what sparked what California did. Now in some of these other states, Utah, as Avery well knows, is under a court order.
Hey, Brenna.
That's all Republican delegation already, so that's not really going to make a difference. In fact, it could help Democrats. But Kansas, they're running into some trouble there. Indiana's been a little stop and start. Florida with Governor DeSantis, I have to think this is going to get more talk there. Same thing with Louisiana. The flip side is Virginia, which, again, the big win by the Democrats tonight. We've seen Governor Moore get involved again in Maryland, Governor Pritzker in Illinois. All is said and done. Maybe the Republicans end up netting 3, 4, 5 seats, but it could have been and would have been a lot worse without what just happened in California.
Yeah, and with the margin so slim, every seat counts.
Every single seat. I mean, it is wild to remember just how close things are, and it's going to get closer already. There's a special election tonight in Texas. There's a seat that's going to get filled. Democrats need to flip just 3 seats. So that's the kind of margin we're talking about here going into the midterms next year.
And we are off to the races. Rick, thank you.
3
Avery as
seats.
well. Lindsay,
That's all we need.
All right, Mary, thank
3
you.
seats.
John, back here with you. We talked earlier about how
Who's going to find Trumbo Deed in the morning?
The idea, Proposition 50. How did he respond? Was he expecting that this was going to be the outcome?
Absolutely, he was expecting. As Rick Klein pointed out, he actually, since we spoke, he told people to stop donating money to this cause, donate it to other Democratic causes. He was so confident. But what was interesting in the conversation, I went out to California to interview him, is I said, do Democrats need to prevail on Proposition 50? Do they need those extra 5 seats to be able to win back the House in the midterms? And his answer was no. He said no. I think California and he was confident they were going to prevail here. That those 5 seats will become a footnote because it'll be such a wave election, a rejection of Donald Trump and his policies and Republican policies in the midterms. Now, that could have been bravado, but if the trends you saw tonight continue into next year's midterm elections, you could see something approaching a real wave election.
And it will switch gears back to this New York City mayoral race as we're waiting for Zohran Mamdani to take the stage. We've talked through ad nauseum really about the promises that he made with regard to childcare and busing for free and freezing the rent. Can he get any of these promises across the finish line without the sign-off of Governor Hochul?
Well, there are things he can get done, but the big
we're going to stay on for a little
on
bit.
His list will require either the approval of the governor and the legislature or the MTA, so free buses.
Sorry.
Buses are not controlled. The MTA, the Metropolitan Transit Authority, controls that. It's an agency that the governor and the mayor can both appoint people on, but the mayor doesn't control that agency. The idea of raising the minimum wage, that's going to need, as far as I understand it, that is going to need approval from Albany as well, raising taxes as well. What he can do, though, is get a sense that the city is back on track, that the city is determined, that the mayor is determined to control costs. He's going to need help to do it, but I think a big part of it is going to be messaging and his ability to bring a coalition together, including people that rejected him. We have to go back and look. I cannot think of a time where somebody got elected mayor of New York, but lost among Jewish voters and lost among Catholic voters. These are 2 of the pillars of New York coalition politics. He won by building an entirely different coalition and a much bigger coalition.
So when you Monday morning quarterback this, what went wrong for Cuomo? Here's a guy, well-known name, comes from this political dynasty. You had billionaires pouring money into his campaign. Correct. What went wrong?
Look, I think that Andrew Cuomo certainly had all of that. He was also a profoundly flawed candidate. He had all the personal drama. This is a guy who
personal drama. The guy's a fucking sex pest. He's a fucking nonce.
Of New York, after a scandal where he was accused of sexually mistreating his own employees. This is somebody who was profoundly unpopular, seemed tired in how he campaigned, had none of the energy that Mamdani did. I think there are a great number of things that went wrong with Andrew Cuomo's campaign. What was interesting is he lost the primary, and then he set out to do this independent run, and he basically loses by the same margin.
All right, John, thank you. I want to bring it over to another John now. John Katko, ABC News political contributor and former Republican congressman from New York. Same question to you. What do you think happened? Was it just that Andrew Cuomo was too flawed a candidate in the end?
Well, I think it's really about the economy, and it's really that simple. And like I said before, last year the economy was a big issue during the presidential campaign, and it was a big issue today. And I think a lot of young voters in New York City were motivated to vote for the first time because they feel like, you know, life's passing them by from an economic standpoint. So it's understandable. But let's cool down the enthusiasm just a bit here. As you know, 90% of the votes are in. Mamdani only got 50.4%. It's not like he won in this massive landslide. And so there is a record turnout of voters. There's also a record number of people who probably voted against him.
Finally someone mentioned what Cuomo scandals were.
Mamdani doesn't have as much of a mandate as might be readily apparent, but there's no question in my mind that the economy played the biggest part in this thing, and the hopelessness of young professionals and young adults trying to get ahead is what propelled him to office. Now that he's got it, he's like the dog who chased the car. He's caught up to the car. Now what's he going to do with it when he gets there? And that's going to be the big thing for him going forward.
And if you were still in Congress, would you be urging your Republican colleagues, hey, we got to do something on this shutdown? It seems like voters are holding us responsible for the government not being operational at this time.
I never voted against a budget for that very reason, no matter what. Because I think it's insane to have the government shut down, and both sides are wrong for it, and both sides box themselves into a corner. And when they box themselves into a corner,
Democrats seem to be doing quite well out of it, mate.
It's a sign of weakness. And meanwhile, people are going without food, and the least among us are the ones that are struggling the most, and that's just not right. So absolutely, I'd be urging them to do that. I would have done that from the very beginning. But the bigger thing I'd urge them to do is not look past this election, because even though there was no surprises here, these were Democratic strongholds, all these major elections, and I'd be surprised if the proposition doesn't pass in California as well. But that's not the point. The point is that the very thing that propelled Trump to office is the very thing that propelled these Democrats to office this time. And we better pay attention to that going forward, and better do something to address the concerns that are pretty apparent, especially among younger voters.
All right, John Katko, thanks so much. I want to bring Selena Wang in as well to follow up on what we're hearing from the Trump administration as well tonight.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, the president is citing two things here, saying that he wasn't on the ballot and the government shutdown. But the president, of course, is not going to be on the ballot again for the midterms, for elections into the future, which begs the question, is the president saying that Republicans cannot be successful if his name is not on the ticket? Then on the shutdown, the president and his party has repeatedly blamed Democrats for the government shutdown. So how is the president squaring that, saying that the shutdown, which he had blamed Democrats on, actually helped fuel their rise? And just to bounce off of what John Katko is saying, I was also texting with some Democratic strategists who said that many of these swing voters had sided with President Trump on his promise that he was going to end inflation, he was going to bring prices down, but instead, they've seen the opposite, and we saw these Democratic candidates really lean into the messaging around lowering energy prices, lowering prices at the grocery store, hitting on these key kitchen table issues that really had helped President Trump propel his rise, and now Democrats are seizing on how that hasn't quite worked out. And now we talked about how the president wasn't campaigning in person for these candidates. He had done these tele-rallies. He had made posts on Truth Social. Well, during some of this government shutdown, the president was actually overseas in Asia, focusing his attention on foreign policy. I was traveling with the president as he was in Malaysia, then Japan and South Korea. Tariffs were front and center. The president struck a deal with China, but it did not significantly lower tariffs. Tariffs on Chinese products are still in double digits, Lindsay.
All right, Selena Wang for us from the White House. Thanks so much, Selena. I want to bring in Mark Updegrove, ABC News political contributor and presidential historian. Actually, hold tight with us, Mark, for one moment, because we're hearing that
Mamdani, this is what we want.
On the
Okay,
stage to an
we're gonna carry Mamdani's speech, and then we're gonna call it a night. Okay, so if you want some confetti, you have got you've got a few minutes left to get the confetti going in celebration of Mamdani, the 111st Mayor of New York City! I'm not tired, I just need more oxygen. Bill Clinton's #1 love doctor flipped unity. 6 letters.
The sun
should we listen to this?
may have set over our city this evening. But as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
Woo!
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it.
Yes! Go Zohran!
The future is in our hands.
Do it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Also, it is dynasty. But continue.
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life.
I don't.
But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few.
Mate.
New York, tonight you have delivered.
Yay!
A mandate for change.
Delivering!
A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City.
Woo!
And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
Salam alaikum.
Thank you to
Alaikum
those
salam.
so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this.
He is chuffed as 10 bears.
I
like that
and this
expression.
democracy is yours too.
He was chuffed as 10 bears.
This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Yeah.
This victory is for all of them.
Oh, rub it in
And
Trump's
it's for
face.
all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign
This
into
is
an
the kickback
unstoppable
against
force.
Trump.
Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again.
Yeah.
With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now, I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn.
Yeah. I'm not even like American
To
or
my
from New
campaign
York,
team,
but I'm getting behind
who
this. This is
believed what
great.
no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more. I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama.
Woo. She's an artist, you know.
Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day. Volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance.
Wow, this is a hell of a speech.
Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorello LaGuardia.
Cool.
An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants.
Yes.
Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception.
Yep. That sounds nice.
In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community,
yeah,
one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism.
There you go.
Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them.
Yeah.
But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Doesn't sound good.
Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power.
Yes.
This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one.
Yeah. There won't be a next one.
So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants.
Yeah.
We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks.
Yeah. Yeah. Do it. Oh, God, I hope
we
they all
will
shit
stand
themselves tonight.
alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Yay! An African immigrant of Indian descent. Fucking yeah! In your face, Trump. Orange Twat.
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
Yes. It's beautiful. This is beautiful.
When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am
Did a
Muslim.
video about that.
I am a democratic socialist.
Yes. Use the S word.
And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back.
Nice one.
Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together.
Deliver! Woo! Double deliver.
New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
Woo!
Zohran Mamdani making history tonight, addressing
nice one,
his
fella.
ecstatic crowd of supporters, saying we have toppled a political dynasty. We have turned the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. Tonight, New York, you have delivered a mandate for change. We are hearing from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who never endorsed Mamdani, and there we see him with his wife, Rama, who he met on Hinge, incidentally, and he said that when he started the campaign, he told her there's probably only about a 3% chance that I'll actually win. But Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who did not endorse him,
why do you have to look at fucking Chuck Schumer?
Disclose who he voted for.
I don't want to look at this fucking dinosaur.
X, tonight saying, I congratulate Zohran Mamdani on his well-earned and historic victory.
Fuck off, you
Work
fucking
together on a number
dinosaur.
of vital issues,
Go
like
find a rock
delivering
and crawl
historic debt
under it.
relief for taxi drivers. I look forward to building on that partnership to keep New York City strong, fair, more affordable, and thriving. And he said, Donald Trump, I know you're listening. I have 4 words for you. Turn up the volume. President Trump has already responded.
Yeah, President Trump is listening, and the message essentially tonight is game on. President Trump took to Twitter actually just moments before Mamdani uttered those 4 words, and Trump had 4 words of his own. He said, and so it begins. Look, Mamdani, that is, first of all, a remarkable speech, and I don't think we've heard a Democrat, certainly I can't think of one in the last year, inspiring that level of passion, speaking with that kind of rhetoric, and taking on Donald Trump so bluntly on so many of his most controversial positions. I mean, he's fiercely defending immigrants as an immigrant himself. Again, he was speaking directly to Trump, saying to get to any of us, you have to go through all of us. And you know, this is a moment, of course, when diversity is under attack. He's leaning into that, you know, arguing that immigrant roots and diversity are what make this country great. He said, your struggle is ours too. And I think a lot of Democratic voters have really been clamoring for this kind of leadership. And as Democrats have sort of struggled as a party with how to best tackle this administration, how to best move forward, he's presenting an alternative. And yes, there are a lot of questions about whether he can actually deliver, because he is promising at its core to make New Yorkers' lives better, more affordable, healthier, more cost-effective, free childcare, all of the like.
It is a bit of a buzzword.
But what is clear is that he's able to motivate and inspire. And that can go a long way. You know, that message of hope and change can be a winning one. Just ask Barack Obama. We have seen, you know, a lot of this kind of rhetoric in the past.
There's huge questions about whether he can
follow through. But what is clear, he is going to go head to head with Donald Trump. So not only does he have the challenges of leading this city and delivering, he has to now, whether he likes it or not, be put in this huge national spotlight.
And certainly New York residents are going to feel potentially the effects of that. What's so interesting, and Aaron Katersky touched on this a little bit earlier, is that this is a young man who has come from wealth. His mom, an Oscar-nominated movie director. She did Mississippi Masala, The Namesake as well. And yet, among his first statements, he talked about the bruised knuckles that have never had the chance to hold on to power. He's really talking and has connected.
Cheers, Lost
with
Missionary.
The
have a good night, and cheers to
in this community and really
Yvonne as well. Good night.
Beyond.
An extraordinary speech. Mary's exactly right. We haven't seen a Democrat talk like that. I mean, really since Obama in 2008, frankly. An extraordinary speech.
Absolutely
and
fantastic.
The imagery. This is somebody who is not simply getting ready to move into City Hall and to do a very ambitious agenda for this city. That is somebody who wants to be a national figure for the Democratic Party and for America. That was a national message. I thought it was fascinating to see him quote.
Oh, wow.
Didn't mention the person.
Donny One Diaper. Thanks very much, John
famous,
C, for the £10 super chat.
Who said
very kind
that
of you.
we
Thank
campaign.
Oh, hello. Sorry. The feed has just decided to do little loops, little fun little loops. Sorry, I'll try and get this sorted.
In poetry, we govern. In prose,
there you go.
That's a famous quote from Mario Cuomo, Andrew's father. And then he added, let us make sure that prose rhymes. He is calling for a bold, progressive, yes, socialist vision for the Democratic Party, far more ambitious, risky politically, more inspiring, but bigger potential pitfalls for the party. He said that the expectations are high. We will meet them.
Oh, sorry about this. I don't know.
That will be the big question: is what can he deliver on? But that is somebody who is no doubt right now.
Deliver. I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. I was going to wrap it up in a minute anyway. Why do you have to do this now? Why?
The Democrat in the country that is inspiring people and will be inspiring people, even as so many leaders in the Democratic Party are really worried about what it means to have somebody with that kind of agenda leading the party.
I want to go back to Aaron Katersky. Aaron, we could feel
for God's sake.
the enthusiasm and the energy from
Hello,
here.
Roger.
What's it like to be in the room?
I'm having a great time.
It was absolutely deafening, Lindsay, as Zohran Mamdani said he was ushering in a new era of leadership for New York City and indeed for the country.
Let's have a party.
He spoke directly to President Trump, who he said should turn up the volume. The crowd just went bananas as he declared that a city of immigrants is now going to be led by one. A stark contrast from the rhetoric we've heard out of the White House. This crowd was happy to chant along with him, but you also heard in his speech, Lindsay, a nod to those New Yorkers that did not support him, and he intends to address some of them during the transition. He said he will work to widen his tent, and according to his campaign, to bring those people in so that they too can feel the kind of enthusiasm and the kind of change that he is promising to deliver in an ambitious agenda that includes all sorts of things.
It's a bit of a buzzword, this.
Like free buses and free childcare, things that he thinks will appeal to all
Democratic Tea Party has arrived. Lol. Yeah, finally.
Not since Hugh Grant
thank you very much.
In 1889 has New York City had a mayor this young, 31 years old. Hugh Grant was, and of course, just a few weeks ago, Zohran Mamdani turned 34. We heard him mention that in his speech tonight. That despite his youth and despite his best efforts to make himself older, he could not. Mark Updegrove, ABC News political
contributor. We get two more super chats. We get two more super chats in the next few minutes. Then we will get confetti.
Without
that'll
question,
be it for the
particularly
night.
in that mayoral race, you have a 34-year-old young man.
He's
a non-native American. He's a Muslim American, less than 25 years after the attacks on 9/11. And I think what we heard tonight is what we have not heard from a Democratic leader in some time. We heard a vision from the leader, a message around a vision. We have not heard that to this point.
Bad picture?
And while he said, turn up the volume to Donald Trump, I think that's what voters did around the country. Lindsay, this is nothing but, I think, a massive repudiation of the leadership of Donald Trump, mostly around the issue of affordability, which Mamdani ran on, as well as the governors, the now governors-elect of Virginia and New Jersey. And you also see a repudiation in California, where Proposition 50 won in a resounding victory. So I think that the volume has been turned up by voters. The issue is affordability, and we'll see what happens next.
All right, Mark Updegrove, our thanks to you. And now we want to bring in Matt Gorman back in, formerly with Tim Scott's campaign. You heard Mark Updegrove there say this was a massive repudiation of Donald Trump, not only here in New York City with the mayoral race, but also with Proposition 50 in California. Your thoughts?
Yeah, certainly there's going to be a renewed focus, or there should be, on affordability tomorrow morning among the Republicans that hope to succeed in the midterms. Look, I thought the speech from Mamdani was smug and gloating, unapologetically socialist. Is going to get a lot of fodder for our
Go
party
fuck
in
yourself,
the year plus to come, if not longer.
Smug and
But I think California is going to live on.
This is from Trump.
You know, it's going to this proposition passing is going to
about old
have
people
a
being
renewed
smug.
urgency
They're
in
going,
state capitals, in Virginia for the Democrats, but places like Nebraska, Florida, maybe Kansas again for Republicans to redraw some lines and reshape the battlefield going into 2026.
What does this mean for the shutdown going forward? As Mary has talked about, we're expecting President Trump to meet with Senate Republicans tomorrow for breakfast. Any idea what that conversation might be like?
Yeah, and I figured it well before even tonight. The White House was kind of hinting that they would be really going after Republican senators on the
Paul
filibuster.
Ewan, thank you very much for the ATP.
Truth Social tonight.
79p.
Really
Thank you.
For
Thank
me.
you, Paul. Just
Look,
need one more
I tend
super
to
chat.
realize too, along with the White House, that there's a first mover advantage on this. Maybe you don't do it in the middle of a Congress, but every Democrat has already campaigned on or voted on gutting the filibuster the first chance they get it. So waiting around and waiting for them to do it doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm not saying it doing to end the filibuster, but you're going to see the Overton window shift, I wouldn't be surprised if you see some backbench senators who were previously resistant to undoing the filibuster come out of the White House with maybe a changed mind.
All right, Matt Gorman, thank you so much. I want to send it back over to Rick Klein. Hey, Rick, it was a year ago we saw that massive shift to the right. What did we witness tonight, ultimately?
To the left,
Lindsay,
to the left.
It's fascinating to think about. This map has haunted Democrats for the last year. This was how every county in the country shifted, either red or blue, and there was a whole lot more red, not just in red states, but in very blue states, including California, which just had the big vote today. Of course, Virginia and New Jersey. Look at all the red, all the ways that Donald Trump was shifting these states to the right. All of that changed tonight. And almost universally across those states, you saw a shift back toward blue, whether it was the proposition in California, whether it was electing brand new governors by double-digit margins in Virginia and New Jersey, or whether it was the victory of Zohran Mamdani, who had a challenge from the left. Suddenly, the Democratic future looks a lot different because of the victories they won tonight.
And Avery, your sense on how the progressives of the Democratic Party are looking tonight when you think about the electricity that we've witnessed with Bernie Sanders or AOC and now tonight Zohran Mamdani.
I mean, there was definitely some muscle to the progressive and the left flank of the Democratic Party as the party tries to figure out how it's going to proceed in some of these midterm elections. There are going to be progressives who are going to point to the victory of Zohran Mamdani as the blueprint to try and get
Thank you very much, Paul.
Enthusiastic about this
79p.
race.
We got our confetti.
All right, Avery, thanks so much.
Thank
the
you.
takeaway for the Trump administration tonight.
Well, look, the president will argue that this is not a repudiation, but Democrats and voters across this country are making clear that they are rejecting the president's policies and that they are doing so with this relentless focus on the cost of living and affordability, that's a winning strategy and a winning strategy with big margins, as we've seen. I think the bottom line here is that Democrats now, no question, have the momentum as we head into the midterms.
Big picture for Democrats going forward.
And look, the Democrats saw two ways to win. You saw moderate Democratic leaders with military espionage records win in Virginia and in New Jersey, and you saw a progressive Democratic socialist win in New York.
All right.
All good.
Rick, Avery, John, Mary, I'm Lindsay Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us.
Thank you for streaming with me.
Have a great night.
Bye-bye. 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 Okay, peeps, that is it. It's all over. So Virginia, New Jersey, New York, and California all voted. Fuck you, Donald Trump. So great night. Thank you for everyone who's dropped in the super chats. Thank you for everyone who's stuck with us through the evening. And finally, an election result from America that's been a positive one. It's been a bit of a it's been a while, hasn't it? So thanks for joining us tonight. I'll be back in a few hours' time for Morning Brew at 9 o'clock. I look a little bit disheveled. I don't know. See how I get on. And then we've got Prime Minister's questions at 12 o'clock. And then in the evening, you should be catching up with us doing the rabbit hole. I forgot the name of the show then. Anything but politics at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Later today. Oh my God. Anyway, good night all. Fuck DJT. Yes. Fucking all the way to unalivement, the twat. And on that bombshell, thank you so much for watching. Give us a like on the way out. Make it all worth it with a little like. And until next time, I'll say hello, good evening, welcome, and goodbye. Woohoo!